of yesterday, by the time night fell yesterday, and it appears that certainly overnight there have not been any major skirmishes, and indeed we're being told that they hope to bring in the beginning of humanitarian aid, at least some small bits of humanitarian aid, certainly within the next 24 to 48 hours. As for further north, up to Basra, U.S. and British forces had moved on up north towards there. We have reports that the 51st Iraqi Army Division, which was considered the main defenders of that site outside of Baghdad, has been neutralized, not in terms of any specific conflict between the U.S. and British forces and the Iraqis, but mostly in terms of capitulation, and as one British official quoted to us, they have melted away, the Iraqis. And we're being told that in Basra there is no sign of any resistance, although there is also no specific plan at this moment for any of the U.S. or British forces to actually go into Basra in terms of having it as a military target. In fact, what's happening right now in the broader area here is that they have also consolidated the oil fields, the Rumaila oil fields, which are extremely vital. They produce 60% of Iraq's oil, and one of the key objectives at the beginning of this military campaign was to secure those vital economic and strategic targets. The oil fields, the oil terminals down on the Al-Faw Peninsula. We've heard much about the oil wells on fire. Although the pictures look dramatic because they're close in, the strategic significance of that overall is fairly minimal, because those oil wells are about 9 out of 500, and the wells themselves can be capped and the fires can be put out. What's difficult is when the gas and oil separation units are sabotaged, and that so far hasn't happened. And in fact, in about half an hour from now, we're going out there to see firsthand the status of the oil fields and those vital gas and oil nodes where the oil wells feed into. In terms of the broader picture down here, the British are now fully consolidating their control of the southeast. The U.S. forces that were part of these British operations, in joint operations, are now moving west, heading up to Nasiriyah and on to Baghdad. The target of the British, the U.S. forces, will be the Baghdad area.
Christiane, we're going to literally lose your satellite in a minute. Did you run into many civilians along the way, and did they have food, water? What sort of condition were they in about 10 seconds?
They seem to be fine. The condition of the civilians seems to be fine. Many of them have chosen to stay in houses. Some have welcomed the troops. Others have not yet had the opportunity to come out. For instance, Qasr, there was some resistance by military pockets, but again, that seems to have been neutralized. But in general, it seems to be going fairly well, according to the commanders, and the resistance they're getting is not cohesive, not organized. It's pretty sporadic and isolated, sort of individuals or little pockets who immediately surrender and capitulate or go quiet once they're faced with superior U.S. or British artillery or force.
Christiane, thank you very much. Did it right on time, too. Christiane Amanpour, that we're about to lose the satellite, is what was happening there. That's something we got to keep track of. We did see some reporting today out of areas that the Americans and the coalition forces had moved into and were warmly received, and that there was some frustration already from the civilian population that aid had not already started, and that what seemed like joyous celebrations just maybe 36 hours ago was a little more tense now. So our interest in when humanitarian aid will start flowing in, as you know, that has been consistently something that the President and the administration has talked about, that they want to get food packets and that they are all on pallets and ready to go. They want to get them to people as soon as they can. Iraqis have been living, in many cases, on rations, hand and mouth, for some years because of the sanctions and because of the government and all the rest. So there may be some unease until that stuff gets there. I'm not exactly sure where you guys want me to go. Should we go to break? Okay, I can do that. I know how to do that. We have much more ahead. We'll get back to Walt Rogers. General Wes Clark is with us, and many other things to take care of as we are now into Sunday here on the East Coast, and it is Sunday morning, about 8:15 in Baghdad as you look at the scene there. A short break, and our coverage of strike on Iraq here on CNN continues in a moment.
The U.S. says has ties to Al-Qaeda. Special forces and U.S. intelligence moved in after the bombs.
Though publicly U.S. officials are playing down the importance at this point of Saddam Hussein, they would still very much like to get him. Analysts argue if he dies, the regime could quickly come apart at the seams, potentially saving many lives, American, Iraqi, British, and others. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
We'll work with this one for a little bit. Ken Pollack joins us, and General Clark actually has some strong feelings on this subject too. Ken, when we talk about Saddam Hussein, we're talking about an individual, certainly, but we're also talking about a group of people. How large a group of people is it that surrounds him and that really matters to the U.S. government?
Well, I think the U.S. government has put out that there are 12 people who they think are really important in terms of war crimes. But in terms of controlling Iraq's government, beyond Saddam, there are a group of about 3 or 4 dozen individuals, key leaders of Iraq's internal security services, key military figures, all of whom report to Saddam Hussein. But it is always important to remember that Saddam absolutely is at the top of that chain of command. And while I think that General Franks is right to point out that Saddam Hussein is ultimately not, killing Saddam Hussein or getting your hands on Saddam Hussein isn't necessary to achieve the mission successfully, by the same token, if you could eliminate Saddam Hussein, it might very well throw the entire Iraqi chain of command into chaos.
And just to follow that point, I want to turn to General Clark. Is what binds this group of several dozen together a loyalty to one man or some kind of particular ideology that survives the one man? Or both, I suppose.
Well,
Ken, you get first crack at it.
Okay. It is not ideology. Ba'athist ideology is kind of a mess, and it's pretty clear.
Ba'athist is the party.
Right. The Ba'ath is the party that Saddam Hussein nominally belongs to. And it's still out there as a party, but really it's simply an instrument of his control. Saddam was never particularly concerned with the ideology. Saddam's not exactly a philosopher who cares about these kind of things. He's used Ba'athist ideology instrumentally. These people are bonded to Saddam, first of all, in many cases by ties of loyalty in terms of they are relatives of his, they are members of his tribe, but more important than that is their common experiences. These people have gone through 34, in many cases longer, 34 or more years together. They have done some horrible things together. They have enormous amounts of blood on their hands, and they all know that their fate is tied together. If Saddam goes down, they are all going down with him.
I don't, General, I don't remember if it was the day, I think it was the day, well, it must have been the day before the war started, because I heard you say this on Crossfire, and Crossfire hadn't been on the air since then. You made the point that you were drawing the comparison between the difference between Saddam on the one hand and Osama bin Laden on the other, one of whom is very important to take out, and the other, Saddam, you argued, was not. The difference between those two, and then I'll pick up on it.
Well, what you have in the case of Saddam is a man who is, as Ken said, he's in control. And if you could take out the top control of any adversary, whoever it is, you would do that. Just so happens that Saddam is the top guy here. But if you, as General Frank says, take over this country, take over the Ministry of Information, the secret files, get the weapons of mass destruction, dismantle the army, it doesn't matter whether Saddam's around or not, because he doesn't have any power. He's not a cult figure. He can't go to Libya and win the allegiance of the Libyans. He can't go to the Saudis and raise money. That's the difference with Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden he's not a man with a state. It's not a single state that made him. It's wherever he goes, he will, at least until he's totally discredited, be able to generate a following and carry an organization with him and build it.
Right. Now, just before we move on from that, the pictures now in the big screen there are the city of Mosul in the north. There, this is Al Jazeera, I guess you can see that on your screen too. There are reports of some explosions in the area as they, I'm just looking at this with you now, as they pan across. We don't see any smoke rising. Generally, you keep an eye on this too for me. But that's the reason why we've got that up. Multiple explosions heard in that northern Iraqi city. Now, both Ken and General Clark, we can argue that it's not as important to kill Saddam Hussein or capture Saddam Hussein. But as a practical political matter, it's hard to imagine that Saddam Hussein can survive this, and given the way Americans process information in a way and tend to personalize these sorts of conflicts, I'll just gently suggest that for, maybe not for military reasons and geopolitical reasons, but for domestic political reasons, he's got to be found one way or another. General, you agree or not?
Sure, I agree, but I'm a military analyst here.
Oh.
I'm not trying to work it politically.
I've been reading that you have some other interests from time to time, so I thought you might want to weigh in.
Well, you know, one of the responsibilities you have is to try to help people understand, and what I'm trying to do is try to help people. I know we're focused on Saddam Hussein. Look, one of the amazing things that happened over the last 18 months is that somehow a lot of people in this country believed that Saddam was responsible for 9/11, and the administration's worked very hard to prove linkages between Saddam and Osama bin Laden. And to some extent, we've almost transposed our anger at Osama bin Laden,
Into
fixated on Saddam. But, you know, and Saddam is a bad guy, but if we get rid of his control over that state, Saddam doesn't mean anything. So I'm trying to draw the distinction. Put the effort in to doing the mission on Iraq, and keep the emphasis on getting Osama bin Laden.
I just asked the questions, General.
I got to answer it.
Yes, you do. I'll give Ken the last word on this. Do you agree, at least with the premise that for domestic political reasons, the guy's got to be killed or found and tried?
Aaron, I think that probably will be an embarrassment for the Bush administration if they can't get Saddam Hussein, especially if Osama bin Laden is still running around out there too. But I completely agree with General Clark that this is an issue which will be a political embarrassment, but it is not really a military issue.
Ken, thank you for that. I'll accept that from both of you. This has been a difficult night. When last we talked to Ryan Shilcolt, his unit was at rest. He's with a group of the 101st, and we've got him on the phone, I believe. Ryan, what can you tell us? You've had some trouble out there.
Well, Aaron, one of the troubles one of the problems with covering the 101st Airborne, a light infantry unit like they are, is that they're always on the move. When we spoke last, I was at a refueling point. We're now back in a convoy moving at about 50 miles an hour, basically throttling down the road. First, I wanted to tell you about reaction from soldiers of the 3rd Airborne. I am with the 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade, and they are shocked at the reports of the attack from Canton, Pennsylvania. As one commander put it, the shock because, of course, the initial reports that maybe this was the work of a soldier. One commander here saying, we came here to face the enemy and not to face our own soldiers. So the 3rd Brigade didn't have any soldiers at Camp Pennsylvania, but they are expressing already their grief and shock at the loss of, or not loss, but the other injured soldiers from the 101st. Real quickly, we've now been on the road for more than 36 hours. The 101st has not stopped much, never more than for a couple of hours to refuel. Down the road, in the direction we're actually heading, we've heard some explosions, and there has been a report from the unit ahead of us. That unit is not from the 101st, that they have come into some small arms and RPG fire. That has congested the road a bit, but the road is congested also because of the sheer number of military vehicles out here. It's a bit like being in Los Angeles sometimes, during rush hour. The road just bottlenecks, and there's really nowhere to go, except for the fact that there's open desert on both sides of the road. So what a lot of commanders have been doing is simply going onto the shoulder to bypass other units. So when you talk about a race to Baghdad, a race on the roads of Iraq, really, it does look like that sometimes. I wanted to tell you real quickly about some of the interactions the soldiers have been having with Iraqis. Some people will remember yesterday we were rolling past near an Iraqi town. The reaction very positive. A lot of the Iraqis waving, smiling, shouting to the American soldiers. The soldiers tossing MREs to them, giving them, I guess, a token of their gratitude, a little token of of American life, MREs, meals ready to eat. That's what the soldiers eat on the road. Well, last night we went through another town, right smack through that town, actually, because the soldiers that I'm with believe it was the Iraqis, someone anyway, had blocked off the bypass route. So we went smack through this town, and as one soldier put it, it was very eerie. This was in the middle of the night, and there were hundreds of people out in the streets, none of them waving. They were all watching the U.S. troops pass through. Inside the town, obviously, one of the commanders noted there was a giant mural of Saddam Hussein. It was a really eerie feeling. In fact, one commander even told me it had all of the ingredients for a possible attack on the convoy. Thank God, he said, it didn't happen. So, obviously, that was quite a different interaction than the first one. And importantly, I can tell you that the 101st Airborne has now set up a FARP. Now, FARP is a military abbreviation for a forward area rearming and refueling point. In layman's terms, it is a gigantic gas station for helicopters, and it's been set up inside Iraq here by the 101st Airborne. What that does is it allows the 101st to bring in their attack helicopters into Iraq now much deeper. Now, instead of just going as far as they could from bases, for example, in Kuwait, they can come to this FARP, they can rearm, refuel there, and then they can go deeper in. They spend less time taxiing back to the rear for fuel and more time destroying targets. Also, they can project their infantry power farther. Instead of attack helicopters, they can use their assault helicopters like the Black Hawks, like the Chinooks. Now they can move those troops deeper behind Iraqi lines to attack, because they don't have to come all the way back to the rear each time. That's what I got for you, Aaron. Back to you.
You got a lot, Ryan. Thank you very much. Ryan Chilcote out there with the 101st. I want to give you the day's headlines, but I need to take 20 seconds to clean up a small mess that I probably made a little bit ago. We were talking about demonstrations, and I think in the way I said something, it sounded like there were hundreds of thousands of demonstrators, both for and against. The large demonstrations that went on in the United States were largely in opposition to the war. There were many demonstrations in support of the troops and in support of the president's policy. By and large, they were much smaller. Then we went into talking about polling and the rest. If that was misunderstood by people on the anti-war side, I apologize. It was not intentional. That sometimes happens in the way that we say things that we didn't mean it. Mess cleaned up, I hope. Heidi Collins takes a look at the headlines now, just a little bit past midnight, half past midnight here in the East. Heidi.
We are checking the latest developments this hour now. A Time magazine reporter says one of the soldiers hurt in a grenade and small arms attack at the Army's Camp, Pennsylvania in Kuwait has died. 12 others were wounded, some seriously. The suspect is a soldier assigned to the 101st Airborne Division. He has been detained and is being questioned in the attack. Pentagon officials say coalition troops have not found any Scud missiles or weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, but General Tommy Franks says he still anticipates coalition forces will find the weapons as they occupy more of the country. France is now sending a small force to the Persian Gulf. 39 French soldiers are en route to Qatar. French diplomats say Qatari government requested that deployment. The soldiers specialize in detecting and identifying nuclear, biological, and chemical agents. They're also specialists in decontamination. 12,000 soldiers at Fort Hood in Texas have finally received their orders in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Ships with their equipment are now en route to the Persian Gulf. The 4th Infantry Division had been expecting to deploy from Turkey, but that plan was scrapped on Friday. Military officials say they'll likely go to Kuwait. Hundreds of thousands of people joined anti-war protests across the country Saturday. In Washington, protesters marched through the streets, tying up traffic there. In New York, 91 demonstrators were arrested on charges of resisting arrest, reckless endangerment, and assault on an officer. And in LA, there were arrests when some 50 protesters refused to leave a street corner. Those are the headlines at this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now back to our coverage of the strike on Iraq.
Heidi.
Aaron Brown.
Thank you, Heidi. I appreciate the introduction. Thank you very much. Quickly go to Baghdad for a second, take a look there on a Sunday morning, and we'll give you a little bit more information that we've gotten just in the last couple of minutes as you look at Baghdad. We're also getting reports from, well, Al Jazeera is reporting, let's put it that way. Al Jazeera is reporting that there is some fighting going on in and around Qasr. What is interesting to me about that, this is that port city we've talked a fair amount about tonight, is that my impression in listening to the reporting that was done both by Christian, who had gone in with the British unit, and Jason Bellini, who had gone in with an American Marine unit, is that that piece of business had been taken care of already. Al Jazeera's reporting suggests otherwise, and so what we're trying to do now is see if we can get a hold of Jason and see what he can tell us, but they are talking about gunfights or firefights breaking out in Qasr, and we have yet to confirm that of our own reporting, but it's a big country, and you know, we try and be everywhere, but you can't, and so in this case we pass it on with the qualification that it is somebody else's work out there. Baghdad on a Sunday morning was a relatively quiet night there. That does not necessarily mean either of two things. One is that it'll be a quiet Sunday, and secondly, that in other parts of the country there isn't a fair amount of nastiness going on, but it is daybreak there on a Sunday, and you see a few people milling about on the streets, at least we can, but not a lot of traffic. We did see earlier in a report on what Iraqi TV was showing, I think this was some hours ago now for me, that people had gone out the other day and done some shopping and stored up, and the conditions in that city are obviously difficult, but also it says something about the precision of the attack yesterday, that it does seem to have spared everything but what they were going after for the most part. We can't say that is absolutely the case, but it does seem to have worked pretty well so far. The Iraqis report 207 civilian injuries, and in fact they took reporters out to the hospital to see some of them, and they blame the Americans and the American and British attacks on that. And we would add to that, there is some reason to believe that some of those people may have been, we don't know how many and won't guess, okay, but that some of those people may also have been hurt by anti-aircraft fire as it came back down. The stuff goes up and gravity works and it comes back down, and that some of the injuries are consistent with that sort of thing, but it all gets lumped into the same thing by the Iraqi information minister, and we don't mean to suggest by that there were no civilian casualties. We simply do not know that, okay? But we do have some reason to believe that some of those injuries were caused by anti-aircraft fire falling back to the ground. We're going to spend a few minutes now trying to talk about the mood of the country, a little bit about the journalism that's going on. To help us do that, we've assembled a number of newspaper men and women, Robert Kittle of the San Diego Union Tribune, James Warren of the Chicago Tribune, and Ellen Soderbergh of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. Ellen, I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, just fine, thanks.
Thank you. We're glad to see all of you. Jim, since I know you best, I'll start with you first. I'm a little struck, before we get into sort of the, well, this is a mood question, by the anger that is already out there and the kinds of things that, the kind of mail that I've been receiving on both sides. Is it your sense that it is a pretty angry land right now?
In fact, not quite. Not necessarily here in the heartland. I'd be interested to see what my old chum Ellen says about that. If you take the protests here in Chicago, Aaron, I think they have been fervent and feisty, and in one case on Thursday night, distinctly spontaneous, as thousands of people, after a demonstration had seemingly ended, made their way to a big expressway and screwed traffic up for hours. Nevertheless, what strikes me is a certain sort of civic nonchalance in a way. It strikes me as if this is not quite as uppermost in people's minds as one might have imagined. Walking the north side of Chicago today, a couple of miles up to Wrigley Field and back, I was struck by the fact almost every TV I saw, mostly in taverns, admittedly, were tuned not to the news channels, but rather to the NCAA playoffs. What's in the air? I think it might be a mix of things. It might be a little bit of just plain resignation. Folks knew this was going to happen. It might be political apathy. It might be good old-fashioned, if unfortunate, American isolationism. And finally, and I think this is something to do with it, it may just be a sort of disassociation from the events of September 11 and terrorism in general that I think my friends in New York and Washington have a hard time fully believing here. This did not happen here in the same way. People weren't affected in the same way. And we might add parenthetically that that lower level of concern, Aaron, has in some fashion been met by a certain inattention, equivalent inattention on the part of the federal government. It was not until today, how many months after September 11, that the federal government, via the Federal Aviation Administration, decided that it would bar small planes from flying over downtown Chicago in the same manner it has barred planes from flying over New York City and D.C., and even subsequently barred them from even flying over Disneyland and Disney World. The mayor of the city, Richie Daley, for a year has been saying, wait a second, guys, if you're serious about this, why not us too? Only happened today.
Ellen, we'll move a little bit west, and the letters to the editor, the calls that the paper getting, do you sense one way or another, would you agree with Jim that it makes a difference if you're in New York or Washington and how you perceive this moment?
Yes, I think there is a difference. For one thing, we don't have the same level of tension about the odds of some kind of terrorism attack happening here that I think I keep hearing from friends in both New York and Washington that they're sensing. I don't entirely agree with Jim, and I think people are going about their lives and watching basketball and shopping, and I was at a family party tonight for my twin nephews, 1 year old, and so we are going on with our lives. But I sense among a lot of people, including many who support the war, a deep ambivalence about it and a lot of concern about it. There's almost like a sense of a collective bated breath. People are very concerned about what's going to happen next.
Yes.
What's going to happen next here in terms of terrorism at home, what's going to happen long-term in the Mideast, in Korea. There's a lot of concern even among those who support the war.
And I wonder, Robert, out west, San Diego, I think this is true, but correct me if I'm wrong, it used to be much more of a Navy town, a military town than it is these days. What's the mood out there?
Aaron, this is still very much a military town, less so of the Navy as the Marine Corps now. And in fact, Camp Pendleton is here. So the first 6 Marine casualties of the war were all from San Diego. So frankly, San Diego is experiencing this war in a very acute way. I don't think there's any sense of nonchalance here about it. I think people are concerned about it. They're concerned about their sons and daughters who are in the conflict. And I think that when the casualties occurred, for example, there was a kind of rallying around, not just among the Marine community, which is very close-knit, but the larger community. I mean, we sense this war in a very direct way because literally tens of thousands of men and women from San Diego have been deployed to disarm Saddam Hussein. So everyone here, I think, is following the war very closely and is very much involved in it.
And let me follow that with this then. When you're making the editorial decisions and putting the paper together, are you then pretty careful about how you handle the anti-war stuff that went on? That's got to be a pretty big part of the Sunday paper.
Well, we cover the anti-war aspects as well. There was an anti-war demonstration today in San Diego, a small one. The public opinion here overwhelmingly supports the war, I think. But on our op-ed page, we've had a very robust debate among the letter writers for and against the war. On our editorial page, we had urged George Bush to work through the United Nations to continue to do this in a multilateral way, if at all possible. But when the French, in effect, torpedoed the second resolution of the UN, we agreed with the President that it was time to go ahead and begin the war with British and U.S. forces. So we're supporting the war. We've done that reluctantly while urging all the diplomatic alternatives to be played out. But certainly as a newspaper, we're covering all aspects of the war.
Ellen, do you have embedded reporters out there in the Persian Gulf, and do you have a feeling yet for how the embedding process is working? Are you getting the kind of material you hope to get?
We have a reporter and photographer embedded with the Marines in Iraq, and we were supposed to have been with the 4th Infantry Division going in from Turkey into northern Iraq, but of course they're still at Fort Leonard Wood because of the actions of the Turkish government. So the communications has been very difficult. We've gone for periods as long as 40 hours without hearing from our folks. It's difficult. I'm sure you're dealing with that too at CNN, where they can't always file and make deadline. But on the other hand, we've been with the Marines in Kuwait waiting to go in for almost 2 months now with this unit that we're embedded with. And it's been a wonderful opportunity to tell the stories of what the soldiers are going through. Those of us who've never served in the military, I think, are learning a great deal of what it's actually like to be there. That's what our folks have really concentrated on reporting. And for people who've been in past conflicts to report on how different it is. So far, I think our readers are gaining tremendously from the exposure to it. Longer term, it could be more problematic.
Aaron, if I might add, I figured you might throw something like that at us.
Did you now?
I wasn't quite sure what to say until I got here a little bit early and saw your phone interview with the Time magazine correspondent, Jim Lacey. Now, I think this whole business of embedding reporters is very much a double-edged sword. I think there are perils in getting too close to folks and perhaps losing one's ability to be real critical, and of course at all times you really may not know a larger picture of what's really going on. But just tell me how quick the Pentagon would have been to tell the world, to tell you about at least the allegation that somebody in the 101st Airborne had done what may have played out in the last few hours if there had not been reporters embedded right there. I mean, this is in some ways a potential PR catastrophe for them, and given the history, obviously, of news management by the American military, not the sort of thing I think that, in the best of all worlds to them, they'd like seeing.
Let me follow that up, and every now and then I look over to General Clark, and I suspect he has some thoughts on this too. Just taking that one story, Jim, it was interesting as we followed it this afternoon. Jim Lacey reported that the incident happened, and clearly he knew in the initial reporting, he knew a lot more than he was allowed to say under the embed rules. Clearly the commander had said you can say this, but that's as far as you can go. To a certain extent, this is what people who have been very critical of us generally as a business, the news business, and I think perhaps television in particular, worried about, that the embedding process gave too much control to the military. How do you balance this with your correspondence over there?
Well, if you're asking me, it's a tough thing. I mean,
yeah.
We made the agreement to go do it this way. We made the agreement to abide by a certain set of rules, including not disclosing location. And there undoubtedly can be some tough choices, as perhaps Jim Lacey felt tonight. But folks should realize that the whole relationship, and General Clark probably knows a lot more about it than I do, between the military and the press has been a most uneven one. The modern version of it probably dates back maybe, Aaron, to the Civil War. And most of the reporting during the Civil War was absolutely awful. Folks rode with either divisions on the south or the north, and they basically shilled for them. And when they tried to do some decent reporting, as in the case of some guys with General Sherman, you know, they were threatened with their lives. Ulysses S. Grant threw one guy out of his camp, I remember, because he was listening in to too many conversations. In World War I and World War II, you have the coming of, I think, the real modern version of media management committees set up by the Pentagon to essentially control us. You had Vietnam and a great deal of honest reporting, but as General Clark surely knows, that whether he agrees with it or not, there certainly grew up post-Vietnam the sense among many senior military officials that we in some ways had run amok and had unfairly tainted American public opinion via our reporting, which led to a much greater degree of control personified, I guess, in the Gulf War.
Jim, let me get, and I'm going to get back to all of you here. We're not done with you. Please don't go away. But General, you're sitting here and you hear Jim talk about the way the Pentagon has traditionally managed the news and had those reporters, a couple of them, I'm not sure how many were at that camp. Had they not been there, this thing would have taken some time to come out, and that may or may not be true. We can't know. But you could have a suspicion.
Well, big institutions, any big institution like the Pentagon is going to be sensitive to what people know about it. It's always going to try to put its best face on. But what strikes me in this case is that we've been given a window into this unit. We've seen this tragedy up close. It is a tragedy. It's a terrible thing. But it's not a breakdown in discipline in the armed forces. And what's likely to come out of this, just after the tragedy of the death and the wounded and the investigation, is a demonstration of the remarkable resilience of the American armed forces and the men and women who serve there and lead there.
Just, you know, both sides here made a deal. Robert, I'm headed your way on this, but both sides made a deal here, which on the one hand, we in the media made a deal that we would abide by a certain set of rules, and on the other hand, the Pentagon made a decision, a calculation, that there was more to be gained by allowing access, allowing reporters to know these people than there was to lose. And we have seen on our end, and the television end, I'm not sure at your end, but we have seen now, as of today, examples of both of that, I guess.
Aaron, I think the American people are the real winners with this embed system. It's far better to have reporters on the scene to not have them on the scene under almost any circumstances.
But you're a reporter saying that. I mean, you're a newspaper guy saying
Sure.
that. Of course you say that. I can't imagine that you're not getting mail saying, why are you writing this and why are you saying that?
Well, consider the freedom that the reporters have here. As I understand it, the rules basically are that reporters will not report any operational details that could help the enemy. That's the blanket under which they've agreed not to disclose information. Now, while that can be a broad blanket, most of the time the reporters have the ability to report, and they have the ability to report live, as Jim Lacey did with you earlier this evening, without any censorship. No one is okaying or approving his comments before they go out. The military is trusting him to abide by the agreement and not to disclose operational details. That's a very flexible system that I think gives the American people far more information than they have had in the past. I was a Pentagon reporter at one time, and it was unthinkable 15 years ago that you could have reporters on the front lines with the troops able to report generally whatever they can, so long as it does not compromise the military operation. I think that's a very fair compromise, and I think the news media benefit from it. The military benefits from it because, frankly, Americans, learn a lot when they see the way the American military functions, and it's a good story to tell. But the real benefit is for readers and viewers who have a far better understanding of this war, I think, than any war ever fought in history.
And if I can jump in here, I find that
Please.
readers really are eating this material up, that they aren't complaining about it. Quite the contrary, they're begging for more. Our reporter who's been with the Marines, I said for almost 2 months, Ron Harris, has become a local name. People call up and say, is Ron Harris going to be in the paper tomorrow? They're searching for his work on our online site, stltoday.com. And so I think they are really gaining from it, and they're seeing that real value in it.
With all due respect, guys, it's really sort of night and day if you compare even what we know now and think about what we still don't know about military actions in Afghanistan with, for instance, what happened in Vietnam. And I'm sure there are lots of folks at CNN who were there, friends of yours, Aaron, who will tell you instantly that the degree of access they had, the degree of freedom they had to go where they want to go, was infinitely greater than what's playing out here.
Thank you all very much. When we assemble a group, you never quite know how and where the conversation's headed, honestly, or at least I don't. I hope you'll all come back as this goes on, and we'll talk a little bit more about how the country is handling it and if the mood is changing, and also look critically at how we're handling it too. It's good to talk to all of you. Thank you. These are things we like to do normally on Newsnight. A lot of you are not normal Newsnight viewers. We're glad to have you along. One of the things we do, if I can get over to them, is take a look at the morning papers from around the country and around the world. These are tomorrow morning's papers, some of the headlines, and we'll show some of them. You want to play them to this camera or this one? Okay, this is the Times-Herald record of Hudson Valley, upstate New York. I have to sometimes do this without my glasses. This camera you want me to do it to too? No, over here, okay. On to Baghdad, it reads, with a nice picture there on the front. We're going to show you some more pictures in a minute, but a couple more headlines. First, the Cincinnati Enquirer sort of active headline, firefights flare as allies roll halfway to Baghdad. That's the Cincinnati Enquirer. The Dallas Morning News that lands on your doorstep in Dallas, Texas. Kind of a similar headline, closing in on Iraqis, ground troops now halfway to Baghdad. I guess I can put my glasses back on now. Let me set those down. Every now and then this happens. Here's the Post-Dispatch. There it is. That's the headline. Tanks are halfway to Baghdad. That seems to be pretty much the theme, doesn't it? But not for the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. This is a news. You know this paper, don't you, General Clark? You want to do this headline? You can do that one. You're not quite ready to be the anchor guy yet, are you? U.S. forces isolate Basra is the headline in the Arkansas paper. A lot of people became familiar with that during a previous administration, as someone once said. Here's a paper I know pretty well, the Minneapolis Star and Tribune. In Minneapolis, St. Paul, halfway to Baghdad. Looks like everybody hired the same headline writer. I'll do one more because it's a big old picture in the Boston. No, actually, I'm going to do two more. The Boston Sunday Herald, one of the two major newspapers in Boston, the Globe being the other one, and we wish the Globe would send us their front page too. On to Baghdad. That's a pretty interesting picture there. The Observer, a British paper. Here's the kind of picture out there that is going to trouble lots of people in the world, and that's why we don't choose it to, so we can trouble lots of people in the world. We choose it to show you the kind of thing that will inflame some people and why there is great power in pictures, I guess. Special forces in Baghdad as Saddam's armies reel is the headline, but believe me, what the story people are going to read is right over here. Is the picture they will look at is this young Iraqi who was hurt. This sort of picture played across Arab communities will be troublesome, I think. Okay, we'll take a look at some of the headlines, and hopefully before we go, some of our headlines, not newspaper headlines. Before we go, leave you tonight, we've got another hour here to go. We'll take a look at some of the fabulous still photography that has been done already. Powerful, powerful pictures that have been done. First, Heidi Collins gets us up to date on all the events of a busy day.
Here's a look at what we know at this hour in the strike on Iraq. This U.S. soldier may be responsible for the latest U.S. fatality. He's attached to the 101st Airborne stationed right now at Camp Pennsylvania in Kuwait. Pentagon officials say he's being questioned as a suspect in a grenade attack there that resulted in at least 12 casualties. Military officials now confirm at least one death. There are also several serious injuries. Military officials said earlier that they thought it might be an attempt to kill the camp commander. In Iraq, armored columns are pushing north in at least two areas. The so-called wave of steel is rolling through the desert in a convoy miles wide and miles long. Aside from a few exchanges of fire, resistance so far has been relatively light, and U.S. troops are now halfway from Kuwait to Baghdad. To the west, U.S. forces moving upriver have also run into enemy fire, and Iraqi TV is reporting that American troops are closing in on Nazaf, a Muslim holy city and site of an important shrine. President Bush wasn't home, but White House protesters showed up anyway to express opposition to the U.S. invasion of Iraq. D.C. police hauled away several of the demonstrators there. In Moscow, protesters outside the home of the U.S. ambassador made their point with jugs labeled "Oil for U.S." And that is a quick wrap of the news at this hour on CNN, the most trusted name in news. Aaron Brown now with more on the strike on Iraq. Aaron.
Heidi, thank you very much. It was Jim Lacey Jim Lacey of Time magazine, and we can say a colleague of ours, we're all under the same parent umbrella, who first reported for us this tragic incident at Camp Pennsylvania in the northern part of Kuwait. And Jim is back on the phone with us. Jim, are you able to give us, I think now we're all interested in as much detail as you can about the suspect, what's going on there, and anything else you can give us?
Yeah, the suspect himself, we can now say he's got an Arabic-sounding last name, and that has led to some relatively well-informed speculation. as to his motivation. He was already picked out by the chain of command who had hold. Some of the soldiers just had said that he was being withdrawn, pacing a lot, not talking to anybody. He'd also become, if they were not insubordinate, but wasn't doing things that was expected of a soldier, and the chain of command had already told him he would not go forward with them when they go back to Iraq. So they were looking at this gentleman for being a semi-prowler, but nobody ever suspected anything of this magnitude from him. And he managed to get hold of 4 hand grenades. That the ammunition has been issued out to this unit for future movement to Iraq. He attacked the headquarters elements here. I heard on the beginning of this that his intention may have been to kill the camp commander. If that was his intention, he failed. The camp commander is here and is active. But he would not have known any of these people. The people he attacked, he would have had no contact with. These are this is a brigade headquarters element, and he was from a engineer unit that is only attached to this group for operations and during wartime. So the chances that he ever even came in contact with any of the people he attacked tonight are marginal. So there's virtually, go ahead.
Let me just interrupt just quickly. I want to come back to this, and I need to ask you for clarification on something too. We're getting a report that there are air raid sirens going off in Baghdad. This happens on and off. Sometimes it means something, sometimes it doesn't, but if I didn't report it, it would almost certainly mean something in the way the world works, so now we're on the record there. Jim, did you say, because I had a little trouble hearing you, that the suspicion is that his Arab... Did you say that you thought that they thought there might be political motivation, or there was not political motivation?
No, that would be relatively informed speculation that there would be some religious or political motivation to this. The chances of it being a disgruntled soldier who was mad at the chain of command limited by the fact he attacked a group of officers that he would have had no contact with. So this was not a personal attack or a personal vendetta. He selected his targets based on other reasons.
It is a complicating factor here, isn't it? I mean, it's one more layer to a story. It makes it all the more troubling. Yeah, slightly more troubling, but by no means an indictment of everybody. There are a number of other Muslim soldiers serving here, and there's quite a number of Arab soldiers serving here who are doing outstanding work and would be commended on everything they're doing every day. So no one wants to paint a broad picture here, but there is this one troubling element, and now it has reared its head. Absolutely correct. Do you have any more information on the 12 remaining wounded? One has died of the 13 who were hurt. We now, as Jim first reported to us, and now is being widely reported that one of those 13 died. Do you know much about the other 12?
I know about half of them were what we call walking wounded. They were mobile, so they were in no danger whatsoever. Slightly hit by grenade fragments. I think and this is my estimate, I think they took 7 or 8 in helicopters during the night to one of the combat support hospitals nearby, and I have no information on them whatsoever. But
I'm sorry.
It looked to me at the time that 2 soldiers were seriously injured when I was watching them being taken away earlier today.
This being television, and Jim, and people come into it and out of it at various times. I wonder if you might describe again what as you did when we last talked to you, how quickly it seemed to you that the unit was refocused and put back together again.
Let's say from the time the attack took place to the time that the young officers, and I said a young major, 2 young captains who were actually slightly wounded, the 2 captains, got control of the situation, got the wounded treated, called for ambulances, informed all the other soldiers on post what was happening, set up the security perimeter, began to search for whoever did this. They had most of that done within the first 5 or 6 minutes. It was absolutely an outstanding performance by a few young officers here. Within 2 hours, the commander here was telling his troops this is a terrible thing, but our focus is to move into Iraq, and let's make sure we don't lose that. And as I stare around this camp right now, everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to. I mean, they've taken care of their wounded. They've got criminal investigation division doing what it's supposed to do, but the soldiers, the chain of command has taken over, and the soldiers are back to work getting this unit ready to move into Iraq at some future time and date.
And again, I know you've done this for us one other time. Please do it again. Just describe how it is that they went about finding the suspect, because certainly initially, their initial feel was not that they had been attacked from within by one of their own.
Well, when you're in a situation like this, the first suspicion is always a terrorist attack from the outside. I could say that we're pretty well guarded here, so I won't go into any details of how we're guarded, but we are there is good security here, so I don't think anyone said it was an American soldier to begin with, but nobody ruled it out either. The units here, as soon as something like this happens, the chain of command at every single unit immediately accounts for all of its people. They got to know who's where, who's doing what, if anyone else has been hurt. During that accountability check, it turned out that this one soldier was missing from his unit, and 4 grenades were missing at the same time. They knew he had been trouble before, not trouble, but they had been watching him as a disgruntled soldier for a little while now. I guess the mathematical calculation in that case was not that hard to make. And we had the soldier's name as a possible suspect at least a half an hour before he was found. I'm guessing on that time, but it was just good amount of time they had a suspect's name in hand before they found him hiding in a bunker about 75 yards from where the explosion took place. The first 2 explosions took place. He was that major I mentioned earlier actually was going bunker to bunker to make sure there was no soldiers left out there unaccounted for, and found him, got his name, and the soldier, I'm told, admitted doing it. The major kept a gun on him, called for help. They put him in handcuffs. No one asked him any questions until he'd been read his rights, and after that, I don't know what that soldier said.
Jim, let me ask you one business question. I've always wondered this about somebody who writes for a weekly news magazine. Did this happen in a way that you'll be able to get your story and your reporting in the magazine this week?
I think so. They were holding up the magazine, and they made me do some writing, and I got a lot of help from the inside, and there's a time photographer here with me, so I think there's going to be some excellence. Not an excellent, there's no way to say something like this is excellent, but there will be a comprehensive story and pictures. It is a terrible situation, but we are here, and I'm going to make sure I say this one more time. The performance of the soldiers I saw tonight all around me was absolutely magnificent. There was one disgruntled soldier. There's several thousand more on this camp who are doing everything that's ever been asked of any American soldier anywhere.
Jim, I must say, you've done a terrific job here, and you've made that particular point eloquently tonight with us. We'll let you go continue your work. Thank you a lot. Jim Lacey, Time Magazine, and he'll, as we say at our end, he'll be crashing that story to get it in the magazine this week. It's all sorts of journalists are working on all sorts of different deadlines out there. And Jim has done a terrific job. Tom Mintier is at Central Command in Qatar. That's where General Tommy Franks in the war is being run out of. This is obviously, Tom made its way there. They've confirmed the death. What is the reaction?
Well, privately, officers are saying that this was an attack on their own. They don't talk about it being involved in morale, but they say an attack on their own. Now, those of us who are old enough to remember Vietnam, they used to have something called fragging there, where hand grenades were used against superior officers, but this was a much larger, apparently, attack. And I think it really shows what the embedded journalists are able to do. There have been questions before this operation began if there was some bad news to report, whether indeed that would be prevented from coming out until after the operation was over. But as we have seen, the pictures of the suspect and the information we've been getting from the embedded journalists with the 101st Airborne, we're getting the reports out of what I'm sure they consider very bad news by CENTCOM. CENTCOM has announced also that they will have a briefing in about 13 hours from now, so we're not probably going to get anyone on camera inside the briefing room until that time, but I'm sure it will be definitely a topic of discussion at the daily briefing here in Qatar.
But just to make clear, that the briefing you're talking about coming up in 13 hours is not specifically on this incident, but broadly on Central Command's view of the war.
That's right. Brigadier General Brooks will be briefing reporters as part of an ongoing daily briefing. But the timing, in about 13 hours, probably has nothing to do with this incident of the 101st Airborne. But I want to wait until late in the evening here in Doha before the briefing is put out. They did confirm the death within the last half hour, but when I asked for someone to appear with me to talk about this incident, so far it has not been provided.
And in doing your reporting, did you find anger? Did you find, I know you described it as an attack on one of our own, someone said that to you. Was there concern about how this would be reported and how it would be perceived? Because clearly it is hardly good news, it's troubling news.
It is very troubling news, and it was not passed on to me that way. It was the concern with the incident itself, not in the area of morale, but in the area of it being an attack from inside, from one of their own men on their own men. I'm sure the situation in Iraq is difficult enough without constantly looking over your shoulder to see what's going on behind you. So there is a sense of concern mixed with grief that this incident occurred in the first few days of the campaign in Iraq. But as you heard from the Time journalists with the 101st, they're going about their job and pushing forward. And while this incident may be on their minds, it is not in front of their minds. So I think probably from CENTCOM we'll hear the same thing later through the day, that this was an isolated incident of a disgruntled soldier who attacked his own soldiers. Who knows yet what the reasons are? I'm sure he's being interrogated right now by other military officers, and seeing the picture of him on the ground that was transmitted from the military base was pretty amazing. You wouldn't expect to see that.
No. Some of us may have felt that the information was a little slow, the detail of the information was a little slow coming out, but that's the way it works sometimes. Tom, thank you. It's good to see you. It's our first time to talk to you in a while. Tom Mantier, who will cover Central Command, and we'll no doubt be seeing a lot from him. General, let me ask a slightly indelicate question here. Here you have someone who's described as having an Arab last name or an Arab-sounding last name, and Jim Lacey made the point that, and it almost doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it again and then we can be clear, that this is an incident that involved one person and one action. But you have no doubt, you have 3 million Arab Americans in the country, and I'm sure you got plenty of them. We did a story not long ago on a young Marine. Do you think that there will be a suspicion that this will work its way through in a way that will make soldiers suspicious of those Arab Americans and those Muslims in their units? Would you be concerned about that if you were running the show?
Yes and no.
Okay.
No, in the sense that I think people are judged as individuals by those with whom they associate. They'd already spotted this guy's a troublemaker. They just didn't understand how far it could go. And maybe they didn't get to the bottom of the trouble, or maybe they did. We don't know yet exactly, why he did it, but, speculation is it had some political motive. So they're going to be judged as individuals. But yes, in the sense that this having been done shows the extent to which someone could, if it turns out that this was political, could carry his political beliefs inside the organization, Now look, we've got a lot of great Arab Americans in the United States Armed Forces. We have Islamic chaplains.
Sure.
And they have said that it's right for these Islamic soldiers to fight with the United States. So there's no reason for this kind of an issue to have occurred. Nevertheless, I think, you know,
human nature.
So human nature. Yeah. You know, on the one hand, they're going to look at the soldier and say, we know him. He's a great guy. That's not an issue. He may feel, an Arab American soldier, he or she may feel under some special scrutiny because of this.
I know. I don't want to say I know. I imagine, and it's hard for me not to believe, that in Paterson, New Jersey, or Dearborn, Michigan, in these American cities with large Arab American populations, when they heard the report for the first time that an American soldier was responsible for this, that someone didn't look at across the dining room table and go, oh man, I hope it's not one of our guys who did that.
I'm sure that's true.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's true because, you know, they already, many of them are carrying a very heavy burden on 9/11. And there are a lot of Arab Americans who, especially Iraqi Americans, who say, get in there and finish off Saddam Hussein.
It's just, well, it's all sad. No matter what the motive, how you slice it and dice it, it's all sad. And it is particularly sad that someone has died in this incident. One person has died. We don't have the name and hometown. That will take a little more time until next of kin is notified. But you look at how this has unfolded over the last several days, and you have a death today in this sort of incident, and you've had this series of accidents over the last couple of days, and you just, but at the end of the day, no matter how these people die, whether it is in this sort of incident or an accident or in combat, you still have grieving families and wives and children and all the rest. And it's just sad. And to add on to that notion, British military is now reporting, RAF, Royal Air Force, is reporting that one of its planes coming back from a mission is missing. We don't presume the worst. The worst we presume is that the plane is missing, and that we would imagine that an aggressive search is on for the crew of that plane. The British already, as I think many of you know, have taken a tough hit. They have about 40,000 or so troops in the region, and all of the accidents have affected them. They had British commandos in a helicopter that went down, I think 8 of them the other day. There were 2 British helicopters that collided the other night, last night about this time, in an incident that took a number of lives, 7 British lives, I believe, General, and 1 American in that incident. Over in Great Britain, where their Prime Minister went very much against the public mood, it will be interesting to see how the public reacts. Certainly there will be those who will say that this is one of the reasons why they didn't want British soldiers to get into the fight, and there will be others, we suspect, who will see this as a reason to rally behind the other 40,000 British troops who are still there. That's also human nature, but we report now that the RAF says one of its planes coming back from a mission over Iraq is at this hour missing. So Ryan, I almost call him Brian, trying to get their names right. Ryan Chilcote's with the 101st, and we've heard from him a couple of times as they've made their way through the desert. The 101st has had a tough day, Ryan.
Aaron, now going through the 101st 3rd Brigade, going through, and not only, there are other units here as well, not from the 101st, going through a town. This is the 3rd town that the 101st has gone through that I've witnessed. A very warm reception. A lot of Iraqis standing out on the streets watching them passed by. Again, the MREs that I mentioned earlier, some MREs being tossed to the Iraqis. Last image I just saw a man leaning over to pick up some Skittles, if you can believe it or not. But a very, quite a scene. The commander got out, spoke with some of the Iraqis. They said that they are against Saddam, that they're happy that the Americans are here. I should say it's a little bit difficult. Not too many of the Iraqis, at least in this town, speak English, so translation will be an issue. The soldiers that I'm with do have an interpreter. He's from the Free Iraqi Forces, and there are several of these interpreters, and they all wear a badge, or at least were wearing a badge back in Kuwait. I don't know if he's still wearing it, that says FIF, or Free Iraqi Forces. They translate for the troops on the ground, but a very warm reception, a lot of children, a lot of elderly, and a lot of troops rolling through this not-so-big town. Aaron?
Just give me an idea, when you're talking about numbers of people in the town, how many people are we talking about, and how many people seem to come out?
Sure. The town, as we rolled through it, I would estimate was about a mile long. Just to describe the buildings, they're about one-story stone buildings. Pretty, doesn't look like the best off of places, I guess I'll put it that way. Maybe 200 people turned out, mainly men, some older, a lot of children. The women seemed to stay back from the road. They were standing in groups of anywhere from a couple of people to a couple dozen, and were pretty much every, say, 20 or 30 yards along the road. Some people stopped in their cars. One minibus had pulled over, and they were all looking at the troops. The troops pretty much staying, with the exception of the commander that I mentioned, staying in their vehicles, sort of at the ready. Obviously, this is only the second town that the 101st Airborne Third Brigade has passed through, and they really don't know what to expect. So obviously they're a bit cautious, but a pretty warm atmosphere. Aaron?
Just one more quick question, Ryan. We'll let you get back to work, or other work, if you will. Was this the first? These villagers, was this the first Americans? Were these the first Americans they had seen, or had others come through?
No, others have come through.
Okay.
And they seem to have, in their minds at least, they are being very receptive, and a lot of them, you know, I tried to communicate with some of them without Arabic, dismay, and we were able to have some basic conversations, and I'll listen to the tape and find out exactly what they were saying, but clearly they were in the conversation with the commander. They were saying that they were against, that their tribe is against Saddam, and that they're happy to see the Americans. Hope the Americans will help. They obviously assume that the Americans in this town are assuming that the Americans are here to stay.
Ryan, let you get back on the road as you make your way through. You've just done a terrific job for us tonight. Thank you. Ryan Chilcote with the 101st. I'm not the smartest guy on the planet, pretty clearly, but I can tell you that if I were in a village somewhere and the 101st came through, no matter what my politics were, I'd smile and wave and say thanks a lot. This is a Shia area. This is not an area that one would expect would be full of Saddam loyalists by any means. In fact, quite the opposite is true. But as Ryan indicated, they were warmly received when they came through for whatever, and hopefully that sort of thing will last. Alessio Vinci has been traveling with a Marine unit, and he's on the phone with us also. To the extent you can let us know what part of Iraq you're in, why don't you start there and go ahead.
Aaron, for security reasons, has been asked by our commander here, our Marine commander, not to disclose the location from where I'm talking to you right now from. I can only tell you that I am riding with an infantry battalion of the U.S. Marines, and our advance now towards the north at this time has come to a halt because the U.S. forces have come across the presence of Iraqi military.
Alessio, I've lost you for just a second. Just stand by for a second. David, please go ahead and take that full if you can. What you're looking at now are live pictures in Qasr, this port city we've talked a lot about. This is, I think, a British feed of some sort, and there is a firefight going on as we speak, and we'll just stay with this for a bit. And I can tell you that my heart rate just went up, because this is the kind of thing, in as we've talked about how we're going to cover this, we do worry about a little bit. But you can see these troops, and we'll get it. These are British troops, or at least some of them. General, you probably can identify a little better than I what precisely we're seeing and what they think is going on. So feel free to weigh in as we go here.
Let's get a look at it. That's a saw. These look like Americans to me.
They look. My first look was Americans. Would the British be? Yeah. Would the British be wearing uniforms that look? Are they wearing the same uniform?
Not the same uniform, not the same helmet.
Not the same helmet.
Can't tell. This guy's a special operations guy right here.
In the blue vest.
Yeah.
And you see this. What looks like a convoy moving through of some sort.
Those are Humvees there coming in.
Very slowly. These are live pictures in Qasr. This is in the south. This is a southern port town, a very important area. It seemed from our earlier reporting, both by Jason Bellini and Christian Amon.
There appears to be a convoy of some type moving into the area. They're checking whether they can actually speak to the convoy.
Because the convoy looks like it's about to go.
Obviously, what they don't want is for that convoy, which we've now confirmed are, quote, friendly vehicles, moving into an area where there is fire potentially coming from both sides, from the U.S. Marines here who are trying to suppress the Iraqis over the other side, and potentially, if there are any more Iraqis still up to fighting, who could be putting down some fire on that convoy. That's the situation here at the moment. That's a British pool reporter who is describing this situation. I was writing something down, but I'm almost sure he said those are U.S. Marines, and they saw this convoy coming up. Is that how you heard it, and needed to establish what it was?
That convoy is going to drive right into the middle of the firefight if they don't get it stopped.
Right.
Apparently there's fire coming from that tree line over there is what it looks like.
Yeah, he's pretty safe. He's behind a concrete block. I mean, the short answer is that there is no such thing as 100% safety in an area like this. You have to play the averages here. We figure we're as safe as we need to be to try and tell people what is going on here. He has his body armor on. He's got himself nice and low to the ground, and so he presumably thinks he's safe. Mike, 1 second. Mike, you feel you're safe enough there? Mike Donnelly, my cameraman, do you feel you're safe enough where you are? He says so. You probably saw that, Simon.
Here's the correspondent.
It's a difficult call. We're trying to cover the war here, but at the same time, as I say, this is not a soap opera. It's not being done for television. It's being done to carry out the mission here. We're simply bystanders. We're tagging along. We're not part of it, and we have to look after our own safety. I have to say that both the U.S. and British Marines have been very, very good to us. They've allowed us to get close to the action, whilst at the same time making sure that we don't do anything stupid.
This is an example both of the wonder of modern technology and the terror of modern technology from my point of view. I would be almost certainly correct if I said this is not an embedded reporter. This is somebody, I think I'm right here, who's probably part of he is an embedded reporter, okay? Proving what I said earlier is that I'm not the smartest guy on the planet.
Well, now we know what the uniform is for the embedded reporters.
Yeah, blue vests and helmets.
Khakis. But the cameraman's looking toward this house.
For this kind of coverage of the war in what passes for safety. The idea is that if you are embedded with the troops prior to there being any real war fighting, then once it comes, they know you, you know them, you do what they do, you have access to their kind of equipment, and put it quite frankly, you have access to their firepower. I'd much rather be standing here on this side with the weaponry that we have here going out than on the other side on the receiving end. And I think that, in a nutshell, pretty much sums it up. If you're embedded here, then you do what they do and what they allow you to do. And obviously, you saw yesterday, it provides
that we have explained to you a number of times.
Footage I think anybody has ever seen from any conflict anywhere, not just obviously from here, but from other correspondents, from other organizations, from other countries. There are a lot of cameras on tanks, with Humvees, on jeeps, in commando landing craft who are providing unprecedented coverage of a conflict in this war, and it's because of the embedding system that it appears
General, David, just turn him down just a bit here for a second, if you would. Thank you. General, you've been watching this. Tell me what your sense of what's going on here.
Of course, you come in cold to something like this. These guys are oriented over, there's a big wide open area.
When you say we, you're not talking about the reporter here, you're talking about the troops.
I'm talking about the troops.
Okay.
They got their weapons out there, they're scanning for targets, big wide open area, maybe 1,000, 1,200 meters across that area. There's a house on the other side, there's a tree line. Presumably, they thought they received fire from there. So now the problem that they're facing is what are they going to do? You're not going to, if you're continuing to get fire, you're going to either call in the Cobras, you're going to use
helicopters,
or you're going to use artillery, or you're going to send somebody to maneuver around the flank of it. But what you're not going to do is stand up and walk toward it as long as you've got enemy fire coming in there. There's no reason to do that. Meanwhile, you got to keep the people who are driving up that road from driving right down into the middle of the beaten zone and getting shot right in front of you.
I don't know if they've asked them not to, ask the crew not to point the camera towards the trouble here, or if he's just doing a long stand-up. I don't, well, that answers a little bit of the question, I guess. Is it at all troubling to you, General, that what seemed to be a taken city or controlled area seems somewhat less controlled than we thought maybe 3 hours ago?
Well, this is always the hazard in a built-up area. When you're operating a military operation like this, it's a sort of bump and run kind of an operation. If they fight back, you take them out. If they don't fight back, you're going to continue to roll on. Now, the problem here is that they didn't fight back. The stay-behinds were there. You didn't actually go through and clear the area. Don't have enough troops to do that. Haven't taken the time to do it. And it's a calculated risk. This will probably work out all right. But you will have this kind of episode probably several more times.
Several more times in this area?
Yeah, in this area, yeah. Because they're isolated pockets. These people may either be stay-behinds, they may have gotten orders to resist late, or they may have not gotten the word that everybody else has given up.
Now, thank you, as we move across here,
okay, now I can tell you, you probably hear.
This is, again, this convoy.
Okay, here's a tank.
Here's a tank coming in.
Here.
Go ahead and take it full for a second.
Can they reach? Can they make contact with him? Is he going to be part of the action? Or is this going to be one of these bizarre incidents where the guy drives right through and never knows what's going on?
From up here on the top of the berm. Getting back to what happened earlier on, they were putting mortar rounds in to try and keep the heads down of the Iraqis who were pouring their machine gun fire across here. They also used javelin missiles. The first one of those went long and missed the target. The second one was a direct hit, and as far as I can ascertain, there has been no fire from the Iraqi positions since then. What we have seen is a number of vehicles, a number of people moving around in that area. One of those vehicles was taken out. 3 people in there are now dead. They are Iraqis, we are assuming, because they've been checking whether they were so-called friendlies, i.e. coalition forces, or hostiles.
Just in his pause here, I want to continue to hear him. I'll make one other point about the embedding process for everyone who worries about it. The commander here of this group, the leader of this group, is clearly allowing this broadcast to take place. And that speaks extremely well of how the process is working. Now we continue to watch it and listen.
That's right. I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. The Marines tell me that they took close on 100 prisoners as they swept through into here yesterday. Remember, it wasn't until fairly late on yesterday that they actually secured this position. But of course, it only takes one bullet to kill you, and it only takes one person to fire that bullet. So all the time, there is somebody out there who is trying to put fire down on here. The situation cannot be declared safe. I think we have to make the difference between securing an area militarily, which is what we are saying that the Marines here have done, and the area being safe. There is a difference, and at the moment this area is not safe, but according to the US Marines, it is secure. They are defending it, they have control over it, and that's what they're trying to maintain.
Well, what we would say, it hasn't been cleared yet.
Right.
We haven't swept the area and really gotten rid of all the potential opposition.
It's just kind of a footnote here.
That's right.
This is being broadcast literally now around the world, not only around the United States and Britain, but all the Arab channels are watching this. This is the first thing like this that we have seen since the war began. This is what we talk about when we talk about the ability to do this live. Go ahead and take it back full.
And safe by now, but the US Marines are determined to finish this job properly before they move on to whatever is their next task. There is no point in doing a half job here, because this port, when it finally is safe, could be the beginning
obviously an Arab TV
humanitarian regeneration of this country,
if
which
we don't
is
have
so
too much
vital
information on the screen to confuse you
stops,
there,
and
we
what
never
the
will, I guess.
politicians who are behind this war have said is their main aim. Get rid of the dictatorship of Saddam Hussein, get rid of the weapons of mass destruction, if he still has any, and then get the people of Iraq back on their feet again and bring them the help they need. They can't do that if they can't get large quantities of aid into the country. Qusar is key to that beginning.
It's because it's a port city, and the United States would want to move these large shipments of humanitarian aid in by ship into that deep water port there. There isn't much of Iraq that's on water, so this is a very crucial point in the humanitarian effort, and it's also an important point on the road to Basra.
Yes, Simon, what they're doing is basically covering all the options. I can see the tanks you can see just moving along just behind a railway line there. They're obviously positioning themselves. They will have a better view than perhaps we have, or it's certainly a different view. They've got a, 45 or so, 60-degree different view on the situation than we have. They obviously are talking to the US Marines on the berm here and coordinating what they're going to do. They're saying, get binos on that vehicle. There's obviously a vehicle moving out there somewhere. They want to know who it is and what he or she is doing, and they will decide what to do with it once they know. It's got a white flag on it, and it's a bus, we're told. So that, certainly as far as we know, is not a hostile vehicle. Whoever is in there is trying to surrender. They will continue to monitor it, of course, but at the moment, certainly they will not fire on it.
Just say it out loud, General.
I think this is a remarkable, remarkable episode we're capturing here. This is the kind of stuff you might see at our National Training Center, or maybe at the Marines.
No, Simon, is the short answer to that. I mean, it's one thing.
This is
never seen it in combat like this. You wouldn't see this.
Course, or practicing your NBC training, nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare training at Winterbourne Gunner in Wiltshire. But it's a damn sight different when you're out in Iraq, stood in a hole in the middle of a great big pile of sand and people are firing at you.
Never before in history has this sort of thing been shown, of course. It is, at one level, General, I assume the most routine of soldiering moments. It's the kind of thing that you prepare for, train for, and ultimately have to execute. We just note how careful everyone seems to be right now until they have clearly identified whether there's a threat, what the threat is, and how they're going to deal with it. Those Marines on the ground, forgive me, those Marines on the ground that we were watching when we came into this hardly seemed to twitch. They were in position and ready to deal with it.
How this morning unfolded, it was just after 8 o'clock local time. People were going about their morning routines, having breakfast, getting washed and scrubbed up, when from 2 Iraqi squads over in a building to the front of us now, approximately just to the left, I think, of where Mike is pointing the camera right now, there was fire coming into this port of Qasr. That triggered a load of U.S. Marines scurrying up this huge berm here onto the top and laying down a hail of machine gun bullets to suppress that fire. That was followed up by some mortar fire into the area, the same objective, to keep the heads down of the people that were firing on us. And after that, they used Javelin missiles to target the building they thought the fire was coming from. The first of those went long. The second one was deemed to be a direct hit, and we have had no fire from that building since then. What has happened since then is that there have been a number of vehicles seen in the area. Some of them have been deemed friendly, i.e. containing coalition forces, American or British. One of those at least was deemed to be hostile. That vehicle was taken out. 3 people are dead in and around that vehicle. Since then, there has been sporadic fire as other people have been found moving around, so-called shadowy figures. And as we can probably see, if Mike just pans the camera around slightly, there are a line of tanks having moved in to try and get a different angle on the situation for the U.S. Marines here.
In this global...
I'm just hearing that there are bodies in black somewhere over the berm. Sorry, Simon.
In this global village we live in, this is literally being seen by hundreds of millions of people around the world. This same shot, this moment. This is a pool report. It makes it available.
What has happened already this morning is that another element of the 15th MU, the Marine Expeditionary Unit here, which is under the control, of course, of the British 3 Commando Brigade, has moved further on up to the naval base, just further up the waterway from here. Now, they say they encountered very little resistance at all going in there. They've cleared that area. They did find some munitions in an armory there, perhaps not surprising. It is a naval base. They also found barges with sea mines on them. The fear was that what the Iraqis might do is just unload a whole bunch of these mines into the waterway as a sort of leaving present as they withdrew, and of course denying that area then to shipping coming in, both military and perhaps more importantly in the long term to the humanitarian aid vessels who will want to use this port. So there has been progress this morning, but of course everything certainly here has stopped while this situation is dealt with. Everything is being done to make progress at the best pace possible, but there's no point in moving on if the situation here has not been resolved 100%.
It's just it's a breathtaking moment to know that wherever there's a TV on, a newscast, anywhere and everywhere in the world.
It's good as long as there's no TV in that house with
that's
the Iraqis,
exactly right.
showing where our Marines are.
Okay, let me tell you what we have here. First of all, on the personnel side, I'm part of an embed which contains 6 people. There's myself, there's Mike Donnelly, my cameraman you've already mentioned. There's another guy called Dick Donnelly who actually works for ITN. He is here too. We have Pete MacDonald, who is a Sky engineer. We have Simon Walker, who is from the Times newspaper, a photographer, here with us, and a Telegraph writer, Tim Butcher, who is also here with us. We have moved with 3 Commander Brigade headquarters pretty much everywhere they have been deployed. The way we get this back to you, obviously we have a camera and a microphone. This is then hardwired via a wire back to a satellite truck, which is just the other side, the safe side, we hope, of this berm here, where Pete MacDonald has fired up the satellite. It goes up to a satellite somewhere up in the sky and is downloaded in the UK and piped to you via the various television organizations. That is the layman's guide and is no more than I understand, Simon.
Pretty good description of who he's traveling with. Those are all British organizations. ITN, Sky is a British cable operation.
Aaron, just a comment if I could. Please. Right here on this as I'm watching the action. You know, what you're looking at, first of all, is coordination between the dismounted Marines that are there and the tanks. Mm-hmm. So, and that in itself is nice achievement, because now you've got 2 different angles, 2 different means of force. You're looking at guys who've got the right equipment, they're taking their time, They're working
In the 21st
patiently.
century, the media
What
is
you
very
don't
much
want on a battlefield like this is a lot of impetuosity.
There's a lot of
impetuosity.
Oh,
These guys
you
are
gotta do
taking
that.
it easy.
Okay.
They take it slow, work it. There's no reason to
rush
push
here.
the pace at this point based on the situation as they have it.
Right, because eventually you will overcome it, whatever it is
Right,
over
you're going to
there.
get it. You're going to work your way in. You're going to do it safely. There's no, whether you do it 5 minutes from now or 2 hours from now.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't seem to matter based on what we can see in the situation here.
Because the outcome's going to be the same.
Right.
And any impetuousness here puts people at risk.
It's the greatest source of casualty on the battlefield is soldier impetuosity.
About what happens next, what are they going to do, what is the next task. My life and the lives of all these people around me may well depend on that being kept a secret, and I, for one, am not about to divulge that. But notwithstanding that, we are allowed to film pretty much anything and everything.
Again, for those of you who, and there's probably many of you who are concerned, the senior officer in charge of this unit has the authority under the embed rules to pull the plug in a moment like this, and he has decided not to.
Let me shout across here and see if anybody knows. Excuse me, gentlemen, do we know who this white vehicle is? I don't know whether you heard that. Not yet. We're trying to get positive ID on it right now. One of the US Marines just told me. That's it. It's very much stop and start. There is no point, and there would be a lot of outcry, I suspect, in living rooms across the world if it was seen that these Marines were simply opening up on anything that moved. That may well be a non-hostile vehicle. It may well have friendly coalition forces in it. Apparently there is some talk that we may have an ambulance coming into the area at the moment. You can probably see on the road there appears to be vehicles moving both ways. That is actually behind the targeted building that this morning has been all about. So presumably is not causing too much concern here. It's what is happening almost in the foreground, if you like, that people are dealing with here. It's very hot, as you say, Simon, as you know. They're trying to take on water. Every now and again an instruction will go out saying they can drink 50% of their canteens, get some water inside them. Dehydration is very rapid in these conditions. A lot of these men have got their MBC suits on, their anti-chemical weapon suits on as well as all their webbing, the weapons they are carrying. It is not easy to operate in these conditions when there is nobody firing at you. It is more difficult, of course. Adrenaline will be pumping. There is a life-threatening situation here. So it's very, very difficult to operate in these conditions, certainly for the soldiers. Marginally less so for us, obviously, because we're just a few yards back from what is de facto the front line. But it's very hot, very difficult, very dusty, and the sand, as you know, and dust gets into everything.
When you're in a situation like this, you can't have enough eyes on that target. Yeah. You need 10, 20 people with binoculars looking. It's a very complex, difficult piece of terrain from this range, and you want to know everything about it.
Do you have a feel for how far, when you say this range, how much?
Maybe 16, I said 1,200 meters, it could be maybe 1,600, 1,800, maybe 2,000. It's really, it's hard to tell on the television, but it's beyond
about 10 football fields?
Yeah, it's beyond small arms range for these rifles.
Factors in Basra was less of an issue than securing this port here in Qasr. The tanks appear to be moving, I'm being told now. You can probably see it. I don't know whether they have been told to move in or whether they're moving in just to find out what is happening. Again, I'll try and see if I can get some information here if you hold on for a second. We know why the tanks are moving, guys? Okay, we don't know up here why the tanks are moving in, but it's fairly obvious. You can see it for yourselves that that line of tanks is moving in very slowly towards where that fire was coming from earlier on this morning. I have to tell you that for probably the best part of an hour or so now, there has been no fire out of that area. There have been a number of vehicles sighted. They have been checked out, assessed whether they were friendly or hostile, and at least one of those has been taken out, and we know that there are 3 Iraqis dead in and around that vehicle. So you're seeing it unfold here. You know as much as I do now. The US Marines here on this berm do not know, certainly as far as we can ascertain, exactly what the orders are for those tanks. It's looking to me, as I look over, as if they may... There was a word there about the tanks. I didn't quite catch it. Just bear with me 1 second. Do we know what that guy said then? Okay, it was simply a confirmation that the tanks are inbound. You can probably see that they've speeded up now and are moving at a reasonable pace now towards what will be the target, what was the target earlier this morning. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks on that road. The first one is moving more quickly than the others. They appear to be in holding. They all appear now actually to have stopped, apart from the second one. I'm hearing in my right ear that there have been some more bodies, i.e. people, sighted moving around in the area too. So this is obviously the final push towards. I'm being told now that there is a vehicle, I think it's a vehicle that is flying the Iraqi flag. I don't know exactly where that is. I don't know whether Mike can see it and whether you can see it. Obviously very, very difficult here. A lot of information coming in from various sources, and what you are seeing is a fairly sizable proportion of it, but obviously not everything. Difficult to know exactly what is going on now and what stage of this entire operation we are now at, whether or not it is about to be brought to a close or whether very much we're still in the middle of it here, Simon.
Well, here's our problem with this. The tank is going to be probably impervious to any weapon the Iraqis might have, if there are any alive back there. But you don't know that the area is not mined. And so before you go busting into it, you'd like to, you'd hope that you're not going to run over an anti-tank mine in there. So what do you do?
Simon,
well, they're going to have to sort of poke their way around in this. The tank is it's a good...
I'll be quiet, you can watch it happen.
General quickly finishes.
The tank's a good machine gun platform. It may do reconnaissance by fire.
Just keep your eye on the tanks here. This whole thing apparently has been going on for more than an hour.
Well, Simon, there you saw a brief period of fighting from what looks like the second tank along. Difficult to see whether that is going to continue or whether there will be any more. There's more fire going in now.
Looks like he's working with his machine gun, doing reconnaissance by fire up there, trying to see if he can get some reaction from the target. Now you can hear it.
Which type of car? One second from the back. You see, in front of us, there's the white top. No, in front of us there's white. Yep. Tower, like a right in the foreground. Yep. Behind that, on the right.
This is just to give you an idea of the point we were making before about this is being seen around the world. And across the Arab world, these are all three on the left are all different Arab language television networks. Al Jazeera, Abu Dhabi TV is one. It's early in the morning across the Arab world on a Sunday morning, and no doubt people with TVs seeing this live.
President up! President! Roger, good to go.
The thing is, we can't see clearly what they're shooting at.
Right,
but they're looking through some very high-powered optics. So they must see either movement over there or the indication of some kind of a prepared position.
They've certainly pounded it over the last 3-4 minutes.
And at some point, somebody's going to have to walk up to it and clear it. And they'll do that very carefully.
They seem to be doing everything very carefully.
Still live there. Which one? Lead tank. Where's the bunker?
I just ask you what's happening?
Roger, right now we just got a confirmation that we've got some pop shots. I guess somebody's trying to return fire with the tanks onto the tanks over. I believe the first tank's about to take a shot right now. There we go. Apparently there's somebody back there apparently that wants to keep going.
There go the heavy rounds.
One of the tanks obviously just fired heavily into that area.
Yeah.
You heard one of the troops say somebody has been exchanging fire with them. That's what that interview was.
We've seen a little bit, we've seen some answering fire on the second tank there. We saw the dust coming up beside it. And then we heard one of the Marines say that they believe there's an enemy tank in that area.
For good or for ill, this is where journalism and technology is in the year 2003.
This is called clearing an objective. It's one of the toughest parts of any military operation. It's delicate, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable, and this is not armored vehicles sweeping across a desert.
And we said some hours ago we worried that people would see this at all. Yeah, it's just one more reality TV show. It's certainly reality. But if this were being produced for television, it would have ended long ago in a big bang. This is just the
I don't know whether you heard that.
difficult, dirty work.
Word has just gone down the line here to keep your heads down. Shots are coming out of the building still.
A little bit past 2 in the morning here in the east. Those of you just joining us, the broadcast you're looking at, the pictures you're looking at, are being literally broadcast live around the world right now. England, Arab countries. It's a Marine unit, an American Marine unit, inside the important port city of Qasr. And they are trying to clear an objective, to use the general's term. Pictures provided by a British pool team.
Aaron, one of the difficulties here, of course, is that when the Marines began this engagement, they really had no clear idea what the size of the enemy force was. People don't announce their forces. So you could be engaging a sniper, a squad, a platoon, or something. You tell the size of the force by the amount of fire coming out, the type of weapons that you're being shot at with, and it takes a while to develop that situation.
Well, that's the picture here. Let's see if we get it back. There we go.
And probably for the men in the tanks, they've never gone through this before either.
And I would just make the point here, as
Let me give you my take.
Remind you that this is not a TV show going on out there, that anything might happen and something very ugly could happen.
Started this whole firefight was fire coming from
And that is the nature of what we are able to do, for good or for ill.
Before that is that they obviously found another position in a berm, a huge sand bunker, where they thought they were receiving fire from, and one of the tanks took that out first, poured a lot of heavy machine gun fire into that position, and then some kind of cannon round, which you saw as the big cloud of smoke. Then they have moved down and are now pouring fire into the building. As you can see, there were at least 2 very large rounds went in, with a lot of machine gun fire following up. That is still going on now, and there are still fires going into that building. We had a call just a few minutes ago saying, keep your heads down along the line. There is still fire coming out of that building. Difficult to believe, I know, with the kind of battering it's taken, but obviously the US Marines are not satisfied that that building is safe, so they are still pounding it, and I suspect they will take it down brick by brick if necessary.
Voice of David Bowden, who's the British pool reporter. With this team.
Well, if this is a counterattack, then, Simon, I think it's a counterattack that we can strike off the board, because I don't think it's go on much longer. I think the people, if they are still alive in there, will either have to come out with their flag waving, otherwise they will be killed. There's no two ways about that. The US Marines here are determined that they will use as much force as is necessary, and then a little bit more, to make sure that their people are safe when they go into these situations. So until they are entirely convinced that this is over, that there are no more hostiles, as they call them, in that building, capable of doing them any harm, they will not let up. As I said before, if they need to demolish that thing brick by brick to make sure, that is what they will do. There won't be much left of that building when they've finished.
And Aaron, this, I think, illustrates the enormous complexity of ground combat in these small actions. The Marines really don't know what's up there. There's no terrain board, there's no map, there's no satellite imagery for them.
All of the advantages of a modern army, not there.
They're not there at the lowest level. Right. We always put the technology in first to help the generals. And it's working its way downward, and it's not down here yet. What they'd like to have is an unmanned aerial vehicle.
Sure.
With a TV camera, they can fly up there and spot those guys.
Mortar rounds
They don't have
started going into that area. and then there were 2 Javelin missile strikes. The first one went long of the building that we were just looking at that is now smoking. The second one was a direct hit, went straight into the top of the building, and we thought that that was it. Then the tanks arrived, they parked up just a ways down the road, waited for a while, and then slowly moved in. And as the last half an hour or so, I suppose, has played out, we've seen those tanks move into position. They've taken 2 positions out, one in a bunker, a berm similar to the one that I'm sitting in now, where they thought that there was Iraqi fire coming out of. Now they're concentrating their fire on the building that we were watching just a short time ago. But as Mike is showing you the pictures now, we have one of the US Marines with big binoculars, getting eyeballs on the situation, trying to find out what is going on there. But until that building is completely clear, till everyone up here is happy that no one is in danger, then this situation will go on. Yeah, it's closer to 2 now, Simon. This still kicked off 10, 15 minutes past 8 o'clock local time.
Engaging in there.
We're now 2 hours into it, and it's still going on. I think it points up quite obviously that very small numbers of resistance can put up a whole barrage of problems for a very highly trained, highly equipped unit. The whole mission here has had to come to a halt while they deal with what is probably no more than a handful, maybe a dozen or so Iraqis who have been firing on their position. So whilst it might not be a huge problem in the great scheme of things, these are not vast numbers of people, they have brought this situation to a halt for 2 hours at least. It looks like it's going to go on for a little while longer, and until this area is completely safe, and nothing is to say that this is not the beginning of maybe a series of attacks on this position. This could go on for the rest of the day, perhaps even longer than that, and all the time the next mission, the next task for the 15 new here is having to be put on ice.
I will tell you that General Clark, it would be the general's considered opinion that this is not going to go on for hours and days.
But this is the task of the 15th MU. This is precisely what they should be doing, which is clearing this area. And it's unfortunate that normally you find out you have to clear an area when you get shot at.
That's how you learn.
That's the way you learn.
To try and drag this out, it achieves nothing. These people are trying to deal with this in the most efficient, most pragmatic way possible. It's taking this long because it needs to take this long.
Exactly.
And I suspect that until they are absolutely sure, they will make sure that they have the upper hand, they have plenty of firepower to suppress any firepower that may come out of that building or anywhere else along this area of operation at the moment. The fact that we have received incoming fire from 2 positions does not mean that there are not Iraqis in other positions simply keeping their heads down, waiting till all this is over, simply to start it all up again. And until we do know that, then these men will stay here on their bellies in the dirt, staring down their rifle sights.
And there's one other thing that we probably ought to say about this. If this were World War II, you'd expect there'd be somebody back there pushing these troops to get up there and get this over with. But this is not worth taking that risk for. This is a matter of a slow, methodical reduction of this enemy position.
On-air director as well. There you go, you've got that shot now.
Is that a change in doctrine, or the fact that you already know the ultimate outcome of this war? If it takes another hour, day, week.
It's just common sense.
Right, take your time. Well, but why wasn't it common sense in World War II?
For one thing, there were tempo problems, maneuver space problems, but maybe it would have been common sense in World War II.
Okay.
As we, look at battle today, when you have very, very well-trained soldiers and Marines like this, they behave differently than we did in earlier engagements. And there's different technology. We're sitting here with a huge technology advantage over this Iraqi opponent. We've got better communications, more weapons, fire superiority, we've got tanks. If he has a tank in there, it hasn't showed itself, and his RPGs won't hurt these tanks. So we should conclude this action in a way that's most advantageous to us.
On the Marines' timetable, and no one else's.
That's exactly right.
And RPG for people who are trying to figure that out?
Rocket-propelled grenade. The Soviets introduced them to the world back in the 1950s and 60s. We fought against them in Vietnam. They will penetrate lightly armored vehicles. They will not penetrate an M1A1 tank. Not unless they hit it in a certain way back in the engine compartment. Now we want every one of these Marines, every one of the tankers in those tanks to come out of this engagement safe. We're not going to trade our men's blood to save 15 minutes in clearing this position.
And they're peppering it still. This is a different area. This is the third area, I think, in the time we've seen this, that they've worked. They worked a berm, they worked that building, that house or building, and now they're, it's a little hard for me to tell. It's just like a wall, doesn't it?
Looks like a wall, but you can't see
through it.
You can't see the depth of it.
Right.
You don't know what's behind it. You can't see the movement back there that they can see with their optics.
And again, the general a little bit ago estimated that perhaps we're looking down 10 football fields or more from where these guys are to where those tanks are firing upon. But we're looking at a long lens down there. And sometimes this gets a little distorted in the way that the camera works, but
now the tanks have thermal sights, so they can actually see people in that kind of terrain perhaps easier than we could, even with binoculars, because the body heat will probably make them stand out at this time of morning.
My understanding is not much greater than yours, I have to confess, Simon. At the moment, I'm trying to attract the attention of the staff sergeant we spoke to a short time ago to try and get an update. When he wanders back through my field of vision, I will try and grab him and get him to give us a couple of words. But it's fairly obvious from what we're seeing that they're not as yet satisfied that that area is completely free from any danger to them. They are still pouring rounds into there. What I can see just to the right, if Mike Donnelly just pans the camera around, Mike, right down the road there, the road where the tanks are on, you'll see a convoy of vehicles headed by a white four-wheel drive moving down. Now, I don't know whether they are military vehicles. I suspect they are. It looks certainly like the ones following with the lights on are Humvees, probably American military vehicles.
Well, they obviously are in communication because they've turned away from the firing event. So they're under control, positive control by someone to get out of the beaten zone of the firefight.
It may be more communications equipment. We simply don't know. As I say, when I can try and attract the attention of the staff sergeant, I will do so and try and give you an update. In the meantime, I will try and tell you as much as I can see of what is going on out with the pictures that you are seeing now. Mike is showing you the great numbers of people who are laid down here, the U.S. Marines. Bear with me 1 second. I have a U.S. Marine here. Yes. Can I just ask you, what's your understanding of what's happening right now?
Right now, we're suppressing the danger area right now with those tanks, as you can well see. We're trying to get a fire mission over there with mortar fires. That's all I know as far as right now.
And what about
we don't know anything. We don't know anything about any enemy yet.
What about these vehicles that we can see arriving as we speak? Do you know who they are and what they're doing?
Well, they're friendly forces. Now we're moving the convoy back over here. I don't know anything else about that.
Thank you very much indeed. So there you have it, as up to date as you can possibly be from the forces here on the ground. They don't know what the situation is with the enemy in that house at the moment. They're continuing to fire on it and will continue to do that until they are satisfied that it is safe for them to go into there. Meanwhile, a convoy that presumably was heading elsewhere, has now been brought back here to the safety of the port area, which is fairly heavily fortified. This berm is a fairly permanent structure. To give you an idea, I guess it's maybe 20, 30, perhaps even 40 feet high, and there are concrete inserts into it. You may remember that when we first started talking, I was standing in it. I'm now sitting on top of it.
This is the thing about this kind of action. You just can't know what's up there. And you don't want to expend people's lives to find out. You're going to do as much as you can from a distance. You're going to get the mortars in, the artillery in. You're going to try to make them reveal their positions. You're going to try to understand the boundaries, the size of the unit, and then take it apart from the greatest range possible.
Because the farther away you are, the safer you are.
And that's exactly right. And we've got the superiority here in the weapons. There's no great advantage to us to close in within range of some of their rifles and machine guns.
That has not happened, but that doesn't mean it may not.
You know, and obviously this is a plan of action that this unit's putting together based on their understanding of the situation. If there was if Patton's Third Army was behind, and they were racing to get through here, and they were saying this, or they were being held up by this one position, then there'd be maybe a different read on the situation. But that's not the case here.
See, go ahead, David, take it full again for a second, if you would. See one of the young Americans with a video camera. One of those digital camcorders. And see that he's got those plastic handcuffs, I think, are what's on his jacket there, those little things you see at demonstrations sometimes. Should they encounter prisoners, that's how they'll secure them. These guys have been lying down like that for a couple hours while this piece of business gets taken care of. Live around the world.
So when people ask what's ground combat like, and how come the unit stopped there, and why don't we get moving faster, this is the cutting edge of this unit. Now other units have bypassed it, and the advance toward Baghdad's not being held up by this tactical problem. But they have to solve this problem.
You know, just to underscore that, so many times in Afghanistan, and I'm sure we would have done it here, we would talk about why is it moving so slowly, why is it moving so slowly, something must be wrong, something must be wrong. Those of us who are witnessing this and as best we are able comprehending this will have a much greater appreciation for the complexities that determine how long things take. We're reporters, not soldiers. But we're smarter for having seen this.
Here they are engaging it again with machine gun fire.
This is the third area that they have fired upon.
They're either taking fire from somewhere in there, or they're seeing movement, or they're simply trying to probe and do reconnaissance by fire by engaging in there. We can't tell from here.
We can't tell what exactly that building is.
And that's the way it is in war. You can't tell. We don't know if that's a warehouse, a garage, a shell of a building.
Again, these pictures are being provided by a British pool team. I looked at the monitors behind me. It's literally being taken around the world. The pictures on the left in the small box, that's Walt Rogers, our correspondent Walt Rogers, who's traveling with a cavalry unit we spent a fair amount of time with. They have also been engaged in some nastiness. Walt, if you can hear me, tell me just fairly briefly, though, I need it to be fairly brief, what it is that's happening with your unit.
If I can just interrupt you there, Jeremy, you may well have noticed from our pictures the tanks appear to be firing on a third target now.
Yes, Aaron, if you can hear me, 7th Cavalry was moving forward through a city which we can't identify at this point. They took some fire from Iraqi units, actually a small group of soldiers. The 7th Cavalry had to call in artillery. I hope you can see in the distance the huge plumes of smoke going up behind us. They've turned us around. If we can get those pictures up, we have seen at least 3 Iraqis taken prisoner. Another Iraqi was wounded at the time, and he was being treated at a field hospital. If you can stand by just a second. Charlie, can you point that camera up in the air? Aaron, can you see the big plume of smoke there behind us?
Yes, Walt, and...
all right, it's obviously an oil fire.
And Walt, so that you get a better sense of what's going on across the field here, while we are watching your pictures live, we are also watching pictures live of a Marine unit at Qasr engaged in a firefight of some length of time that is being broadcast live around the world as well. On one side of the screen we see you and your pictures, and on the other side of the screen we see the U.S. Marines engaged in this fight, this clearing operation in Qasr.
Aaron, what you're looking at is a fire which was detonated by U.S. artillery fire from the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. They were moving north. They encountered that fire, a small arms fire, and they called in either mortars or artillery. We're not sure which. Suddenly there was a huge explosion in the distance, and you can see the big plumes of smoke going up. Again, the 7th Cavalry column is parked along the road. We have seen at least 3 Iraqis taken prisoner, being questioned. They, by the way, were wearing like all black uniforms, or everything was black. We're not sure what unit that denotes. And there was at least 1 Iraqi soldier that was wounded. We're getting out of the vehicle again. Perhaps clear up these pictures and give you just a slightly better look.
Thank you. We've lost for a moment, or perhaps longer, we'll find out, the pictures from the British pool feed, the pictures, we've just flipped them around, okay? I know this is a little bit disorienting if you're trying to follow it, and we apologize for that, but we're trying to keep. Now we have them both back. That's the plume of smoke Walter was talking about a bit ago. So that's the cavalry unit now is on your right. And on the left in the small box is the American Marine unit engaged in this Qasr operation. And we hope you indulge us in the spottiness here and there of these pictures and appreciate not the little glitches, but the extraordinary achievement of being able to do this at all. Walt's group
Aaron, it's Walt, if you can hear me.
Yes. Go ahead, Walt.
We're being asked to move back to the rear of the column again. We move forward to get you the pictures again. We are on the outskirts of a relatively small-sized Iraqi city, south-central Iraq. The 7th Cavalry was moving forward, as you noticed, and then it took some fire, small arms fire. The mortars were called up, or artillery of some dimension, and there was a huge explosion immediately afterwards, and then this big billowing black cloud of smoke. Again, the cavalry's taking its position in the fields outside this city, but the very small units here are standing tight now, standing firm, and not moving forward. We were moving forward for a while, but again, the Iraqis very sporadically are putting up resistance, and there have been at least 3 Iraqi prisoners taken in this engagement. I see them on the ground over there. They were sitting dressed in black, their arms folded, and they were being guarded by units of the 7th Cavalry. Then behind them, we saw the U.S. Army military detachments, or the medics, taking care of one of the Iraqi soldiers who was wounded in this engagement. Again, the American strategy tactics, Aaron, seems to be to stand off with the longer range weapons the United States has and just fire out punching from a distance the Iraqis. Again, we're going to turn around, it appears, and we're going to give you in just a second, if you can be patient, those pictures again.
Okay, you just hang on, Walter. Again, to orient viewers, on the left, that's Walter Rogers of CNN and his cavalry unit that he's been traveling with now for several days. On the right, there's a group of American Marines who have been engaged in a clearing operation somewhere outside of Qasr that has been going on for a couple of hours. The pictures on the right provided by a British pool to say that we are pushing the very edges of technology here is not an understatement. We worry a little bit we're overloading you with a little bit too much. At the same time, it is not an overstatement to say that in history of journalism, there has never, ever, ever been a moment like this. And you can see over on the left now the prisoners that Walt Rogers was talking about that had been taken. Those of you who have been with us for several days now are very familiar with this unit of Americans.
We're going to pan left for you. We'll show you the vehicle they were taken in.
Okay, the cavalry unit now on your right. You're familiar with this unit. You've traveled with them across
get on the vehicle if you can.
The dusty desert when they were racing across it. You were with them in the rain and the mud last night when they encountered, off in the distance at least, some trouble. And you are with them now again today when they have taken some prisoners. Look at the difference in the armies.
Have Aaron come back to us. I can narrate more clearly now.
Go ahead, Walt.
Aaron, what you're looking at is the 3 Iraqi prisoners. They're dressed in black, squatting on the ground. The 7th Cavalry has given them water. If Charlie can pan left a little, you can see a pink pickup truck that they were using as their armored vehicle. Now you can imagine what that does if it comes up against a tank, but they have mounted a light machine gun on there, a 7.62 millimeter, and that pink pickup truck is the kind of vehicle that the 7th Cavalry encountered here. If we can look further to the left, we can get more plumes of smoke still coming up. That smoke is the result of a fire generated by U.S. artillery, either mortars or the larger 155s. There was an Iraqi resistance as the 7th Cavalry was moving up this road. Aaron?
Okay, Walter, be patient with me now because I'm managing two sides of the screen here. So just I'll get back to you in a second. Now on the left side of the screen, or David, if you want to flip them over, I'll follow you here. What has happened here now, according to the British pool reporter, is a Republican Guard officer or soldier, I'm not sure which, has surrendered. Commander has surrendered. And he has told the Americans that there are 100 Republican Guardsmen in there somewhere or out there somewhere. General Clark, has the equation changed?
Well, not if we can get the commander to surrender the unit.
Yeah.
But it shows the difficulty when you're doing a clearing operation. You would have had you've got here a company or a platoon that's stumbling into a larger force. And so they did the right thing. They developed the situation. They called for armor. They've applied superior firepower to that force. They're going to break it and take it apart piece by piece.
So they surrender or not, the end game, it ends the same?
It does.
Okay, so that's where the American Marines who are now in the large box on the right are. a commander, a Republican Guard commander we are told, has surrendered, and whether he is now preparing to surrender all of his people, we will watch and see. Cavalry unit on the right, on the left rather, you were able to see some of the prisoners they had taken, and both of these pictures are being broadcast live from thousands of miles away in the middle of a war. This is literally the kind of thing that we in this business have talked about for 20 years, 30 years probably, that someday we would have the capability, the technical capability to cover war live. And on this day, at 2:35 in the morning Eastern Time on a Sunday, that which we used to talk about in the ways students do has come to be. Let's just, if we can for a minute, just to try and check both situations, listen to the British pool reporter David Bowden and see what he's reporting to audiences around the world.
Across the range here at what for the moment is a fairly quiet scene, smoke still billowing out of the building that started this all off, but the tanks are quiet, the people here appear to be quiet. There's obviously a situation report being compiled from down there to see exactly what the state of the situation is, whether or not there's a need for more tank fire, whether or not in fact the immediate danger is over, and when and if we find out something more, I shall tell you, Simon.
Fair enough, that works for me. That's David Bowden, who's the British pool reporter. Now, Walt Rogers, if you can hear me, I would just simply request, because we're trying to keep track of two situations at the same time, update me on your situation, but do so please as briefly as you can.
Aaron, the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry was moving north along this road. It approached a small Iraqi city in south-central Iraq. It was supposed to move forward, and suddenly it began taking fire. The column stopped. You can see the armored column in position now. The fire ahead comes from U.S. artillery, which knocked out some sort of Iraqi installation ahead. Iraqi prisoners were taken. They were driving a pink pickup truck with a light machine gun on top and a New York PD, New York Police Department bumper sticker on the windscreen of the Iraqi pickup truck, which is what these tanks encountered here. Again, the tanks have stopped. What you're watching is a plume of smoke, the result of fire taken. Now you can see a Kiowa helicopter flying up there doing the reconnaissance. Aaron?
Thank you, Walter. That's sort of irony on top of everything, isn't it? I mean, there's this breathtaking and historic in its own way moment, and just to make it a perfect moment in the context of why this war is being fought, you come across a pickup truck with an NYPD sticker on it. I mean, you can't write movies like this.
If you did, no one would consider it realistic.
Right, you couldn't sell it.
But Aaron, as we're sitting here, I can't help but think, you know, for the guys in the military, in a command center far away, they've never seen anything like this either.
Now, they have CNN. They're watching this, I imagine, aren't they?
I imagine they are, at least in the higher level command centers.
And are they watching it in the way that we are watching it? Or are they watching it in an operational way?
They're getting a lot of other input, but somewhere on one of their screens, this is up there. And they're also getting the radio calls. They see all the units moving. They hear them. They've got symbols on their maps, but those symbols aren't showing these tanks parked by the side of the road or those Marines sprawled out on top, and they're not dynamic. So together with all of the information coming up the chain of command, these two little nuggets could be extremely valuable.
You know, it must be, in its own way, you know, these men and women at CENTCOM sit in front of these laptops for hours and hours on end, and now they can look up at a TV screen and see what it is that they've been controlling and monitoring, and it must be, I guess we'd make everyone crazy if we tried to put a camera in there and threw that on the screen as well, just to round off the moment, but it must be something of a moment for them as well. We can see the tank moving there on the right side of the screen.
It's moving into the area to either accept a surrender or bring fire from a different angle and a closer range. But think about it from the Iraqi position. They're also watching CNN.
That's correct.
Or some Arabic station, and they are watching these tanks and these Marines reduce the Republican Guard holdout in Basra. And they're thinking...
Qusar.
And they're thinking, how are we going to succeed against this? How could we defeat this kind of technology and these kind of soldiers and Marines? And maybe it'll help bring the war to an earlier end.
There's, again, a British pool reporter, and let's just see if he's reporting now. There's another television cameraman there, also we saw. And David, if just for a minute maybe we could take that full, just in anticipation that something might be about to happen. General Clark points out, you can see, if you look almost dead center in your screen, an Iraqi flag waving, just right between those electric wires or phone poles there. Now, they're almost to the right edge of the screen, just went off the screen. And now those tanks that had been just lined up are starting to move in. Just pleased to state the obvious here. This is live, and this is war, and that is a dangerous combination, and we can't assure anyone, obviously, that something truly hideous is not about to happen and will not be seen. And be warned.
Well, that's right, but I have to say that no one is really bothered about the spin and the politics and the diplomacy, if you like, of this right now. They have a situation to deal with here. They are trying to deal with it. Yes, you're right. This will be viewed, I suspect, in Baghdad and spun up into a major battle, a major slowing down of the Allied move forces forward, and the fact that the Iraqi army is up and willing to take people on. The facts of the matter, as we have seen unfold over the last couple of hours, is that a relatively small number, we think, of Iraqi troops, we have to assume they're troops, they could be lone gunmen, I suspect they aren't, some kind of organized squads, have put down fire onto a US Marine position. They have returned it 10, 50, 100-fold, and have now sent in tanks to try and obliterate the problem. But as the Colonel was saying a short time ago, this is all eating away at the clock. The idea originally, I go back to the very beginnings of the war, the plan, as written down, said that this project, if you like, for the 15th MEU should be over, certainly within a day. We are now well into day 3, and whilst they will say that they are secure here, this area is obviously not safe. The staff sergeant has just come and squatted next to me. Maybe I can just grab hold of him before he gets a drink of water. Staff sergeant, what do we understand is happening right now?
Right now, we've got an observation team that's located on that tower right back there, and they're calling in. They've zoomed the tanks into that direction right now. They're going to do a sweep through and get a visual of eyes on of what's still left in there prior to the infantry going in. Just want to make sure that we have an overwhelming firepower before we move in.
Do you know anything about these reports that, in fact, you've already captured a Republican Guards officer and he's told you there's 120 men out there?
Negative. We can't confirm anything on this level over. We're just, right now, we're just doing what we have to do to assess the situation, and as the battlefield unfolds, just respond and put down as much firepower as we can.
This thing has escalated substantially from a couple of squads and what looked like nuisance value early on. This is a full-scale battle now, isn't it?
It's definitely reshaped itself until we actually get soldiers, the Army and their tanks, because I believe right now, I second that, once we get the Marine tanks onto the ground, we get some Marine infantry in there, we'll be able to get a better evaluation of what's going on.
And as the problem with the third building, that corrugated iron building, the vanilla
Walt
one
Rogers
over there,
and his cavalry unit now, our correspondent Walt Rogers,
so they've got a better
this is under the command of a 30-year-old captain, Captain Clay Lyle.
Hello, CNN. You're right up front.
Fort Stewart, Georgia.
Hello.
Walt.
There's the CO. Go over to the CO, right over there.
Walt, we can hear you now. You're on the air.
Hello, hello. We've lost our IFB, folks.
Okay, IFB is is the way they hear us. I guess, General, we have our acronyms too. So Walt has lost out in the desert his ability to hear us, and so he does not know that necessarily know that he is on the air now, which creates a danger all of its own. But they're moving out.
Now the advantage this cavalry unit has over the Marines, of course, is the cavalry unit has the helicopters organic.
Organic meaning?
They are part of the cavalry squadron. They're there, they're on the radio frequency with them, they're working as teammates when they need to check out something. And here, in this situation with the Marines, we had to send the tanks in, close terrain.
Right.
Where they can't maneuver easily, where their visibility is restricted.
Okay, hang on. Bring up the British side here, the right side of the screen.
What's happening?
Like at the moment, obviously 15 Mu still engaged in just clearing this part of the port. Once they're complete, the next units down are ready to move in and take over the port from them, so let them get on to their next mission. At the moment, the main thing is we're just clearing out this position down here now.
The next units, they are British Royal Marine Commanders. This is 4-2 Commando, is it?
They're one of the units, yeah. One of the units looking to move in and take over this place.
Now, there's been much speculation that this should have been over and done with now, and these guys should have been out of here already. Did you expect this kind of resistance?
Well, quite frankly, the minute you cross the start line, that's when the script runs out. You can't guess what the enemy are going to do. Some people appear for some very good resistance. The Marines are dealing with it like they usually do. It always takes longer than you think.
But you're confident that this position is pretty much stabilizing itself now, and it won't be that long before we can declare this area safe and the mission can sort of get back into gear again?
Yeah, these guys are doing well. They're going carefully, getting it done properly. I'm very happy that it's going to be done quite soon, and then we can get on to the next part of the mission.
And what's the view back in the command post, back at Camp Viking, about how this whole thing, the insertion of 40 Commando, 4-2 Commando coming in, the 15 Mu, what's the overall view?
Well, I was at Nature's Ark Royal commanding the team out there, and absolutely delighted. All our targets, night one, all intact as designed. Still some sporadic resistance over the L4, but that's been cleared up today. So we're pretty happy so far,
And obviously you're not going to tell me anything that's going to jeopardize the security of your forces, but what can you tell us about the plan from here on in?
The main thing now is consolidating this area. As you know, the port here in Kazar is designed to be the main humanitarian relief port. So the big game now is to get the area secure, check out the port facilities, let's get all that cleared, then get some naval units up here. Let's get some aid delivered.
And there was a problem, I know, or certainly a fear, that the waterway may have been mined. Has that gone away?
Not gone away, but at the moment the UK MCM group, our UK minesweepers, have just started on the far end of the Khor Abdullah. They're starting the clearances now with USMC helicopters and a few other bits of kit, and they're slowly starting working their way up now. North bank's been secured by 4-2 Commando, so they're safe from both sides of the bank now. So that clearance has now started.
At the risk of making you a hostage to fortune or circumstances here, how long then before realistically the first aid ship unarmoured could get in here?
Well, you're quite right. We will be hostage to fortune. I haven't got a clue. Right. But the work's ongoing. We're getting there. And, you know, we'll be there as fast as we can.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, there you have the Deputy Brigade Commander, Colonel Cox, telling you exactly...
All right, just to throw one more piece of information at you, ladies and gentlemen. We told you earlier there was a missing RAF, British Royal Air Force plane, jet. We are now being told that that plane may have been engaged by a U.S. Patriot missile battery, and that would be indeed a tragedy, friendly fire incident, and we expect to hear more from the British public information people on that shortly. And they will give us more detail, but there's no, we can confirm that's coming from the RAF, and they may give us more detail on that. And again, we would note that the British have had a tough few days, particularly given the size of the force that is there. You know, less than, you know, about 15% of the force that's in the region.
Well, we'll have had a tough day if this is true.
Go ahead, General.
I mean, one of the prime requirements with air defense is not to shoot down your own aircraft, and a lot of effort has gone into that, a lot of technology, a lot of training, a lot of procedural controls, and this is the first time since the last Gulf War that we've had to deal with incoming missiles. We've got a very, very effective air defense system now, anti-missile, anti-tactical missile defense system, and I hope this proves to not be correct.
I hope this proves not to be correct also, but there does seem to be a pretty strong feeling that it is. And certainly the view now, at least, of the RAF, that is what apparently happened, and we'll wait. Now, we'll throw one more voice into the mix. Jason Bellini is, of our staff, is embedded with a Marine unit. He is about 1.5 miles away from what you are watching now on your screen. Jason, tell us what you can about what is going on.
Okay, Aaron, well, to be honest with you, you can't see anything from where we are. All we can do is hear, and we hear the sound of machine guns. It's fairly sporadic, and we've also heard some loud booms, presumably coming from those tanks that are in the fight. We're still trying to gather what information we can. Okay. This is a very large port. The people that we're embedded with, they encountered fire in the same area just the other day, and that slowed them down as they were making the march from one side of the port to the other. They fired back. They thought that they had suppressed it. They thought that the problem was already taken care of. So the people here saying it's a bit of a surprise that these guys have reemerged. Aaron?
Jason, thank you, and we'll let you get back to gathering information, which will give us a better feel for all of this. This is an extraordinary set of circumstances that we find ourselves in yet again tonight. This day for us began with, and it now seems a long time ago as you watch this, with a tragic incident at Camp Pennsylvania in the northern part of Iraq, forgive me, of Kuwait. We've been at it a bit. In that incident, it is now alleged that an American soldier opened fire on other American soldiers. One American died in it. 11 others were hurt, varying degrees of seriousness in the injuries. There was he shot, it is alleged, 2 of the people in this tent and then threw a couple or 3 grenades. He was found about 30 minutes or so later, and he is in custody and being questioned. He is well, I'm hesitating to report something because I'm not clear I can at this point, to be honest. So let me hold on to the thought. So that happened a long time ago, and that made it a bad day, certainly for the American side. That's not the kind of thing that Central Command or anyone else wants to hear about. This is with the 101st back in Kuwait at Camp Pennsylvania. And that was also occurred in front of embedded reporters. Jim Lacey of Time Magazine, in fact, who we talked to for a good long time, helped carry some of the wounded to get medical attention. And again, a young American soldier described as having recently converted to Islam is in custody. And that story is still developing. It seems like a while ago. There was also Patriot missiles were also fired at another base in northern Kuwait, which also took an incoming Iraqi missile. And an embedded reporter, Carl Penhall, was reporting on that. Everyone's okay, the Patriots worked there. And now we watch this scene of American Marines trying to control this spot on the earth in the desert in Qasr, this important port city, important for a number of reasons, not the least of which is it is the place where millions and millions of dollars of humanitarian aid, food, medicine will come into Iraq as soon as it is safe. This is part of the bargain that the coalition made in engaging in this, is that they would care for, feed the Iraqi people along the way. And to do that, they have to be able to get ships into Qasr. And to get the ships in, they have to control it. And what you're watching in front of you is one operation to do so. There was a sense earlier that that had been done already, but clearly that is not the case.
U.S. official
and
confirms that it looks like, and that is their phraseology, it looks like a Patriot missile may have shot down an RAF plane.
The American command now says it looks like, to use that phrase, their phrase, so it's not quite certain, but it looks like it was an American Patriot missile battery that hit a RAF plane that is also missing. So it's been a complex and difficult day. There's been a tendency to see this march to Baghdad as some sort of cakewalk. General Clark points out we need to find out when this Patriot or this friendly fire incident, let's describe it that way for now, occurred. And we'll get some more information when, not only when, of course, but where it occurred. And we're efforting to get some more information on that from Central Command and our correspondent there as well. There's a lot going on, and it's going on live. I was about to say there's a bit of tendency to look at this march to Baghdad as some sort of cakewalk. And we always say that's not the case, and this is difficult, and there are tricks along the way, and you need to be careful in how you view it.
As we've already seen this morning, very few people can cause a lot of trouble. 20 to 25 people with hostile intent could cause even more trouble. So sorry, Simon, I interrupted you there, but I thought it was important you should know that. That's right. Whilst this on the ground here is very much a U.S. operation, 15 MEU, the Marine Expeditionary Unit of the U.S. Marines, is for this particular conflict under the control of 3 Commando Brigade, Brigadier Jim Dutton, the man in charge of that, and Colonel Steve Cox, who we just spoke to a short time ago, his number 2, the Deputy Brigade Commander. He is up here. He is looking, of course, to get in the next wave as soon as possible so that the 15 MEU can move on to their next tasking. But as he said to you, 4-2 Commando Royal Marines have already cleared one bank of the waterway up here of mines. We've got Navy minesweepers moving up the waterway very close to us here now. They will be checking for mines. If you cast your mind back a couple of hours, I was telling you that the naval base just to the north of here was taken by U.S. Marines earlier this morning. They came across very little resistance as they were doing that. They did find a munitions cache, perhaps not unexpected given that it was a naval base. They also found barges with steam mines in them. The obvious inference is that if the mines were still in the barges and still, if you like, awaiting to be deployed, then they are not floating up and down the waterway, potentially causing damage to any either naval vessels or perhaps more importantly in the long term, humanitarian aid vessels who will be itching to get at the regeneration of this place here. I don't know if you can hear that. There's more gunfire now from the back of the building. I'm going to shut up and let you watch it and listen to it.
Yeah. Talk like skin. There are bodies all in there. I saw at least 15 bodies popping up and down. Right. Then there's a gap, isn't there, between that
Or to make a bit of a shift change here ourselves here as you watch this play out. Anderson Cooper and Carol Costello will continue to watch all that is unfolding on what is truly a remarkable and, for journalists at least, an historic moment that we've been watching, a moment that has, I suspect, watched it with us, changed your perception. Those of you who have never been, many of you probably have been in these things before, those of you who have never been in this sort of situation, watching fighting a war, it changed the perception of how these things go on, and we'll probably never again say, why is it taking so long? We'll see again later in this day.
Perhaps we should give viewers just joining us an update of what's happening in Qasr, because for the past few days we've heard that the military had taken control. But as you're seeing by these live pictures, they certainly haven't. A firefight is now going on in Qasr. You can't see the picture of the building right now, but Marines are lying on their stomachs. Tanks are in the area, and apparently some Iraqi troops are holed up in this building. There was some fire, and we understand it may be some part of Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard inside. A Republican Guard commander has turned himself in. Perhaps he'll get the rest of the troops holed up in that building to turn themselves in as well. At least we're hoping so. Let's watch these live pictures as Anderson Cooper joins me now on the anchor desk. Of course, at the very same time this is going on in southern Iraq with the 7th Cavalry, where our Walter Rogers is, an oil well has been set on fire, and they recently picked up some Iraqis in a pink pickup truck. A machine gun was mounted on that pickup truck, and those Iraqis have now been taken into custody. Don't know if Walter Rogers is on the move again with the 7th Cavalry. We're going to take you live there in just a moment. But right now we're still in Qasr, that port city that's so very strategically important because, of course, the United States and Britain wants to get humanitarian aid into Iraq as soon as possible.
And as I said, for the past few days, Anderson, we thought Qasr was in the lockdown, that we had taken control, that the United States had taken control of Qasr, and by these pictures we see they have not.
Well, it's not so much a question of not being in control of the territory. It's more, as the military spokesmen have been pointing out, the pockets of resistance, as they call it. Christian Amanpour and Jason Bellini, who have been on the scene in Qasr, saying that while large parts of the city are secure and in coalition hands, there are these pockets of resistance, whether they are individuals.
Oh, we can see something just happened by the picture shaking.
Simon, let me just tell you what I think is happening now. Those 20 or so figures that had been spotted on the horizon are now moving towards the convoy we were talking about before, and they've just told the convoy that they should dismount and take up defensive positions. Mike Donnelly, my cameraman, has just asked one of the US Marines if they can point out exactly where all this is happening. They're just having a quick look down our lens now just to make sure we're pointing in the right direction. So you are seeing pretty much a Marine's eye view of this situation as I speak to you. Difficult to see with the naked eye exactly what's going on, but a great flurry of activity, obviously concerned that these people may be moving on to this position. Of course, the alternative is that these people are moving towards the convoy because they want to surrender to them. But until we know one way or the other, the Marines here very keyed up, need to make sure that they are safe. And as I say, I'm not looking down the lens now. We have a US Marine who is actually looking down our camera lens and showing you the pictures of what is concerning them. So you are getting it straight from the horse's mouth, if you like. They are pointing the camera at what is exercising them. I don't know what you can see, Simon, but to me, very little has changed. But they're obviously concerned about these people who are moving along.
The picture you're seeing on the other side of your screen is from southern Iraq, from Walter Rogers. We understand shortly he'll have an interview with the tank commander to tell you exactly what happened in that incident with the 7th Cavalry. But again, let's listen into what's happening in southeastern. Walter, are you there now?
Yes, I'm here, Carol. What you're looking at now is the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry's commander, Lieutenant Terry Farrell. He's meeting with his officers, that is, the men who control or who command the tank and Bradley platoons. They are assessing the combat situation ahead of us at this point. Again, we're on the outskirts of the city in south-central Iraq. The cavalry tried to move forward a short while ago. At some point, they encountered some resistance. There was artillery fire called in, and you've been watching all morning the big plumes of black smoke. I think you can see it there now over the top of that main battle tank. That is what has slowed down the cavalry. Again, there has been resistance. We've seen at least 3 Iraqi prisoners taken. At least 1 Iraqi soldier was wounded, and he has been treated by the U.S. Army medics. By way of a footnote, short vignette, the Iraqis who were taken prisoner were driving a pink Japanese pickup truck with a light machine gun mounted on the back. On the windscreen was a bumper sticker that said New York PD. This is what the Iraqi Army was driving around in. We'll get back to you when Colonel Farrell is free. Carol?
Walter, tell us more about this pink pickup truck. That must have been a bizarre sight for the troops.
It was indeed. It was a pink pickup truck, your normal Japanese issue, but the Iraqi soldiers had mounted a 7.62 millimeter light machine gun atop that. Palestinians have been doing that for years when they were in Beirut. And on the right corner of the right windscreen, that is the windshield, there was a bumper sticker pasted up there.
Walter, I'm sorry. Walter, I'm sorry, we're going to have to interrupt. You're seeing Walter Rogers' pictures on the right-hand side of the screen. On the left-hand side of the screen, we're going to go back to those pictures. Qasr, we are being told the tanks are taking up defensive positions. This has been a situation which has been going on for over an hour at this point, perhaps as many as 2 hours or so before we joined it. You see a tank there in the middle of your screen taking up what we believe to be defensive positions. These images are being taken around where the camera is, which is taking these images. If you're just joining us, there are a number of U.S. Marines under British command deployed. They are literally laying on the ground weapons at the ready, looking through telescopes, looking through all their binoculars, trying to get a sense of how big the enemy position is, how many enemy forces there are.
Yeah, I wish the camera would pan over so folks could see the building in there for those viewers just joining us. And the interesting thing about this is that Republican Guard commander who surrendered at Qasr, because we had thought previously that Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard wouldn't be in this part of Iraq defending it.
And according to a British reporter, Republican Guard commander who surrendered at Qasr has said that there are about more than 100 or so Republican Guard hold up. Whether or not that is at this location, we are not exactly clear at this point, but again, you're seeing tanks taking up defensive positions, and what you're really seeing overall is a very methodical, very carefully orchestrated attempt by the Marines in this instance to secure this area. And this is what is happening in Qasr, has been happening over the last 24, 48 hours or so. These small-scale operations, mopping up, as they often say, trying to root out and deal with, whether it's by apprehending or, frankly, killing the pockets of resistance, which have been using small arms fire. Again, on the left-hand side of the screen, you are seeing Walter Rogers images, the troops assembling, talking, 7th Cavalry in south-central, somewhere around south-central Iraq. The right-hand side, you are seeing Qasr.
And General Clark said something very interesting. You know, when people ask, why isn't the U.S. military moving faster? Why can't it approach Baghdad even faster? And these kinds of firefights are the reason why. They take so long to put under control because you just don't know what is happening. I mean, literally, there could be, what, 100 Iraqi soldiers in this building that we can't see right now, but it's a large concrete building. They don't know what's inside.
General Clark also making a very important point, and a point he stressed to me right as he was leaving, is that if the Iraqis believe that by doing these sorts of sniping incidences they can stop the larger advance of U.S. forces, they are simply mistaken. This is a small unit, a small detachment of Marines which is dealing with this small encounter. The larger unit, the larger forces have basically just bypassed this area and continue to move onward. So if obviously the strategy, anytime you have a small unit operating, doing some sniping kind of operations, their objective is to slow down, is to harass, is to delay. General Clark making the point that if that is what they think they are doing, they are mistaken.
Of course, we don't really know if they have a strategy because at this point we're still not clear if Saddam Hussein is in command of his troops. Perhaps that Republican Guard was just happened to be in the building and saw the military troops approaching. We just don't know as of yet.
Okay. There has been a lot also happening elsewhere throughout the region at this point. We're going to go to Tom and Tier, who are joining us on the phone. We're going to stay with these pictures in Qasr, and you may see the Walt Rogers pictures pop up again on the left-hand side of your screen. Or we may, actually, I think we have a picture of Tom and Tier. We're going to see him come up very soon on the left-hand side of our screen. Tom, what's the latest you can tell us about this apparent incident of friendly fire?
Well, what we can tell you is that the British have confirmed that they believe a Patriot missile took out one of their warplanes in the skies over Kuwait. Several hours ago, the British confirmed reports that one of their warplanes was indeed missing, and now within the last few minutes, the British spokesman has told me and confirmed to CNN that they believe a Patriot anti-missile missile was responsible for downing one of their aircrafts in the skies over Kuwait. So if indeed this proves to be true, this was probably one of the most horrific friendly fire incidents that we've seen, not in this campaign, but in the last Gulf War as well. Reports early on from the British, they had a plane missing, and now they are confirming that they believe this British military aircraft was taken out by an American Patriot missile battery located inside Kuwait. Again, a Patriot missile apparently downing a British warplane somewhere over Kuwait. Anderson?
Tom, we want to follow more about this with you, but we're going to have to wrap it up with you because we have, with Walt Rogers, a tank commander who is available. Tom, we're going to hopefully come back to you because we want to talk more about this. So let's go to Walter Rogers now in south central Iraq. Walter?
Hello, Anderson. Anderson, what your pictures are showing you now is Lieutenant Colonel Terry Farrell, Commander 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. He has been briefing his men for the past 20 minutes or so on the order of battle as it has unfolded. We're expecting him any moment. We thought he was finished just then. He still is getting questions from his tank commanders, so I'm going to go back to you, Anderson, and I'll come to you quickly again when Colonel Farrell walks our way.
All right, well, let's just stay with you, Walter, for now. We were talking to Tom and Tier about this incident of friendly fire, but if we could, we'll just try to stay with you as long as you're available. What is the situation exactly now?
The 7th Cavalry was moving up the road, approached the outskirts of a city, an Iraqi city in south-central Iraq. They began to take some small arms fire. We're not sure how substantial the fire was because the Bradley armored fighting vehicles were far in advance of us, as well as a few tanks. The commander decided to stop the column, put it on the side of the road. They called in artillery. The artillery pounded the Iraqi positions, and what you can see off to the right is the smoke which has been rising from the targets of the U.S. artillery. That's been burning like that. It was burning much more furiously 45 minutes or so ago. The Iraqis were pretty well pounded down, but again, 7th Cav has not gotten its orders to go forward yet. At least 3 Iraqi prisoners were taken. They were put in squatting, sitting positions beside the road. They were being interrogated by interpreters, Army interpreters. They all seemed quite jovial. It was a rather friendly conversation. The Iraqi POWs were given bottles of water. They were wearing black uniforms. That doesn't tell us anything about their unit, but perhaps someone out there recognizes the unit. And what happened was another Iraqi soldier, again in that group, was wounded. The U.S. Army medics took him to one of their trucks, one of their armored vehicles. The Iraqi soldier was being treated. I cannot tell you his condition. He was too far away, 50 meters away, and we couldn't go off after him. But one vignette, the Iraqis who were taken prisoner were driving a pink pickup truck with a light machine gun mounted on the back of that when they were put out of business. They must not have put up much resistance, otherwise they would have been taken out very, very quickly. Right. You can see Colonel Farrell, the 7th Cav's officer, sipping his coffee over there. Anderson?
All right, Walter, we're going to come back to you when you have the colonel, and let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Qasr, Carol, with General Clark.
General Clark has joined us, and thank you so much, because I know it's been a long night for you, but extraordinary developments are happening overnight. Tonight, on Sunday, into Monday. No, it's still Sunday. It's Saturday into Sunday. I get mixed up on my days. What are we seeing in Qasr right now?
Well, they're basically trying to clear the area. In other words, when you take a position like this, it's very complicated. It's a very big area. Nobody is, unless the unit that you're defeated has total control, it doesn't even know where all its own people are. So somebody could surrender, but you still have holdouts. And in this case, you may have different units. There were some Republican Guard guys in Qasr who were put in there by Saddam Hussein's top commanders to stiffen the resistance. Apparently, they did not surrender. So they were shooting at the road when people were moving by. These Marines were on a routine clearing mission, trying to really give up the area and move on north when they came under fire this morning.
And what do you make of the commander turning himself in of the Republican Guard?
Well, I think he recognizes he's in a hopeless situation, unless it's a trap.
Yeah, we're going to go back to Walt Rogers now, because we understand he does have the commander of that tank unit. Walter, are you there?
But, yeah, it's working great. I think you'll see this.
Yes, Carol, I'm standing here with Lieutenant Colonel Terry Farrell. He's the overall commander of the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. Colonel Farrell, can you give us an idea of what the action has been this morning? How has the combat unfolded, please?
For approximately the last 24 hours in and around this objective area, we've been dealing with substantial light infantry force armed with RPGs, mortars, and air defense weapon systems. They've been very protective of the locks, the roadways that run around the city, as we've gone through and fought our way through to secure those to facilitate our movement into zone.
Obviously, they're still out there. I think those are 155s we're hearing in the rear, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They're still there. It's still an effective force out there that we're fighting through. There's been a lot of success on the part of the squadron throughout the night to allow freedom to maneuver on these locks. And now we're preparing for another operation that will force us to push through this area and we're just prepping that. That's what you hear now.
What was the unit size that you faced over there? Do you think it was battalion strength, and were you surprised by the resistance the Iraqis put up?
No, I was not surprised by the resistance at all. I mean, they're fighting, and we expect them to fight. It was about a battalion sizes, approximately 300 dismounts or more, with RPGs and mortar systems. We've encountered one or two light armor systems, but predominantly ADA system that's had an impact on the air coverage that I usually work.
How significant has their resistance been in slowing your forward progress?
It has not slowed my forward progress. Actually, I'm ahead of schedule of where I thought I would be today. By moving later this afternoon, I will be 24 hours ahead of what I thought I would be doing, working well through this, because it is a light force on a very heavy armored force that we've had no impact from their fight. We just had to search them out and destroy that force.
Is the size or the concern about American casualties in any way affecting your battle plan as it unfolds? That is to say, the tanks are not moving as fast forward as they might?
Well, no, negative. We're moving at the pace we need to move. The key here, it's a light force. I'm an armored force. I have to find them, then I have to go to them. They've done a very good job, or as working in and around this environment, of using ambush positions or built-in positions that allow them to maintain cover and concealment. The tanks and Bradleys are actually moving a lot closer than I would normally see, just so that we can find them.
That black column of smoke up there, what was the target when the artillery popped that one?
We destroyed 2 air defense systems at that location earlier in the wee hours of this morning. And when we went in to check BDA, we actually discovered there was an ammunition dump, a very sizable ammunition dump at that location. So we destroyed that as well.
And will we be moving forward again in the near future?
We will be moving forward here in the very near future.
Lieutenant Colonel Terry Farrell, commander of 3rd Squadron, 7th U.S. Cavalry. Thanks very much for talking with us.
Thank you,
back to the Hummer.
Walter, if you could hold on to the Colonel, General Clark is here and wanted to ask a question. That's okay.
He's gone.
Well, maybe Walter Rogers can answer your question, General.
Well, Walter, let me ask you this. I think that...
Hello, General Clark.
Hello. It's good to talk to you. You've been doing a great job out there, and we've been very appreciative of what you're doing with the 3-7
Thank you, sir. Nice to be...
Let me ask you this.
Thank you, sir. It's nice talking to you.
We're watching. We heard Colonel Farrell now brief what he found up there. About 300 infantrymen dug in using the terrain. What kind of... How are they doing it? How is it that they're concealing themselves so well in that terrain? Can you tell us anything about it? And did they have effective command and control, or were they just abandoned there?
My assumption was they had some effective command and control, because remember, the 7th Cavalry has known that battalion-sized unit has been out there for nearly 24 hours now. At first, the 7th Cav was not sure of the size of the Iraqi forces out there, but it later became determined, I knew and reported as of about 12 or so hours ago, that it was approaching battalion size. At one point, we heard that the artillery and the Kiowa helicopters, which you see flying in the distance, took out about 180 of the Iraqi soldiers, killed them. But that's fairly stiff resistance out there. There have been reports, we can't confirm, but in other aspects of this theater, that the Iraqis had moved Republican Guard forces in to back up and put some spine into these Iraqi units which are out in front of the 7th Cavalry. General?
Do we know what unit, Iraqi unit this was, Walter?
At this point, we don't know, but as you heard the general say, and I won't go further than what he did about our location, but there are canals ahead of us, and what the Iraqi unit has done has tried to use these natural obstacles as a wall to try to stop the advance of the 7th Cavalry. Again, they've only taken a prudent pause. Yes, Carol?
Walter, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. The Iraqi Information Minister, Saeed, right? Saeed Sahaf is speaking now, and he's talking about Qasr, where there is a firefight ongoing. Let's listen to what he has to say about this.
This is the 4th day of this military aggression that is being perpetrated by the superpower accompanied by Britain. This is the 4th day, however, and they've been lying to the whole world, but the media has been able to refute their claims. They claimed that Qasr was under their control, and they changed their story, and they said, no, we only control the harbor, and today clearly the pictures show that they're not in control of the harbor. I would like to tell you that the fighters, the resistance, our heroes in Qasr are teaching them a lesson. Those American and British mercenaries, they will face their ultimate death, and fighting is underway and very intense, and in Qasr, which is not far from the desecrated Arab land where the British and American invaders are in Kuwait. There is only a fence between Qasr and the other side. The Iraqi fighters for the first day slapping those gangsters across the face, and when they flee they will take their backsides. Therefore the battle is continuing, and those cowards, mercenaries, can stare death in the face, and they can see how the Iraqis are resisting and defending their land in a small part of their country, in a small corner of their country.
In English, I will brief you on few points, and at the same time I represent to you our military spokesman, General Hazim Al-Rawi. We will add his efforts and all the information he has to our daily briefing to you.
We're going to jump away from that right now. We just got word from the British reporter on the scene in Qasr that the armor is being pulled back, and that may, well, let's ask General Clark, what might that mean, that they're pulling back now? Could it mean an airstrike?
Could mean an airstrike, could mean heavy artillery in there. We're not quite sure what the armor saw when it went in there. To be honest with you, it made me a little uneasy because I never like to see tanks get into close quarters like that, where they can't traverse the gun tube and they don't have the ability to maneuver. And the tanks, part of the tank's protection, especially the M1A1 tank's protection, is its speed. When it's in the open, it moves.
Well then, I mean, that I assume is what is so difficult in a situation like this. If the tanks are sort of limited by the space, you also don't want to send in troops. I mean, you don't want to send in ground forces because that risks human lives.
The ground forces don't have the protection.
Right.
So in this case, the commander did the right thing. He put the tanks in there enough to be able to see what was going on. He recognizes, for whatever reason, that he's not going to be able to reduce this position with machine gun fire.
So,
and it looks like he's going to call something else.
So when airstrikes begin, of course, their target will be that building where these 100 or so Iraqi soldiers are holed up.
Well, that's a question. It might be the building, but it might be, there might be some dug-in position behind that we can't see. And this is what makes ground warfare so difficult, and it's really why this is such an amazing episode we're watching. The men from this position they really have no idea what's around those trees. No more than what we can see. They don't know any more really than we do about it.
I wish we could drop the banner for just a second so folks could see that those are Marines armed, lying on their stomachs, pointing their guns towards those trees back in the distance.
And they haven't moved for about 3 hours from that position.
The information minister, which is always an interesting title, I think, in his case, basically says that this is a sign of the resistance that they are putting up and that they are able to halt U.S. military operations. Is that true?
Well, he's partially right. It is a sign of resistance. But what has to be acknowledged is that this is a very, very small element of the U.S. force. And the rest of the U.S. force is still moving and moving north toward Baghdad. He's not delaying anything here by the resistance. This is going to be over with. The people that fought are either going to have surrendered or died very shortly here. And this is the routine task that you do after you seize an objective. You have to secure it. You have to clear it of the enemy.
And this is an example of what we're going to be seeing for the duration of this war, don't you think?
I think this is a foretaste of what we're going to see in the built-up areas on the outskirts of Baghdad. In other words, the terrain is complex. This is not open desert. You can't look from a distance and assume that you know what's out there. Behind every rise in the ground, there could be a bunker system. Within a grove of trees, you could have an enemy anti-tank gun or tank. And when you get resistance, you have to focus on that resistance and either eliminate it or effectively seal it off. But
for viewers just joining us, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that building, we've been talking a lot about it since we've come on the air, and if you're just joining us, inside that building, General Clark, from your perspective, because you've been here longer than we have, what's going on inside that building?
Well, apparently the Marines came here in the very early morning of Sunday morning Iraqi time, and they got fire, they thought, from that building. They hit the dirt, they returned fire. It took a while to get in contact with the tank platoon. They brought the tank platoon up from our right flank as we see it. The tanks came into the area. The tanks received fire, a little bit of machine gun fire. They returned fire. They discovered that there were Iraqi soldiers in a trench line and bunker system off to the right. The camera's sweeping away from it, but off to the right. And they returned fire on that. And then they moved in front of the house. They got a little bit of return fire out of the house. They blew part of the roof of the house off. Part of the left side of the house has a little 3-story tower on it. They shot the tower with cannon. And then they moved into what looks like the courtyard or the environs right around the house. All 4 tanks went in there. They met a Republican Guards commander who reported that he was going to surrender. They then backed out. And now we understand, we don't know whether it was a surrender of one person, surrender of a unit. Apparently it wasn't a surrender of a unit. And so this is the sort of fog of war and the friction of war down at the bottom.
So now those tanks have been pulled back, and we don't know exactly what's happening next, but we can guess.
Presumably, they're going to need more firepower to deal with that force in there. Presumably did not surrender. We did not see a bunch of guys sit down or come marching out.
And if an airstrike is called in, what is the process for that? How long does it take? How does it work?
Well, the unit will go through its chain of command 1 or 2 levels up. There'll be a liaison officer there who is on an Air Force or a Marine air net who will actually talk the aircraft in. Then they'll either use the grid coordinates of this building with the reference of what it is around the building they're attacking, or perhaps they'll have a laser designator and actually put a laser spot where they want the bomb to be dropped. It'll be done with a visual identification of the target.
One moment, we're going to go back to Walter Rogers, who is somewhere in south central Iraq with the 7th Cavalry. You have an update for us, Walter. What is it?
Yes, Carol, I was talking with an officer in the 7th Cavalry here about the kind of resistance they're meeting on the road ahead of us. What you can see is that big plume of smoke rising. That was an Iraqi ammunition dump. The problem with the advancement at this point is that when the Kiowa helicopters, the reconnaissance helicopters, go forward, they're taking an enormous amount of small arms fire in the direction of that smoke cloud. We do not know how many Iraqi soldiers are still up there, but one soldier described the situation that when the Kiowa helicopter flew over, it was akin to, in his words, Black Hawk Down. Now, none of the U.S. Kiowa helicopters have been shot down, but anyone who saw that movie can attest to how much fire these helicopters are coming under when they move forward. General Clark was earlier asking 2 questions, one of which we have the answer to. That is the nature of the cover which the Iraqis have taken. It's a small grove of trees with mixed buildings. It's very difficult to see the Iraqis in that position, but their position is small, low trees and much mud building. Now, the unit, we've tried to find out.
Okay, Walter, we're going to break away now and go back to Qasr.
We're told an airstrike may be coming. That may be why we're seeing some movement of this cameraman in front of the lens. Again, this is a situation we've been watching now for several hours. What should we be looking for, General Clark?
Well, the first thing you're going to see is the bomb hit, unless the cameraman rotates up and you can see an aircraft. But this aircraft could drop from 20,000 feet. You might not even see the aircraft that drops that bomb. It depends on the type of aircraft.
They're apparently warning everyone in the scene. That's why you saw the cameraman get up to get behind a wall, assuming that's for protection from any fallout.
Yeah, well, this is a 2,000. If it's a 2,000-pound bomb, it's got quite a large danger zone around it.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. I mean, will a protective wall really protect them?
It will, but you'll still feel, probably from this distance, and I can't exactly say the distance, maybe 1,000 meters, maybe 1,200 meters, maybe 1,600 meters out to that house. It's really hard to say through the camera, but you'll
switch it back to your military measurements in meters.
We always use meters, and you should feel a shock when it comes in if it drops on that house with a 2,000-pound bomb.
You know, it's kind of hypnotic watching these pictures. I mean, as we've discussed, this is unprecedented. Just seeing this kind of thing, especially for the American public. What does the camera not capture? I mean, for the Marine who's lying on the ground watching this through a scope, who's been laying there for 2+ hours in the heat and in the fog of war, what are we missing?
Well, you're getting a good wide-angle view here, but you don't have the optics to be able to really see what, let's say, a tank sight would see looking at that. And the key in a battle like this is you need a lot of eyes on the target. And you have to look very, very closely at the target. You have to study it. And you may not at first see what's there. And it takes a lot of different people looking from a lot of different angles. The other way to do it, of course, is you can just start walking toward the target. And at some point, people get hit if they're still there. And we don't do that anymore. So we try to really distribute binoculars down. We try to use optics. We could have brought something like it if we'd had here, in this case, the OH-58 Delta that the 37 Cav has. We could have brought an OH-58 Delta in, and it's got great optics. It could hover, it could move from angle to angle, and really tell us what's out there.
So whatever information is gathered in those ways goes back to the Marines who were lying there on their stomachs on the ground, somehow.
Well, we hope it does. But we're not sure exactly what the information is that's been exchanged between the tank platoon and the Marines. That's on the ground. That's always an issue because everybody's very busy. These radio nets are full of discussion all the time. And it's push to talk, and so it's not like a telephone. One person talks, everybody else listens. And people are fighting to get onto these nets normally and explain what they need, what they see, where they are, and so forth. This is very stressful.
And a lack of clear communication. We can hear planes now.
Unless the pilot is taking ground fire, and I can't tell whether that's crackling in the camera or ground fire coming up. Unless he's taking ground fire, there's nothing to keep him from going around and around that target till he really sees where he should put the ordnance in. So he may make a couple or 3 passes to make sure he's really understanding the situation.
And he probably knows there's nothing to fire at him from the ground because the Marines on the ground have communicated that to him, obviously.
Well, the Marines don't know that.
Gotcha.
In other words, there could be surface-to-air missile in here, handheld. Could be a 14.5 millimeter anti-aircraft gun in there that hasn't been exposed. You're always operating here with relatively limited knowledge in ground combat.
Yeah, not that because I am not a military expert, but just flying around if they're above the target would be frightening, at least.
You have to fight and take risks to get information in ground combat. The information is not given, it's pulled out.
What kind of plane would likely be involved in I mean, if it is an air run, what kind of plane are we likely to see?
Well, if it's a British airplane, it could be an AV-8B, it could be a Marine AV-8B, which is a Harrier jet, could be an F-18, It could be anything really that's available. The air battle captains will scramble the aircraft, divert here. They've got this is a troops in contact kind of a air support mission, so they should take priority.
Are there flights, I'm just going around in the airspace at all times, that can be called upon to go into to target one particular scene?
At this point in the battle, there probably are. It's called push close air support, push CAS we call it. And you launch aircraft without giving the pilot a specific target. He goes up into an orbit, he tanks as necessary to maintain the orbit, and then when he's called in, he's given the target, he's talked into the target.
So it's not a question of a jet being scrambled from an aircraft carrier or base somewhere?
Probably not at this point.
For this kind of target, would there just be one?
Probably would be a flight of two, with one doing the dropping and one doing the spotting.
And on board each of those planes, one pilot? Two pilots?
Depends on the type of aircraft.
Gotcha.
And without knowing how many forces there are, I suppose they pick the ordnance depending on what they think is appropriate.
Well, I mean, first of all, we don't use napalm. That's gone. So you've got really a choice here between cluster bomb and big bomb. And we wouldn't want to use a cluster bomb if we thought the Marines needed to go through there. And if the troops are dug in on that objective, you wouldn't use a cluster bomb. So you're going for a big bomb here.
Yeah, our producer tells us the planes are getting closer. It's hard for us to determine that by just hearing the audio.
Well, guess is the planes are probably orbiting up there. They're talking to the people on the ground, and they're being passed information. And they're going to verify the information with their own eyes.
And certainly who's ever in those buildings or behind those trees can see the aircraft, hear the aircraft, and
And this is the sort of thing commanders, I mean, used to only see in military centers. I mean, back when you were active duty, I mean, you used to kind of observe these sorts of things in war colleges. And
you train this. This is training at 29 Palms or the National Training Center at Port Irwin. You practice getting into a situation. You have a force out there. You call in the close air support, and they drop for you. But a higher level commander, until now, wouldn't see it unless he happened to be there. I mean, one of the keys in military leadership is to go to the critical point in the battle. So if this particular enemy was holding up the division's resistance, the division commander might be here watching it. But of course, that's not the case here. This is a routine sort of clearing the zone. We're going to reduce this enemy force. It's either going to surrender or be destroyed. We're going to do it without losing any of our own forces.
I can't imagine how tense things must be out there. I'm feeling tense, and I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia. But just waiting for something to happen and hearing the planes up there.
War is either boring or tense and dangerous. When it's boring, people are out there wishing something, they could sort of make something happen. And then in the case when they're really tense, they wish they weren't there. This is okay here. The problem here is to keep the attention level. Troops are tired. These Marines have worked hard, and they've had interrupted sleep, and so they're in a position where they've got to be at utmost attentiveness, focused on this position continuously.
Is there any sense, I mean, we may not know simply, but how many forces are involved in this? I mean, we've seen, you know, a dozen or so Marines probably in the immediate vicinity of the camera. Any sense of how large an operation this is?
Well, we don't know the size of the Marine force. It's at least a platoon. It may be a company.
So explain a platoon, how many?
Maybe, for the Marines, maybe 35 troops, 40 troops. And that's what I've seen, but this could be part of a larger force here. And the whole force could be focused on this for all we know.
Now, earlier we had seen a patrol coming down the road. It was to the right of where the camera is now. Then they seemed to break away and sort of move off. That, I guess, a sign that operations in this area haven't come to a complete halt, that things continue to move on.
Of course, they just bypassed where the fighting was, but it's a good sign for the Marines because it shows they have positive command and control of the activity that's in that area.
It also shows a level of communication,
Exactly.
which is obviously a good thing.
That's exactly right.
It's fascinating to watch. I mean, there's so much had been made in the last war about the sort of the antiseptic nature of the pictures we saw. It seemed so far away. It seemed this is a completely different thing, and it will be interesting to see in the coming days and weeks what sort of an impact that has, both on the military planning and the
well, this is why we argued so strongly to have embedded media. In 1991, the greatest tank battle in history was never covered by the press because the United States Army didn't permit anyone to come forward. So there were a number of us who felt that this was absolutely essential in promoting public understanding. This is not antiseptic war. This is not clean. This is high technology war, but it's very much hands-on, high risk, and
it's interesting that you say that because, you know, you hear a lot of criticism of the media for having embedded reporters and possibly putting the troops in danger by giving away too much information. But the military knows all of that, understands that, and has ways around it and wants them there.
Well, it's very important for the military, I believe, to have this kind of information coming out because the way it works is that the technology works from the top down. The first guy to get served is the commander, the general, and he only has to be in the right valley. He doesn't have to know precisely where. The general's not calling for artillery on this point. And what you have in the Marines and the Army is you have so many lower level units that to equip them all with the technology is difficult, expensive, it's hard to maintain, it's very bad environmental conditions, it's hot, it's dirty, it's dusty. The stuff gets thrown around in their tracked vehicles, and so we started, when we really started with technology 20 or 30 years ago, the guys down here never had it. So but this is where it has to be. These people really need the access to an unmanned aerial vehicle. If you had a small unmanned aerial vehicle and you could fly it over the battlefield and take a picture, you'd see what was there. You wouldn't have had to drive the tanks into the grove of trees and risk the tanks in there.
Going back to the Iraqi troops that are holed up inside that building or perhaps around it, we have heard that we don't know the condition of Saddam Hussein, and maybe his military is in disarray. What does this tell you about that aspect of this war? Is it, I mean, is this an organized thing?
Well, first of all, you always have to respect your enemy. Human beings are human beings, and some are more courageous than others. And even in an army where it has deteriorating command and control and inferior equipment, you'll find brave people. And they will oppose you if they determine to do that, even knowing that ultimately there's not much chance for their success and that this won't make any difference to the outcome of the war.
So this may not be part of some grand military plan.
Oh, it is. It is on the part of Saddam Hussein. He would like to stall us here. He'd like to use the vastness of Iraq to soak up the American forces, force the American forces to expend manpower.
I hear yelling
use up
now.
their supplies. They hear it coming in.
We heard one loud boom, but I mean, I couldn't identify what that was. And then
No, well, it didn't strike that target.
Yeah.
think what's happened with the camera, and I'm just guessing here, since we saw one cameraman moving in front of the lens, is that he has probably laid the camera in just a stationary position while they were told to seek cover behind some sort of wall. So you may be wondering at home why, when that explosion occurred, the camera didn't move or pan over. It's probably an unmanned camera at this point. This is a pool camera, and these pictures are literally being seen around the world live on stations across not only the United States but across the world, Arab stations, European as well. This is a British reporter on the scene, and again, right now we believe his camera person, as well as the Marines who they are with, have pulled back and are sitting behind some sort of protective wall as an airstrike was called in. We heard one explosion. We don't know exactly in what location it was, how close it was. It sounded relatively close.
It sounded close, but presumably he left the target pointing at the camera pointing at the target.
Or the wrong target, perhaps.
The wrong target, yeah.
Or, you know, they could have called in the air on several different targets, and we may be only seeing one of them.
You know, we've heard so much about this sort of sporadic contact in the last 2 days or so around Qasr, small groups, small pockets of resistance as it's been categorized. I mean, I'm sort of wondering, and perhaps you can answer it, what is in the mind of an Iraqi soldier willing to stay behind? I mean, if with all that has been put out, all the leaflets that have been dropped, all the sort of sense that the Iraqi regime's days are numbered. Let's watch.
That was clearly some kind of ordnance, and the aircraft made a pass. We're just not seeing the results. We don't know what the Iraqi soldier's thinking, but probably he doesn't see the big picture. He's probably been told, this is the mission, you're going to stand here, you're going to fight, and you're going to die for Iraq. It's important.
And he probably feels he has no choice.
He probably feels he has no choice. He feels his family expects him to do it. His family has no choice.
Is it known the level of communication that they may have with Baghdad still? I mean, is that, do we know that at all?
Someone knows that. And the implication or the statement from the Secretary of Defense has been it's deteriorating. But
of course,
that doesn't necessarily apply to this particular unit.
And we're seeing on our screen now that the Republican Guard commander has surrendered, and, you know, hopefully the U.S. military will be able to get some information out of him.
Hopefully he will talk and will explain this, and maybe he'll convince someone else to surrender. And that's the way you'd like to roll up the position. You'd like to do it by having the enemy surrender rather than by having to dig them out in each location. Because when you go into an area like this, you really have no idea what the strength of the enemy force is anyway, until they begin to surrender.
As we continue to watch this scene in Qasr, we're going to be joined by Christian Amanpour, who is live somewhere in southern Iraq near some oil wells, which I believe in the rear of her we can see seem to be alight. Christian, what is the latest where you are?
Anderson, just a word about the Qasr situation. We had been briefed all morning that the things there weren't completely secure, and as you can see now, they're taking care of it. We'd also been briefed yesterday that some of those holding out, as well as some of those who had surrendered, had been sent down from Baghdad. Those who surrendered had told the U.S. Marines that they didn't want to fight anymore, but clearly those who are still holding out are perhaps part of those same units. As for where we are, we're in the Rumaila oil fields, which are the big, strategically important, economically important oil fields for Iraq. And the objective here was to take these oil fields and all the gas and oil pumping stations here intact. And that is what they've done. Essentially, we've been told and we've been shown the gas oil separation pumps, which are the very important facilities which eventually pump the oil down to where it needs to be exported. But the thing is, what the important thing here, they tell us, is that they have secured those. They have found no attempts, they say, yet of any Iraqi booby trapping or sabotage. Of course, as you know, before this campaign started, people were being briefed very heavily that U.S. and U.K. intelligence had showed them that the Iraqis were planning to blow up their oil fields. Well, the British Royal Engineers who've gone in here, they started 8 hours, or rather 3 hours, after the actual ground offensive started. They say they have found absolutely nothing yet to show that there was any attempt to booby trap or sabotage, and certainly nothing that shows any orders were executed to do that. There have been several oil wells set on fire, but that, relatively speaking, is a minor situation. You may be able to see some smoke in the background. That's one of those oil wells, but the important gas oil separation pumps have not been sabotaged in this area. Anderson?
Christian, we are seeing not only your picture, but also very close-up pictures of oil wells that have been set on fire. Quite dramatic pictures from Kuwaiti TV. How are those fires going to be put out? Are the troops you're with capable of that, or are they going to have to call in experts?
Well, there's several methods. Again, just to put this in perspective, there's something like 500 oil wells in this area, and according to Tommy Franks yesterday, 9 had been set on fire, and according to the engineers here, even that number, they say, is being rolled back to 7. So 7 out of 500 is not a huge amount. So what they've done to try to put them out, in some instances, they've turned off the valves in the gas and oil separation pumps. In other instances, they have petered out themselves. But yes, they are waiting for private contractors who are already in Kuwait, waiting to come up here, not just to see about those oil wells, but also to get the oil pumping separation, oil and gas separation pumps working again, because they have not been working for a while. When the UK forces came here, they found no Iraqi engineers or anything at these places, and so essentially it's shut down for the moment. So they're trying to get that up and running as soon as possible. And just one more issue about this, it was U.S. Marines who came up and did any combat that needed to take place here to secure these fields, and shortly afterwards, a couple of hours afterwards, in a joint operation, the British engineers and explosive disposal experts came up here and did the turning off of the valves, the securing of these oil facilities. Anderson?
Christian, from a strategic standpoint, does it make any sense to have these oil wells lit on fire by Iraqi forces, or is it simply a harassment, simply a delaying tactic on their part?
Well, it was what we're being told here. The assessment was that if that has happened in terms of those very few wells, it was perhaps either an individual firing around into one of those wells and setting that on fire at the mouth of that well, or an attempt to try to obscure the vision of the invading forces. But that has been a futile attempt. We've also seen oil-filled trenches around some of these installations, and some of those we can see that the oil has been burnt off. Some of those weren't even set ablaze by the Iraqis. It was an attempt to obscure the vision. That's what we're being told by the military experts here, but it didn't have much effect on the troops who came in.
Christian, will those troops stay in that area to secure those oil fields, or do they move on?
No, they will stay, certainly for the moment. It's now under the British command, this oil field area, as the American forces have moved up and towards their main objective, which is Baghdad. But they will stay, and they will obviously be securing the area and waiting also for those private contractors to come in and get those gas oil separation plants up and running.
And when the Marines moved in, do you have any sense of the level of resistance that they encountered?
Yes, we were told by the British that there was a certain amount of resistance about a kilometer away from where we're standing now, which is apparently was the main pumping station. That's where there was some resistance. There were some casualties taken as well. That apparently has already been released, but there were a few casualties, some injuries, and perhaps one U.S. fatality there, these in the early hours of the land invasion. But again, that was fairly localized, and up until now there's been nothing else to harass them, and they are taking control over this particular part of these important fields. And I may have already said it, but this southern field, the Rumaila oil field, produces somewhere between 50 and 60% of Iraq's oil output.
All right, Christian Amanpour, live in southeastern Iraq. Thanks very much, Christian. I appreciate it.
Yeah, before we go to Walter Rogers in south central Iraq, Qasar, we believe that the aircraft now are retreating, but we don't know that for sure. We know that some bombs have been dropped, but we don't know what they've hit. We're going to keep you posted on the situation there. But right now, we want to go to Walter Rogers with the 7th Cavalry. He has new information for us. Walter.
Hello, Carol. I was told by senior officers in the 7th Cavalry just a few seconds ago that as a U.S. Army Humvee was traveling up the road, you can see behind me, one of the Humvee vehicles was ambushed. It took what we believe is a rocket-propelled grenade. Miraculously, according to the officers, none of the soldiers inside the Humvee was injured. This is, again, quoting senior officers in the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. We are not able to confirm that on our own capability, but this is coming from the top brass in the 7th Cav at this point. Again, a U.S. Army Humvee traveling up the road going northward. It was hit by an RPG, according to the officers in this unit. Miraculously, there was no one injured in that, at least to the best of anyone's knowledge at this point. But of course, that's going to make the soldiers here even more aggressive. They have been taking considerably surprising small arms fire throughout the morning. They've been returning artillery fire and so forth. But every time you can see one of those Kiowa helicopters go forward, we're told that they are taking very heavy small arms fire from the Iraqi unit on the ground just a mile or so up the road. Those Iraqis are firing shoulder-fired missiles, small arms fire. One officer told us it was like Black Hawk Down, except there are no Kiowa helicopters down, and so far we can report no U.S. casualties. Back to you, Carol.
Walter, that Humvee that was fired on by a rocket-propelled grenade, did it destroy the Humvee, and how many soldiers are in the Humvee normally?
Well, I can't tell you that until I see the vehicle in terms of its destruction. I can tell you that a Humvee is a soft-skinned vehicle, and an RPG should be devastating in an attack against a Hummer like that. As I say, it's a fiberglass door. That's what we're riding in. There's no protective covering to speak of. Soldiers inside the vehicle, however, would have on their body armor, and that should protect them from anything but the worst possible hit. How many soldiers were in at the time? Again, we can't tell you that. I just don't know. But again, repeating what we've just learned, a U.S. Army Humvee with the 7th Cavalry up the road, which is behind me, north of here, was moving toward an Iraqi position. It took an RPG, according to senior officers in the 7th Cav. The vehicle obviously would have been badly damaged, but no U.S. soldiers were injured, according to the officers with whom I've spoken. Carol?
And Walter, the 7th Cavalry halfway to Baghdad right now. And is it safe to say that you're being met with ever more resistance?
Well, I think what you're going to see from here on out is the cavalry fighting its way northward, and I mean that quite literally. The Crazy Horse troop of 7th Cav just moved out a short while ago. They're Bradley fighting vehicles. There's never been any illusion, even before the border was crossed from Kuwait, that there would be a fight and that the Iraqis would fight the closer you got to Baghdad. And I think what you're seeing, I'm not sure we're halfway there yet, but I think what you're seeing is the Iraqis in small units so far, although we've had battalion-sized resistance, they are indeed putting up a fight. Carol?
Can you tell us more about that Iraqi vehicle, that pink pickup truck with the NYPD bumper sticker on it that was captured earlier this morning?
That was a real hoot, Carol. It was about a mile down the road behind me. What happened was as the 7th Cav was moving forward, it again encountered resistance, but that truck did not look too badly damaged. What it was your standard Japanese pickup truck with except it was painted pink, but it had a 7.62 millimeter light machine gun mounted on the flatbed area. And as the cavalry was moving forward, it encountered that. It's not clear how much fire was poured down on the truck. The truck still looked in pretty good shape. The 3 or 4 individuals inside surrendered. At least 3 surrendered. We think the other was wounded. As a matter of fact, we know one of the Iraqi soldiers was wounded. But the best thing about that pink pickup truck with a machine gun was right on the windscreen, right side, you had a great big blue and white NYPD bumper sticker, except the Iraqi army or the Iraqi soldiers put that on their windshield. Carol?
You know, there's all sorts of speculation about why they might have done that. This just must have been a bizarre sight for the soldiers there.
I guess it is, but remember, Carol, sometimes these guys fight in, the Arabs in this part of the world will fight in Nike tennis shoes, and there are products. It's a real dichotomy. In the Arab world, there are American products, American symbols like New York PD, which are still hailed as something valuable and something they like to associate with. American commercial products, the very same thing. This while they're shouting Allah Akbar and screaming death to the Americans. It's one of those bizarre contradictions which you get in every war, but this one is more pointed because we're here and we saw it. Carol?
Walter Rogers reporting live from south central Iraq this morning. Anderson?
All right, well, we are going to go to Bill Hemmer, who is in Kuwait City at this hour. It's 4:05 here on the east coast of the United States. It is just after noon in Baghdad, 12:05 in Baghdad or so, as well as in Kuwait City, where we find Bill Hemmer. Bill, what's the latest where you are?
Anderson, hello. Welcome to another day. It is Sunday here, as you mentioned, just a few moments past the hour of noon here in Kuwait City. A member of the 101st Airborne Division killed earlier today by one of his own. I want to show you an image here of a suspect now being detained and held for questioning after what's being described to us as a small arms and grenade attack was launched inside of one command post of the 101st Airborne Division. Now, this group had been camped out about 2,000 strong, we're told, in northern Kuwait when this attack was launched, again by a member of the 101st Airborne Division. The identity of the suspect not revealed, but what we do know, one soldier is dead as a result, 2 others wounded, treated at the scene. They are said to be recovering at this time. But in addition to those 2, 10 others have been medevac to a local Army hospital. They're now being treated. Some of those wounds, we are told, are said to be quite serious. We talked with a member of the 101st Airborne earlier today. This is how he described what he saw at the scene today. All right, apparently we don't have that, but I can tell you a lot of these guys in the middle of the night were asleep at the time, Anderson. They were awoke by the sounds of the grenade explosions and also the small arms fire. There was a Time magazine reporter inside with the 101st at the time. He describes a series of facts that we have not independently verified here at CNN, but he says it took about 45 minutes to locate this suspect. At the time he was found hiding inside of a bunker. Again, all this happening about 2 o'clock in the morning, but as a result, one person now being held for questioning as a result. It's possible, and again, this is not verified either, it's possible there may be another member of the 101st involved.
Bill,
that's something we're
Bill,
trying
I'm
to
sorry,
get
we must
on our own
interrupt.
at this time.
We've got to go back to Qasr. We apologize because now we're seeing the aftermath of those airstrikes that happened just a short time ago.
That's right. Those strikes occurred about 5-10 minutes ago. We were watching it live, didn't actually see the explosions. They happened off camera. We heard at least 2 impacts separated by a couple of minutes. What we're seeing is obviously smoke rising out of an area that we have been watching a lot over the last several hours. In case you are just joining us at this hour, for the last 2.5 hours or so, at least a platoon-sized group of Marines, perhaps larger, has been watching. They apparently took some sort of incoming fire they believed from the direction of these buildings. They did not go in on foot. Tanks came in, shot up at one area off to the side, to the right of the screen that you're seeing now, sort of a burn area. We saw machine gun fire, I believe 1 round of RPG fire into that area. Then the airstrikes were called in. Right before the airstrikes were called in, the camera crew, the Marines, even the tanks pulled back so that they would not be affected by any munitions that were dropped. And the live picture, smoke rising from the impact zone for at least 2 of those munitions.
And we can't tell exactly what it hit, but we believe there was a building back there or a line of trees. And we believe about 100 Iraqi forces, 100 soldiers, Saddam Hussein's army. Republican Guard, we believe, because earlier a Republican Guard commander surrendered, but the rest of his troops did not. They stayed behind, would not come out of a building or a group of trees. So that's when the airstrikes were called in. And as Anderson said, the tanks were pulled back in preparation for that. A short while ago, we heard the roar of the planes overhead. And then we heard the explosions, at least 2 of them.
Yeah, we did hear 2. It's simply impossible to know how many or how few troops were in this area. We have the statement, the British reporter on the scene was told the Republican Guard commander who surrendered had said some 100 or 120 or so troops were there. That is simply no way to know at this point, nor do the troops on the ground, the Marines on the ground who have been watching this, who have been taking care of this situation, they simply don't know.
Yeah, and you might imagine they have to approach this area once again to see if it's secure. At least somebody does. So
right.
Maybe the tanks will roll in again. Unfortunately, General Clark has left us, but
well,
you might imagine they would do that.
As General Clark mentioned, the difficulty with sending a tank into an area like this is that the speed of the tank is one of the greatest assets it has, and when you are suddenly in a confined area, you're not able to utilize the speed. Also, if you start getting into city streets, especially if they are narrow city streets, you have a very difficult problem with mobility. Also, the turret, simply moving that turret around creates, you simply can't do it in a very confined areas. So,
right, and you can't exactly look inside the building to see what's in there from a tank, so that would be very difficult. Qasr has been, I don't know, a crawl on the U.S. military side for the past couple of days. They do have it under control, but they've run into these firefights along the way. If you remember 24 hours ago when Anderson and I were on the air, there were pockets of resistance then. They were going from building to building in the port city, looking for snipers, looking for people who were armed.
Right, we have, Jason Bellini has been in this area for the last at least 24 hours that I know of, probably even longer. We'll probably talk with him a little bit later on in this broadcast. We'll try to get him up sometime the next hour. But there has been some question about exactly the situation in Qasr. It is fair to say, according to U.S. officials, it is largely secure. There are, as Carol mentioned, these pockets of resistance, as they said. The new port was secured first. The old port is where some of the pockets of resistance were. Yesterday, about 24 hours ago, at this time, we saw Cobra helicopters, Marine Cobra helicopters, firing into some buildings. Apparently, they had taken some small arms fire. As Carol mentioned, Marines going building to building.
We're going to cut away for just a second, Anderson, and go to Tom Mentir, who's in Qatar at the command center. He has more information on an incident of friendly fire. Apparently, a Patriot missile took out a British warplane. Tom, what more can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you within the last 12 or so hours, the British have now confirmed that they indeed lost an aircraft. They won't tell us how many were on board this aircraft or exactly where it was lost or even what type of aircraft. But just a few moments ago, the chief spokesman here in the Coalition Media Center confirmed to CNN that they indeed did lose an aircraft, and it was, as they think, taken out by a Patriot anti-missile missile.
Tom?
Evidence is beginning to come to light that one of our aircraft returning from operations over Iraq last night may have been engaged by a U.S. Patriot missile battery.
So this is a friendly fire incident as far as you know it right now?
The evidence is beginning to appear that this may very well have been a friendly fire incident.
Can you tell us what type of British aircraft this was?
We're not disclosing that at the moment.
So we don't know what type of aircraft, we don't know the number of losses, but the British do believe that it was a Patriot missile battery that took out their aircraft during night operations as it was returning from operations inside Iraq. Now in 24 or 48 hours we have seen two incidents involving British aircraft. Two Sea King helicopters collided somewhere in the Persian Gulf just yesterday, killing all on board. They were on force protection operation. Basically, these helicopters took off from the aircraft carrier and were providing early warning detection for the possibility of any missiles coming in towards these aircraft carriers. They apparently collided midair and everyone aboard was lost. Also overnight, we have an incident involving the 101st Airborne. Apparently, one of the soldiers allegedly threw hand grenades inside the command bunker and exchange of small weapons fire. He was taken prisoner, being questioned. One of the U.S. soldiers was killed in that incident. Another dozen were wounded. So 3 incidents in the last 24 hours or so that probably give some grave concern to military planners.
And I have questions for you about each one, Tom. First of all, let's go back to the British aircraft that was shot down by that Patriot missile. Do we know if it was engaged in combat?
Well, if it was returning from a mission in southern Iraq, it's pretty fair to assume that it was involved in hostile operations. The group captain did tell us that it was returning from an operation inside Iraq. So it's fair to assume that they were involved in some type of offensive operations inside Iraq and returning to base when it was apparently fired on, as they say, by a Patriot missile battery. So outside of that, returning from an operation, that's about all we know.
And Tom, these Patriot missiles lock on to a target, correct? Can you explain to us sort of what that means?
Well, I'm not an expert in Patriot missiles, but I do have some experience around them. They are used traditionally, and they have been used in this campaign to shoot down Scuds. Scud missiles, Iraqi missiles that were fired from inside Iraq towards Kuwait. They have engaged those missiles and shot them down on more than one occasion. So this is a device that is used against incoming missiles. It's quite strange that apparently, if it proves to be true, that this British aircraft was targeted by the missile battery.
Tom and Tier, we're going to let you go. Thanks for your information. We want to go back to Qatar because we're seeing new live pictures.
Particular to the British reporter on scene.
That's correct, or.
Well, there you have it, Martin. We started some 4 hours ago at the beginning of this with a fairly substantial firefight. We've gone through tank fire, airstrikes, and now we're collecting prisoners of war. The U.S. Marines are out there now, mopping up, and as you heard the Staff Sergeant say, it looks as though this particular operation, in terms of aggressive opportunities, is now over.
And in case you have not been following along with us over the last 2 or so hours, this has been an operation which has captivated much of our coverage and much coverage throughout the world, both in the United States television, Arab television, European television. These images carried live really across the world. What we saw, a platoon at least of Marines took some sort of fire, they believed, from an area there were some buildings in. They took up defensive positions. Tanks came in. Tanks shot up the area using some heavy machine guns. Then an airstrike was called in. And as we've just heard, the British reporter on the scene saying they are now taking some prisoners and that the operation is essentially over. It has been, and what you're looking at on the screen, you're seeing one individual walking toward what were those buildings. We don't know who that individual is. They're moving quite fast. Doesn't necessarily look like a soldier. We're simply not sure. But what is significant about this is that this was just one small operation in a much larger area where operations are going on. It is not an operation that has brought to a halt all military activity in that area. General Wesley Clark, who was with us earlier, pointing out that simply other units would just go around this area where this operation was taking place, let the Marines on the ground deal with this, and the further operations in the area of Qasr would continue along. And there have been, over the last 48 hours or so in Qasr, sporadic pockets of resistance and small arms fire and the like being taken by various forces, British, U.S. Marines, and they have been essentially mopped.
Walking across with a white flag.
Yeah, we're listening to the British pool reporter right now. That figure in the distance is apparently walking towards troops holding a white flag.
Okay. All right. I think we're going to get more airstrikes. Go ahead, tell them.
And you're watching the situation live along with us at Qasr. And of course, we're not exactly sure what's going on, but we heard the British reporter say there may be more airstrikes on the way. Just a short time ago.
That's all right.
Let's listen.
We apparently have one Iraqi with a white flag. You can probably see him. I can't. But the other thing is that there's some talk here. We might get a Harrier back and there might be another airstrike. Just let me check on that.
Possibility of a Harrier jet coming in.
Getting the Harrier back?
If you want to get a sense of how long this has been going on,
Do we know which one it's going to hit this time?
Notice the water bottles by the Marines who are laying down. This has been going on very long. It is very hot, and they have been in those positions on the ground for many hours now.
Attention all networks, AP is about to feed a soundbite from RAF briefing on the missing RAF plane.
Again, we had heard from the British reporter on the scene that the operation seemed to be over. Now he seems to be saying that they are perhaps waiting for another airstrike. Obviously another airstrike perhaps being called in because they feel there are still some forces there who have not given up. We saw about a minute or two ago one figure walking to the left of the screen, apparently with a white flag. Couldn't see it from our vantage point, but according to the British reporter on the scene.
Apart from the two vehicles we saw earlier a few minutes ago, Francis, no, there was some reports here that in fact British troops may well be on the ground clearing the area, but the latest speculation is that there may in fact be another airstrike. The Harrier that peeled off may in fact come back here and deliver another bomb. That is unconfirmed, but whilst the situation certainly for the most part appears calm here at the moment, it's fairly obvious that despite what the staff sergeant said, there are still precautions to be taken, and this situation is still very much live and is evolving as we speak.
You are listening to the voice of David Bowden, a British pool reporter. Pool reporter meaning that all news outlets have access to the images and the sound that he is collecting at this scene. So you hear...
I think what he was doing was checking the lie of the land, because of course he has 4-2 Commando waiting. They've just cleared the other side of the river. They need to be in here so that they can help set up for the humanitarian aid, but they're not going to do that while this place is still under the control of the 15 MU, the US Marines, until they move on to their next task. Then obviously there's not a hole for other people to come in and fill. At the moment, the status quo pertains. They are still here. 4-2 Commando are doing what they initially set out to do, which is sweep from where they were put ashore on the Al Four Peninsula all the way across to here. They're now pretty much here, according to the Deputy Commander, Steve Cox, who told us this morning, and we're just being told that we have to go back on the other side of the berm. It looks like a rerun of what we have just had again. It looks as though the idea of another airstrike is in fact now up and running once again. I am going to leave the microphone. I will come back up on the telephone as soon as I'm able to.
All right, you can see that they're taking cover again as the Marines gather their guns and their bottles of water to go behind a protective wall at Qasr. We're going to stay with this picture, don't worry, as we await a second round of airstrikes at Qasr. We want to go to south central Iraq now to check in with Walter Rogers, who again has more information, and I see fire burning behind you, Walter.
Yes, Carol, the fire which you see behind me is the remnant of an Iraqi army ammunition dump, which was positioned fairly close to the road along which the 3rd Squadron, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, has been traveling. There is still a remnant of that Iraqi battalion up there. They've been shooting small arms fire and shoulder-fired missiles at the U.S. Army's helicopter, so we now are given to believe that this unit will be calling in Air Force close air support. An airstrike should be called in perhaps in the next few seconds. We're not sure, but we do believe that whatever's left of that Iraqi unit up there, which was once battalion size, is about to face a terrible pounding from the air. The Air Force can operate today because there's an almost unlimited ceiling. That was not possible yesterday, so it was not possible to call in the jets yesterday. Nonetheless, there are some Iraqi soldiers up the road. A short while ago behind me, a U.S. Army Humvee was traveling up that road. A rocket-propelled grenade was fired at that Humvee. We're told there were no U.S. casualties, which is a rather fantastic event because the Humvees are soft-skinned and an RPG is a relatively formidable weapon. One of the officers here told me that those who fired that RPG at the U.S. Army Humvee are no longer existent on this planet. Back to you, Carol.
So I couldn't hear you for just a time, so you're awaiting airstrikes as well, Walter.
That's correct. We've been told that the position which you see behind me, where the plumes of smoke from that ammunition dump, which was hit several hours ago, still coming up. There are pockets of Iraqi resistance there. There's the remnant of a battalion. It is not clear how many Iraqi soldiers are up there. They're hidden in a grove of trees and some small buildings in the area. So we're given to believe that close air support is being called in, which is to say the place is about to be bombed and strafed, and any of those Iraqis left in there are going to face some very serious firepower from the air.
Oddly enough, Walter, this almost the same scenario is going on right now in Qasr. There's a grove of trees and a group of buildings. Don't know how many Iraqis are hiding there. Airstrikes on the way. You know, it's just strange that it's almost the same situation where you are.
Well, of course, in a situation like that, any army, and in this case the Iraqis who are left in that battalion, even this army unit has never been able to identify what battalion it was, but they take advantage of whatever cover, whatever topography they have, which works to their advantage. What they have to their advantage is a small grove of trees, actually, and remember this is our spring here. Those trees are in full leaf, so they have some camouflage. The Iraqis to hide in from the visual sightings from tanks and Bradleys here on the ground, and then you have the ubiquitous low flat mud huts that are used in this part of the world as housing, and that's where the Iraqis are. As I say, close air support has been called in where artillery had been used in the past. U.S. Army helicopters, the Kiowas, have been firing on those Iraqis intermittently this morning, but it's been difficult for the Kiowas because they fly low to the ground. Yes.
Walter, we're going to pause and listen. We hear the aircraft coming to Qasr now.
If you have ever been on the ground and you hear this overhead, it is an extraordinarily ominous sound, and one can only imagine what must be going through the minds of anyone in those positions in the Iraqi forces as they hear this. General Wesley Clark telling us a few moments ago that often when there is not the expectation of receiving ground fire, often a plane will circle overhead for quite some time, looking at the target, trying to decide. Well, it looks
the Marines are coming back, Anderson.
It looks like they've decided not to drop more munitions because we know that because before the Marines had pulled back to behind some sort of retaining wall, protective barrier. Looks like whatever airstrike was going to happen is not happening now, and they are resuming their positions.
Yes. Sal, we go back to South Central Iraq and continue our talk with Walter Rogers and pending airstrikes there. Walter? Is that you getting out of the car, Walter? Walter, can you hear us?
As we wait for Walter, what you're watching is some fire burning in the distance, smoke rising. Okay, let's go back to Qasr. Listen to David Bowden. Sounds like David.
No, stop. I'm back on the microphone now. I don't need to be put through on the phone. Yeah.
You're listening to David Bowden, British Pool reporter.
Bye.
Just to, if you were just joining us, it's kind of confusing. What you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen is a video image of the 7th Cavalry where Walter Rogers has been reporting about some conflict that they have been encountering there. On the right-hand side of your screen, you are seeing a live picture from Qasr, where for 3 hours or plus or minus a few minutes, Marines have been trying to deal with the situation of they are often terming sporadic resistance. We have seen at least one airstrike called in. We have seen one tank peppering an area with machine gun fire. We are not sure what is going on at this point in Qasr. There's a British pool reporter, David Bowden, on the scene We do not have direct contact with him, so we just sort of listen to him as he gets on the mic and talks, and we are trying to bring both of these images to you at the same time. They are happening in very different places with completely different troops, but they offer two pictures of what is going on in Iraq. Let's listen to David Bowden.
There was a convoy of friendly vehicles on the road in the area, and obviously nobody wanted the potential for a disaster, a friendly fire disaster, so that has now been aborted. The US Marines have now come back up to the top of the berm, which is where we are now. Many of them have been stood down. I can see, what, 1, 2, 3, a fraction of those who were up here at the beginning of the day when the firefight was at its most intense. It appears to have calmed down a little bit now. Soldiers eating their MREs, meals ready to eat for the uninitiated, getting it all out of their little boxes and having lunch. Everything a little bit more relaxed now, but we've had a very, very tense morning. Some 4 hours or so of a fairly intense battle, a lot of ammunition expended, and a whole gamut of weaponry from personal weapons, M16s, all the way through tanks, mortars, and Javelin missiles, right up to F-18 and Harrier jets delivering bombs on this battlefield.
Fascinating pictures. Do we have Walter Rogers on the phone right now from South Central Iraq? Because he is awaiting airstrikes right now. Walter, are you with us?
Yes, Carol, I'm here, and if our picture is holding, what you're looking at is a fire from an airstrike, actually artillery strike, a number of hours ago. That's an Iraqi position, which is still on fire up there. The Iraqis were ensconced in a grove of trees, substantial grove of trees, plus some small buildings. That unit is about to be bombed and strafed again. The 7th Cavalry has called for close air support. Again, you can see an M1 Abrams tank rolling through your frame at this point. And as I say, there is the remnant of an Iraqi battalion up there in the distance by that smoke. The Army is preparing to push on through, perhaps have to fight its way through. But before that call is made, it's expected that close air support will be coming in, that is the Air Force, and they will be bombing or strafing what's left of that Iraqi position up there. Carol?
Is that aircraft over you, Walter?
We can't see the aircraft. It's going to be very high. It's going to come visually out of the sun. We just received word, Carol, that after initiating the airstrike, it has now been canceled. So, but even if it were not, we couldn't see it because the planes come in very high, straight down. We saw that in the war in Afghanistan. The latest word is the airstrike, which we were told not 10 minutes ago is coming, has now been canceled.
All
Again,
right.
according to the same Army source.
All right, Walter, thanks so much for your report. And it's strange that we're seeing smoke from different locations. Qasr is in the southeastern part of Iraq. Walter is in the south central part of Iraq. The smoke you're seeing in Walter's picture, which would be on the left-hand side of your screen, is coming from an Iraqi munitions dump that was exploded by U.S. forces. The smoke you see on the right-hand side of your screen from Qasr came from airstrikes, and we don't know exactly what the target was there, but there was word that Iraqi soldiers were holed up in a building or behind some trees in that area.
And that smoke on the left-hand side of the screen, Walter's saying there, somewhere around that smoke, the remnants of an entire Iraqi battalion who were laying in wait in what he described as a grove, discovered by the Kiowa scout helicopters that is moving in advance of the troops in the 7th Cavalry. Again, we're going to continue to follow both these situations on the screen, and let's go to David Bowden in Qasr right now. This is David Bowden, a British pool reporter, about to interview, we believe, Marine Sergeant, Staff Sergeant on the scene in Qasr, the firefight that we've been following for the last 4 hours. Again, this is not a reporter who we are speaking directly to. This is a British pool reporter whose video is available to various news networks, and so we do not have the ability to actually talk to him. We just have to wait for him to initiate the interview. But you can see behind the staff sergeant a number of Marines still
Can you fasten it on for me?
laid out in position, as they have been for 4 hours now, baking in the hot sun. They're now drinking water. We saw some MREs being passed out. Certainly seems that the situation has calmed down from the firefight that we saw shortly ago.
I know it's strange just to see them sitting and eating their MREs right now.
And again, this is just one small group of Marines in one small spot in Qasr. There has been sporadic resistance, we have been told, on and off.
Hello, John. Lerma, L-E-R-M-A. He's part of the 15 Mu. What company are you with? Fox Company. And you are what, a platoon commander, I think? Platoon sergeant. Platoon sergeant, Fox Company.
So it seems like we're going to hear from Platoon Sergeant Lerma from Fox Company, U.S. Marines.
Okay.
If you've ever wondered what it looks like before an interview starts, this is it. Not very interesting.
No.
Okay, you're looking on the left-hand side of the screen. Left-hand side of the screen, you're seeing 3 Iraqis. One of them carrying a white flag. This is from South Central Iraq, where Walter Rogers is. Walter, what can you tell us?
Anderson, there have been bizarre things here all morning. The 7th Cavalry has witnessed. What you're watching now are 3 Iraqis trying to get back to their village, which is up the road, and they're carrying a white flag, not so much to say to surrender, but please don't shoot us. And of course, the Army has gone out of its way to not inflict any civilian casualties. And as you can see, the 3 Iraqis are about to walk past an M1A1 Abrams tank.
All right,
Those
Walter.
guys are just going home, Anderson.
All right, Walter, let's listen to David Bowden, who's talking to us, to a platoon sergeant.
Exactly. We had been receiving sporadic fire from that location for the last 2 days. Yesterday we led a convoy out of this area down to the Old Port area. We were engaged at that point, and we had numerous sightings of individuals. We had been passing intel reports back, getting debriefed at that point. When this morning when sunrise came up, we noticed a couple of silhouettes of bodies that were up in the window. It was the first time we got a good actual visual on bodies instead of shadows and figures, you know, not being able to actually ascertain who they were. Once we've got eyes on those individuals, they began signaling down to a 4-man group that was on the ground located close to the building. At that point, those 4 individuals started opening fire. We had everybody man the line, and we started immediately providing suppression down on that, getting our weapon systems into place. Once we got our weapon systems into place, we attempted an AT-4 shot, but that was way out of the range, so we fell short, so we brought the Javelin weapon system up to bear. The first shot went a little bit long, second shot direct impact to that building. Once that building was hit, then it became very apparent that there was a lot of movement in that area. We had troops start moving back and forth. We began engaging with the machine guns, and just people started just popping out of everywhere. I had Iraqi soldiers that were located in the vicinity over there to the left of our left lateral limit. We started engaging them. Second post over there began engaging fire at that point. Then once we realized that we were dealing with a lot larger force than we expected, we started putting up our observation posts. They started relaying information, and really started bringing the combined arms into effect in order to get control of the situation.
Let me just interrupt you there, just to confirm. Who fired first? Did you see these people in this building and decide you were going to take them out, or did they start firing at you?
Once we saw the individuals in the building, we saw them start calling down to the 4 individuals. Automatically, they came with a posture. we let off the first burst, and automatically they started returning fire towards us.
And then, of course, it escalated rapidly. We had tanks here, we had ultimately airstrikes. This went from being what was a smallish skirmish, I guess, at the beginning, to a full-scale, 4-hour-long battle.
Yes, it did. I mean, we have unconfirmed reports of different Iraqi officers stating that troop strength. I mean, all of that is unconfirmed. I'm sure as this unfolds, the picture will become a lot clearer of what exactly was in there and who was operating in there. But it did. It rapidly escalated into, like you said, from a skirmish into a full-scale battle.
You will know better than most that when the plans were drawn up for this conflict against Iraq, the idea was for you guys from the 15 Mu to get into Qasr and get out in a matter of hours. We're now moving into day 3. These guys are slowing you up, aren't they?
Well, no, actually, the original plan was us to roll into Qasr, and we were to be here from anywhere from a 4 to 8 hour period, or as you were, a 4 to 8 hour span of days. It's always uncertain as long as how we're going to be here. I mean, the situation is unfolding, and as the battlefield unfolds, we make adjustments. We could be here anywhere from a couple of hours to many days. I mean, we're not going to move through until we thoroughly have provided and secured this area for the non-government organizations to roll in. We want to make sure that they have the ability to roll in here unimpeded by any type of threat, so that we can get that humanitarian aid in here and start getting that humanitarian aid out to the people that need it.
What's your best guess then, given what's happened here this morning, about how close you are to that objective? Is it still dangerous out there?
I really can't speak above my level what's going on as far as the whole area down here. As far as me at ground level with my squad, there's always a threat. I mean, we don't adhere to reports from anybody that the threat has gone away, this area is secured. We're always maintaining our posture here on the platoon level to ensure that we here are always constantly ready for a fight, because it could pop up from anywhere.
Did it surprise you that Iraqi soldiers that it had been predicted would just hold their hands up and surrender, put up such a fight, and have caused you so much problem this morning?
Nothing out here surprises me. I mean, we prepare and we anticipate the worst, and we always focus our training and focus everything that we do out here to anticipate that. What actually happened here, who knows? I mean, you might have had a rogue bunch that just decided to separate from the individuals. I mean, because we've got reports, unconfirmed of course, at our level of divisions giving up. There's always going to be a few that are going to remain to the cause, and I mean, that's why we maintain the posture here on the platoon level that we do.
Just clear something up for me. When we were speaking earlier in the middle of the battle, you mentioned 15, 20 people you saw in the distance. What happened to them? Where did they go?
Right now, we have reports that we have individuals that are starting to move towards Objective 5, where...
Objective 5 is what?
Objective 5 is basically a staging area for POWs and any detainees that we have.
And is that out on what became the battlefield this morning somewhere?
Somewhere located in that area.
So if we swing the camera around, Mike, perhaps we could have a quick look at the area we're talking about just behind us. What was pretty much the battlefield this morning. It now appears to be all quiet, but Staff Sergeant, for a while this morning, you were concerned that there were people popping up all over the place, and you had no idea who they were.
Yes, I mean, like I said, as the battlefield unfolds, I mean, anything could happen. Anything that's out there is always going to be always be taken in with the greatest amount of concern. I mean, we're never going to approach a situation as Marines where we assume anything. Anybody out there could be giving up. They could be fighting until we definitely get confirmation and we get visual on what exactly they're doing. We're always going to go into the posture and expect the worst.
Staff Sergeant, we've all had a very busy morning. I'll let you go and get some food and water and prepare for whatever might be coming your way. Back to you.
All right, you've been listening to David Bowden, a British pool reporter who has been following this skirmish in Qasr for the last 4 hours or so. You've just been listening to Staff Sergeant Nick Lerma with Fox Company, the U.S. Marines. And when you consider that that man has been engaged in a firefight and has been in active combat for the last 4 hours, he seemed remarkably composed, at least to me. He basically was describing what we have been seeing live on television for the last 4 hours or so. This unit of the Marines was in this area. They saw figures moving in this building that was flying an Iraqi flag. They seem to be taking an offensive posture. He's, in fact, in Sergeant Lermer's words, he says they came with a position. Marines opened fire. The Iraqis returned fire. Suddenly, according to Sergeant Lerma, people began popping up all over the place, he said, out of the building. They called in a javelin weapon system, hit the building, and engaged with machine guns, also then called in an airstrike later on. So that is what a brief explanation, as best as I can, of some of what Sergeant Lermer has been saying has been going on over the last 4 hours or so in this one position, in this one part of Qasr, where we know there has been sporadic resistance for some odd 48 hours or so since the area was first taken. Qasr is on the Kuwaiti border, of course, about 300 miles southeast of Baghdad. We are going to be joined now. We're going to stay with this picture on the right-hand side of your screen, but we're going to be joined by Chris Plant, who is at the Pentagon. There's a lot of other activity going on in this region. There has been an incident of friendly fire, as well as an incident of a member of the 101st Airborne, Screaming Eagles, killed. It appears at this point by another soldier serving with the 101st Airborne. So we're going to get an update right now on both of those things from Chris Plant. Chris, let's start with this friendly fire incident. What can you tell us?
Hi, Anderson. It looks like there are yet more fatalities in a non-combat situation from last night. So far in this conflict, there have been 2 Marines killed in actual combat and a number killed in accidents. It appears that last night we had what are probably our first friendly fire fatalities. 2 British aviation officers apparently killed when a U.S. Army Patriot missile was fired, destroying the airplane near the Kuwaiti border. The airplane was on its way back in from a combat mission at the time of the incident, and it's under investigation now. It's clearly a problem with airspace management or identification of friend or foe. We've been getting reports throughout the day and throughout the last several days that Iraqi missiles have been coming across the border. Patriot missiles have been fired to intercept them. Patriot missiles originally designed to shoot down airplanes. They're an anti-aircraft missile. Originally, the Patriot PAC-3, which is currently fielded in the region, is designed to intercept incoming missiles. It's very effective, certainly, at taking down airplanes, and it appears that that's the case in this situation. Friendly fire, an unpleasant fact of war. In the 1991 Persian Gulf War, of 146 Americans killed, 35 of those were killed as a result of friendly fire, and of 16 Brits that died in the 1991 conflict, 9 of those were from friendly fire. It's one of the most unpleasant parts of conflict. Certainly the U.S. military refers to it as fratricide, which is the killing of a brother. Anderson?
Which certainly goes to show the bonds that exist in combat. It is, of course, as you said, one of those things that happens, and yet is sort of a mystery every time it does. Let me just ask you, and I'm not sure how much we know about this particular Patriot battery. Is it manned by people? I mean, is it a visual sighting? Do we know how the orders happen that something is incoming and the Patriot is fired? Do we know anything about the procedure, at least in this case, that took place?
Well, my understanding of the Patriot system is that it is they have a radar detection systems. Radar systems are set up along with the missile batteries themselves. The radars detect incoming aircraft or missiles, and it is capable of responding automatically. And my understanding also that there is an option where there is human intervention or oversight as to whether the missile fires or not.
Okay.
This battery it's a U.S. Army system. It has been upgraded significantly since the 1991 Gulf War, when the system was promoted by the Pentagon as having been very effective in knocking down missiles both headed toward Israel and toward Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. In the end, it turned out that it was not at all effective in intercepting missiles in flight. Certainly with an aircraft, however, it's a much easier game for a highly advanced missile like this one, Anderson.
And Chris, just as you were speaking, we were showing this graphic of a Patriot intercepting a missile, an animation, and obviously, as you said, it can intercept both missiles and aircraft. Let's talk about this other incident, which until this incident we've been following in Basra was really sort of the story of the morning. This incident in Kuwait that took place with the 101st Airborne. Bring us up to speed on what you know about it.
Well, another very unpleasant situation in Camp, Pennsylvania, home to members of the 101st Airborne. An enlisted man, for unknown reasons at this point, attacked the command tent where the colonel in charge of the brigade and his staff were operating. Apparently 2 hand grenades, some of the details still being fleshed out here, but apparently 2 hand grenades tossed by this man into the command tent, killing one of his fellow soldiers, injuring 12 more, a number of those very seriously. They were, a number of them, I believe 6, were medevaced by helicopter to area field hospitals where they underwent surgery and extensive medical care in an effort to keep them alive. One of them died after being medevaced. The colonel in charge was also wounded in the attack in the arm. It appears, although again, details are a little bit hard to come by even a number of hours after the fact, it appears that the culprit, the assailant, was also wounded when he was taken into custody by his fellow soldiers. Some videotape that we've seen of him indicates that he may have been shot in the leg when they were apprehending him. His motivations, again, utterly unknown. There are a lot of rumors flying around about what might have happened, but the fact is that it's not clear, at least to us here, what his actual motivation was for this. You can see him sitting here having been covered with a poncho after having been apprehended by his fellow soldiers here. When he was being carried back to this area where he was being held, it was clear that he had been wounded, probably in the leg, apparently by a gunshot wound. The Army is investigating. It's being handled as a criminal matter, not as a terrorist attack or anything other than a simple criminal act. There's no explanation for what might have motivated him to do this at this point in time.
And as you said, it is an ongoing investigation, a criminal investigation, military. I guess the bottom line, he is in custody and is no doubt being questioned at this hour. We should just point out also, Chris, that Ryan Chilcote, CNN's Ryan Chilcote, who's been traveling with the 101st, he got some reaction from some of the troops he is with. Understandably and obviously, they were shocked. One commander told Chilcote, and I'm just reading this from, it says, the commander said, "You come here to face the enemy, not to face other soldiers, but the unit is larger than the individual. They will be all right. They will move on." And they are certainly seeming to do that at this hour. Chris Plant at the Pentagon, thanks very much. Carol?
Anderson, right now we want to take you live to Baghdad once again because for the very first time, the Vice President of Iraq, Taha Yassin Ramadan, this is the first time we've seen him because a lot of news organizations were reporting that he was killed in the first bombing attack on Baghdad. This is the highest-ranking Iraqi officials to appear. We're going to listen in for a short time.
Not because I want from them to
ما عندي أمل في هذا النوع من الحكام أن يكون عندهم موقف بعد الآن.
In fact, I have no hope to have such a stance or attitude from those.
أملي وثقتي تزداد بالجماهير العربية.
All my hope and belief is getting firm from the people.
This is on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a press conference. Taha Yassin Ramadan, the Vice President of Iraq, who we have not seen, as Carol just mentioned, in quite some time. We're awaiting a translation, so we're going to try to bring that to you as soon as we can. Just a little background on who. The former leader of the Popular Army, which was a paramilitary force, reported leader of military action to crush the Shia uprising in southern Iraq. That in 1991. Of course, that in the region that, part of the region at least, that we have been focusing on so much in the last couple of hours around Basra. Also, apparently oversaw the killing of the Kurds in northern Iraq in 1988. Has already survived several assassination attempts over the years. You might remember, is the man who suggested an actual duel between Saddam Hussein and George W. Bush in October of last year. Again, this is a press conference, first time we have seen this man. It was believed by several people and reported on other networks that this man might have been killed in the first bombing.
The big bunker buster bombing in Baghdad.
Let's listen in.
About the progress of the military operations, that it's going very satisfactory, and it's from Iraq point of view, and it has been proved to us that the American and the British administrations designed their strategies and war plans, built their strategy on information they received from traitors, which they like to call opposition, and information from intelligence services from some of these Arab countries we talked about, that Iraq is divided in every respect, between clans, districts. There's division, claim there's division between the people and the army, the leader and the leadership, the party and the people, and this illusion. They believed at first by concentrating their troops, by amassing their troops, and by threatening aggression, that would be sufficient to meet their intentions of changing the situation and installing a regime that is similar to those regimes that are collaborating with them at the moment. And when things reached a boiling point and nothing was achieved, they said, okay, let's launch few missiles for about 3 days maximum, and then it will be all over. Therefore, we see them now in panicking, blocking the media from finding out what's happening on the military front, under the context, under the pretext of securing and protecting the source of information. They claim that they're on their way to Baghdad. They even claim that they're about 160 to 180 kilometers away from Baghdad. I said to them, the direction they're taking, let them progress up to 300 kilometers and get all their tanks and marines, and we will give them enough time. We'll not engage with them. When they come into contact with any village or town in Iraq, they will be met with the same resistance they are meeting now in Qasr and Shuyukh. In a few hours' time, you will see the American captives on Iraqi television, those who tried to invade Souk Shuyukh, and you will see their band armors and vehicles, and this is the place where they claim that is 160 kilometers from Baghdad in the desert. This is the first city where they came into contact and they were engaged. Another subject which I did not want to talk about, but I think now I need to inform the media that this was the first town that they manipulated and created unrest in 1991. Perhaps they relied on that background by trying to approach this particular town. Well, the people, however, the people of Souk Shuyukh, which I know personally and I lived with them, the sons of this particular town, which was one of the pioneers when the Ba'ath Party was formed. Those are the descendants of...
You've been listening to Taha Yassin Ramadan, the Vice President of Iraq. Not so much news coming out of it. The main sort of headline is just his actual presence. It had been believed by some earlier on that he perhaps was killed in that first attack on the leadership structure in Baghdad. He would seem to be alive, and basically claiming that it is an illusion, that there's a division in Iraqi leadership, and basically denied that the U.S. is as far along in the Operation Iraqi Freedom as they say they are. Again, Taha Yassin Ramadan speaking from Baghdad.
And it's time to begin our next hour. It's 5:01 Eastern. And this is reality TV at wartime. Coalition forces are trying to mop up pockets of resistance in the southern Iraqi port city of Qasr. Airstrikes have hit an enemy target, but the fight is not over. But it's just about over now. A British reporter on the scene says an Iraqi Republican Guard commander has surrendered, and the American Marines have pretty much taken back control of Qasr. The drive toward Baghdad by the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry hits a speed bump. Part of the force is battling Iraqi troops in south-central Iraq. An Army Humvee has been hit by a rocket-propelled grenade, but amazingly enough, no soldiers were injured. The squadron's commander says they're still ahead of schedule in their march to Iraq's capital. And there is a report of a possible friendly fire incident in the war zone. A Royal Air Force plane is missing and may have been shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile near the Kuwaiti border. That is according to British and U.S. military officials. The British plane had been returning from a mission. One U.S. serviceman is dead, a dozen others injured in a grenade attack at the 101st Airborne Camp in Kuwait. That would be Camp Pennsylvania. At least 2 grenades were tossed into tents at the camp in Kuwait. A Time magazine reporter says the suspect, you see him there sitting on the ground, he is now in custody, and he is a sergeant attached to the 101st. Iranian officials now say a missile that landed in northwest Iran was probably fired by Iraqi forces. That report from Reuters quotes the Iranian news agency. Iran initially said a U.S. warplane fired 3 rockets into the region. And the Washington Post is reporting that the war on Iraq actually started 7 hours before President Bush's ultimatum ran out. The article says American Special Ops troops entered Iraq at 1 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, and they were joined by British and Australian Special Forces. Their mission was to knock out communications and to position themselves to prevent chemical or biological attacks. And demonstrations against the war and for the troops are ongoing across the country. One of the biggest was in New York, where an estimated 200,000 people marched down Broadway. These are anti-war protesters, but about 3,000 people rallied in Dallas to show their support for President Bush and U.S. troops. And those are the headlines making news at this hour. You are watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. And now it's back to our coverage of the war in Iraq.
Good morning, everyone. It is 3 past 5 in Atlanta a.m., 3 past 1 p.m. in Baghdad. And you were just looking, and there you are, a live picture from Baghdad. Operation Iraqi Freedom continues along. Good morning, everyone, from CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Carol Costello. Thanks for joining us this morning. Let's get an early briefing now on what you can expect to make news today. As the war in Iraq rages on, President Bush returns to the White House this afternoon at around 1:30 Eastern Time. He's at Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland, where he convened a wartime national security meeting over the weekend. Also this afternoon, the Central Command has scheduled a news briefing in Doha, Qatar, and you can watch that live right here on CNN at 2 Eastern Time. And we have to mention it, the Oscars will go on tonight in Los Angeles with less glitz and plenty of guards. The tone of the show will be subdued because of the war.
Well, as we have been telling you all morning long, U.S. and British forces have captured territory, towns, and military installations in Iraq, often with no opposition. Coalition forces have reached the outskirts of both Basra, the country's second largest city, and Nasiriyah, a major crossing point over the Euphrates. But coalition forces have opted not to try to occupy these populated areas yet in order to speed up their overall advance. The Fall Peninsula, of course, was captured Friday.
Okay, we have to talk about an incident that happened earlier today. Apparently, a British warplane was shot down accidentally by a Patriot missile. Let's go to Tom Mintier, who is live at CENTCOM headquarters in Doha, Qatar, to find out more about that incident. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. First this morning, it was a British plane is missing and no information was available on that plane. And a few hours later, they indeed confirmed that they believe the plane was downed as it was returning from a combat mission in Iraq. Not downed by hostile fire, but apparently friendly fire. Early indications are that a Patriot missile may have been fired that brought down this British fighter as it was crossing over the border between Iraq and Kuwait as it returned from a mission. We did get confirmation from Group Air Force Captain Al Lockwood here in Doha just a few hours ago that that is indeed what they believe.
Evidence is beginning to come to light that one of our aircraft returning from operations over Iraq last night may have been engaged by a U.S. Patriot missile battery.
So this is a friendly fire incident as far as you know it right now?
The evidence is beginning to appear that this may very well have been a friendly fire incident.
The British have expressed their concern for safety in the skies. They now have 2 incidents. The previous one, 2 Sea King helicopters colliding mid-air off the aircraft carrier somewhere in the Persian Gulf. No survivors from that accident. Now it appears that a British Royal Air Force plane has been shot out of the sky by a Patriot missile fired by a U.S. military Patriot missile battery inside Kuwait. A senior Pentagon official tells CNN that it is indeed possible that a Patriot missile brought that down, but so far the Pentagon not issuing a confirmation. We still have no idea how many pilots were on the plane, what their fate is, or exactly what type of airplane it was. Carol?
And Tom, again, it's strange for us to hear because we usually hear of Patriot missiles intercepting Scud missiles, not warplanes.
Traditionally, the Patriot is an anti-missile defense system that have been deployed not only in Kuwait but in other countries, and they've been used already. In the early hours, a couple of Scud missiles were fired and taken out of the sky by the Patriot missile batteries. The fact that the radar painted apparently this British aircraft and then the command was given to launch the Patriot, apparently mistaking it for a Scud, is something that's being investigated right now.
Tom and Tier, thanks for the update live from CENTCOM Command Headquarters in Doha, Qatar. The U.S. Central Command, by the way, will hold its next briefing on the war this afternoon. That happens at 2 Eastern. We'll take it live.
And there, of course, has been a lot happening throughout this region. Some very sad, very strange news coming out of Kuwait today at a camp of the 101st Airborne. For all the latest on that, we go to Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City. Bill?
Anderson, bottom line, one member of the 101st Airborne Division killed dead today by a member of his own unit. This is the story as we understand it, Anderson, about 1:30 a.m. local time here in Kuwait, Camp Pennsylvania out in the Kuwaiti desert. The suspect, a member of the 101st Airborne Division, apparently opened small arms fire into a number of different tents near the operations center. It's also been said that he lobbed perhaps 3 different grenades inside of these tents. At least 2 have exploded. Bottom line, 1 dead, 10 wounded, all 10 airlifted to a nearby medical center run by the U.S. Army in the desert. 2 others treated at the scene and released. It was described by some as carnage inside one of these tents, and a colonel with the 101st gave us a description about what he saw in the middle of the night there.
I was asleep, and my sergeant major came back and woke me up, and I immediately smelled smoke, heard a couple of explosions, and a popping sound, which I think was probably a rifle being fired. It looks like some assailant threw a grenade in each of these 3 tents here.
No identity released on the dead member of the U.S. Army. No identity given for the suspect either. And right now we don't have a clear motive just yet as well, given that attack again in the middle of the night here in Kuwait. Ryan Chilcote, embedded with the 101st, had been with this unit prior to his departure into North Iraq. Now traveling with a different division, the 101st, and joins us by way of telephone to get more reaction on what we're hearing now about where the U.S. Army. Ryan, hello.
Hey, Jim. Actually, I'm traveling with the 101st 3rd Brigade, and the soldiers here, we are inside Iraq. The 3rd Brigade does not have any soldiers at Camp Pennsylvania, but the soldiers from the 3rd Brigade obviously expressing, when they heard about the incident at Camp Pennsylvania, grief, and 2, they're expressing shock, as the commander of the 3rd Brigade said, Colonel Mike Lennington, we came here to face the enemy. We didn't expect something from our own soldiers. So obviously shock among all the soldiers here that this took place. Now for the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade, they are, as you said, inside Iraq now, well inside Iraq. In fact, since the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade left an assembly area in Kuwait, we have been on the road. We have been moving for more than 41 hours, never stopping for more than a couple of hours to refuel. Constant movement. A quick note about what we have seen. We have traveled through 3 towns. The first town inside Iraq, the soldiers were greeted by cheering, believe it or not, cheering Iraqis, both elderly and young, on the streets, waving, shouting, and cheering to the troops. The troops tossing some MREs, or as everyone, I'm sure by now, has heard, meals ready to eat. The soldiers in the field to some of the children, and they take those away with them. Last night we went through town number 2, this time smack through the middle of it in darkness. As one soldier put it, an entirely different reception, very, as he put it, eerie. The Iraqis had blockaded off a bypass around the town, so the soldiers had to go straight through. The commander saying it felt like it had all the ingredients of an ambush. The 101st unit moving through low ground, surrounded by high ground. There were hundreds of Iraqis milling around, all apparently civilians. This time, none of them waving, all of them just simply watching the troops as they passed through. There was no incident there. Today, a 3rd town. This, again, a very warm reception. The Iraqis in the town, a small town, about a mile long, in convoy distance. That's all I'm able to judge it. Read, smiling again, and getting really quite excited to see American troops. I spoke with a couple. They said they checked to see that the Americans didn't mean any harm to them. They remembered that the Americans had been there during '91. They wanted to make sure that they were here to stay. Once they were sure of that, they said, "We're glad to see you." Very importantly, actually, I will tell you that the 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade has set up what is called a FARP. That is an acronym for
All right, it sounds like we lost our connection there with Ryan. Ryan Choco traveling with the 3rd Brigade, 101st Airborne Division. Again, if you listen to Ryan's reporting, clearly these men are on the move and quickly. 41 hours without stopping. One has to wonder when relief comes and how they get it, but obviously moving rather unimpeded now through that portion of southern Iraq. Again, more as we get it from Kuwait. Back to Anderson now at the CNN Center.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. We were just briefly, right before you came, listening to a press conference a little bit given by Iraq's the Vice President of Iraq, and we're going to show you some of that now. This is from the Vice President, Taha Yassin Ramadan. Just ominously, he made a statement just a little while ago while we were in Kuwait. He has said that Iraq has some POWs and that they will be appearing on Iraqi TV. Of course, this is not, no one can confirm whether or not this is true at all. He's also made several other rather interesting statements in the last several minutes while he's been on. He says that it is a complete illusion, in his words, that there's a division in the Iraqi leadership. He says that U.S. forces are not as close to Baghdad as has been portrayed. Also, you'll remember a press conference the Iraqis gave the day before in which they said, we've seen these people surrendering, that they are actually people recruited by the U.S. forces, dressed up to look like Iraqis and to pretend to surrender. So a variety of interesting statements that come out of the Iraqi leadership. Of course, the headline in all of this, in this press conference, beyond what he is saying, is the fact that we are actually seeing him live in person. There had been some speculation several days ago that Taha Yassin Ramadan, the Vice President of Iraq, was perhaps dead, killed in that initial decapitation strike, as the U.S. called it. That apparently, obviously, at this point, not the case. He is in Baghdad at this moment, speaking live, being carried on Iraqi television. Just so you know, in case you do not know who this man is, he is the Vice President of Iraq. He oversaw the killing of the Kurds in northern Iraq in 1988. Also is the man who reportedly led the military action to crush the Shia uprising in southern Iraq back in 1991, just to give you some context on who this man is. We are going to go right now to Art Harris, who is traveling somewhere in Iraq, and I believe is seeing some surrenderings. Art, what can you tell us?
Anderson, I am on the banks of the Euphrates River at a checkpoint with the U.S. Marines in southern Iraq, and for the last 5 hours have been watching them search people as they come across a bridge, stop cars as they come up a dirt road. Many of these people are in civilian clothes and robes. They patted them down, some of them lay on the ground, and they have found military uniforms and bags that they've been carrying, some of them, and so they have detained them. They've got about 50 so far, Anderson, and many of them say they're just going home. Some have walked more than 100 miles. They say they've come from Basra, that they have either deserted or just were following what the U.S. leaflets have said to do, which is to go home, not to fight the military, that they don't have a chance. And they appear to be, some of them well-fed, some of them haggard, but very peaceful. And the U.S. Marine translator has told me that many of them have similar stories. Some seem to be very afraid. I said one young man was screaming and thrashing and trying not to get up when the Marines insisted he come with the others. And they found on him a photograph of himself and two friends, he said, in military uniform. He said those friends had been killed. He had served in the North. Whether that was true or not, the translator said he would need another translator to come in and find out, because he spoke better Arabic and knew the idioms. Anderson?
Art, what can you tell us, just what you have been through in the last day or so? What is the mood of the Marines that you are traveling with? Do you feel like you're making good progress? Do they feel like they're making good progress?
Yeah, Anderson, I spent 2 days crossing the southern Iraqi desert with them until we got to the Euphrates. and they're amazingly upbeat. I mean, they seem, on the one hand, frustrated they haven't been able to join the fight more. There have been several light resistance in instances. They've been their position has been mortared once before they got into it. Responded to several gas attacks, which then were given the all clear, and artillery going off nearby. But they are relieved, as one sergeant has told the young Marines, be careful what you wish for. And some of them this morning, getting back to the POWs, it's the first time they've really been able to do something hands-on, as it were, whether it's patting people down, frisking them, reluctant, and even in a couple of cases angry when the people they had caught were released, believed not to be a threat. One man was released, Anderson. The Marines thought better of it. He admitted to being in the Iraqi military and said he was going home. They sent several young Marines down the road to chase him down and bring him back. So about 50 of them, Anderson, are now about 200 yards from me under a bridge in the shade where they're drinking water and eating MREs and waiting to be disposed of in, as the Marines put it, a hospitable.
So exactly where you dropped down that last phrase, what happens to those 50 who have surrendered thus far? Where do they go? And does that slow the Marines down at all?
Well, the Marine unit I'm with is here for the moment and dug in, and so it's not going to slow them down. What their value might be as an intelligence. Better trained as Iraqi soldiers are going home.
Okay, we're losing Art Harris, but we understand he's saying about 50 Iraqis have given up in the position that he is in with the U.S. Marines.
Yeah, and of course another problem are hundreds, perhaps thousands of Iraqi civilians fleeing their homes, trying to find someplace safe to go, and they end up in these giant refugee camps. That's where Jane Araf is right now. She's in Iraqi Kurdistan in northern Iraq, in a tent city. You could say that, couldn't you, Jane?
Okay.
You could, Carol. It's unofficially a tent city. These are people among the hundreds of thousands who have fled the cities in northern Iraq, as you mentioned. And there are thousands of them, perhaps up to 8,000 or 10,000, still living in shelters like this. Now, these people, particularly, it's about 50 or 60 families, and they have come from a checkpoint near Iraqi government territory. We're in a place near the Rashanka village, which is about 25 miles from Dohuk. Now, you can see that they're trying to make life as normal as possible. This is Sitsi, who you're seeing here, and she's making bread for her family. They're basically living on bread and potatoes and rice, very basic. Now, food isn't the big problem here, but one of the big problems is that it's absolutely freezing. It's really cold just standing out here for even a few minutes, and these families have been out here for 5 days. You can see the tents as well in the background. They're makeshift tents. They've put them together themselves. A lot of them are stitched together with pieces of old sacks and plastic. And the reason they're here, the reason they're in such terrible conditions is they say they're terrified of a chemical attack by Iraqi forces. In fact, these people are telling us that this is the third time that they've run from the Iraqi forces. And one of the touching things is they're asking when the Americans are going to come. They say they wouldn't be afraid if American forces were here. Now, as we mentioned, there are tens of thousands of people in this situation. The kids here are getting sick. There are people getting sick all over the place. And to talk to us about what the government here is doing about that, we have an emergency official, Sekban Ferhan, who is the emergency coordinator for the regional government of the Kurdistan Democratic Party, which controls this part of northern Iraq. Thanks very much for joining us out here.
Thank you.
Can you tell us, first of all, what are you going to do for people like this?
Well, we have, in our program, we have built 1,320 houses, newly houses for our own IDPs. What we're going to do is we're going to accommodate these people, place them in these houses. And we are doing this, we are working on this program since 4 days ago. So it's a question of a matter of a couple of days. These people will be looked after very well.
Did this take you by surprise? I mean, we're not now seeing refugees from Iraqi government-controlled territory. These are essentially refugees in their own country. These are people who came from Kurdish territory. Is that a surprise to you?
That's not a surprise to us. We expected that our people might leave the towns and the cities and flee to the mountain. We did expect that, and Even that, we are working closely with some UN agencies, some NGOs. We are preparing and we're setting up camps and around the Hook cities, and we have located a number of sites. So far, we have set up a camps which can accommodate up to 1,000 families.
So how many refugees are you prepared for? Let's say there is fighting mostly in Kirkuk fall and people flood over the borders. How many can you take care of?
We've been preparing for 500,000 refugees from Iraqi-controlled area. We are preparing for 500,000, basically.
And what would be the biggest problem in caring for these refugees?
The biggest problem will be the immediate intervention by some UN agencies. We have shortages in tents, a lot of non-food items. We have a lot of shortages. The supplies we have here in northern Iraq, it's very limited. We have a very limited resources. We have very limited capability to deal with such number. But with the supplies we have, the stock, it's all we can accommodate for up to 500,000 people.
Now, in 1991, of course, the world saw just horrendous scenes of refugees, some of them freezing in the mountains. Are we likely to see those kind of scenes again?
No, because back in 1991, we didn't have system in place. We didn't have an administration. Now we have a system in place. We have an administration. And back in 1991, we had more than 4,000 villages were destroyed. Since then, most of these villages are being rebuilt. So these villages they will take in a lot of people.
And finally, you were saying that some people have actually started to go back to the cities. They're heeding government calls saying it's safe, they can go back. Why aren't we seeing more going back, though?
People are feeling an immediate danger is not there because a lot of heavy artillery has actually removed from the border with Kurdistan. The Iraqi government, the Iraqi military has actually pulled back to city like Baghdad and Tikrit. So that's why people have felt a bit safe, and so some of them are actually going back. No, mostly the children and the women are staying behind. But actually the men are going back, and they still feel that if Saddam might launch a rocket attack or a chemical attack.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was the emergency coordinator for the regional government here telling us that although some people are starting to go back to the villages, there are still a lot more like these families we've seen here out in the cold. Carol?
And I'm just struck by how many children are standing there watching you, and you talk about a possible chemical attack. Is there any protection for those people?
There is absolutely none. This is probably one of the few places that is the most vulnerable, where people have absolutely no protection. In fact, we're not very far from the Iraqi line of control, so people would be very, very vulnerable here. And the reason they're so terrified, the reason they've fled, is that they have memories of chemical attacks on Kurdish villages in the 1980s. But this isn't a government that can provide any protection for their people. That kind of system just isn't in place. And the only protection they really have, the only precautions they're taking, is trying to run away, essentially. Carol?
Jane Araf reporting live from Iraqi Kurdistan in northern Iraq this morning.
All right, we are going to go from that northern Iraq location to somewhere in the Persian Gulf. That's all we can say about the location, and our own Bob Franken. Bob, what can you tell us?
Well, actually, the location is at an air base, a U.S. air base near the Iraq border, where we are at a part of the air base that is devoted to CSAR, that is Combat Search and Rescue. I usually avoid the acronyms, but it is very much a part of the story. Most of this information is classified, but you'll probably be able to piece it together by what I can tell you. This is where the helicopters are called to go out and pick up downed pilots and the light. It's about 4:30 this morning, which would have been 8:30 last night Eastern time. The helicopters were called out for a search and rescue mission. Now, I will point out that these helicopters usually go into what the United States would consider enemy territory. We can't tell you the first mission they were called out on, but they were diverted from that mission and went to a second search and rescue operation. In this particular case, when they lowered to the ground, they came under small arms fire, but were able to, in fact, complete their mission. That is all I can tell you. I cannot, at this particular point, give you more specifics than that. Then they went to a third effort before they came back. No word on the outcome of that one. This was an effort that has lasted for many hours. The people here are back on the ground. Now, the reason that they say that they classify all this information, and reporters oftentimes object, is they say that by giving away the nature of the searches and the rescues, they would be compromising information that they don't want the other side to have. But the one thing to point out, of course, as far as these missions are concerned, at least one of them, there are news reports, there's information from the Pentagon and the British Defense Ministry that a British jet was shot down. But that the crew was still missing. We know that that's public. We can't talk at all about whether these people here were involved in the searches for that crew. I will also point out that among the jets that fly from here are some with the British Royal Air Force, although we have no information that the jet that was shot down near the border between Kuwait and Iraq, we have no information that that jet came from this airport. Now, this is an airport that has been very busy during the recent attacks on Iraq. As a matter of fact, the number of sorties, the number that has gone up on a regular basis, they were at 250 in the 24-hour period that ended Easter time about 10 o'clock last night. They now have gone up to 296. For the period that ended last night, they had been at 250. So that's a jump. It's been jumping every day. And, of course, with all the combat operations that go on, it's inevitable that there are going to be needs for the search and rescue people here. The people here at Caesar call themselves the 9/11 of the U.S. Air Force. Anderson?
All right, Bob, I understand there's a lot you cannot say, and you're very limited in what you can say. I just want to try to get as much information out and clarify as much of what you said as possible. We have heard these reports. We have been reporting this all morning about this British jet shot down. What you can say is that in this place where you are, where they conduct search and rescue operations, at 4:30 a.m., undergoing one operation, they were called upon to another operation, and in a total, and correct me please if I'm wrong, there were a total of 3 operations. Can you say if that is correct, and if so, how many of those were successful? Can you say?
There were 3 operations. One they've called a success, one they say is unresolved, and the first one they were called out on, they were diverted from. Now, again, they were called out at about 8:30 p.m. last night Eastern Time, 4:30 this morning, so perhaps somebody will want to figure out just when it was when the British jet went down, and perhaps you can put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, perhaps so. Our arithmetic is quite advanced at that degree. All right, Bob Franken, thank you very much for reporting what you can. I understand very limited what you can say, and appreciate you joining us. Thanks, Bob.
There have been so many things happening today. We had a firefight in Qasr and another firefight in south central Iraq. We want to get some military perspective. General Grange is in the house. We're going to get to him in just a minute, but first we're going to take a break.
All right.
The Saab 9.3 Sports Sedan just received a 5-star rating for collision safety performance from the European New Car Assessment Program.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote.
With sailors.
Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker.
With airmen.
Gary Tutton, Bob Franken.
With Marines.
Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
All right, let's get a look at the latest developments at this hour. U.S. and British military officials say a Patriot missile may have downed a British warplane returning from a mission over Iraq. The Royal Air Force plane is missing. It's believed the plane went down in Kuwait. The incident happened near the border with Iraq. Bob Franken just reported there have been several search and rescue operations. No further information at this time. In south central Iraq, members of the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry are battling a battalion-sized Iraqi force. Despite the fighting, our Walter Rogers, who's with the Apache troop with the 7th Cav, tells us the unit is running ahead of schedule. Our correspondent also tells us one of the cavalry's Humvees took a direct hit by an RPG, by a rocket-propelled grenade. None of the soldiers inside was hurt. What you're looking at next is going to be a fighting at Qasr. There it is, the Iraqi port taken the other day by U.S. Marines and British troops. Now, the Marines are mopping up pockets of resistance in the area. It was quite a mopping up operation the last couple hours. We've been watching live right here on CNN. Tanks were called into this part of the city to take out Iraqi troops using small arms fire. That operation, as far as we know at this point, is over. For a third night, strategic targets were bombed in the northern Iraqi cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. Both are, of course, major oil production centers. Now, U.S. Marines have been battling Iraqi forces near Basra, calling in Cobra attack helicopters. And despite images of surrendering Iraqis, Iraq's information minister says coalition forces were in, quote, shock and awe of Iraqi resistance and would ultimately be defeated. A U.S. soldier attached to the 101st Airborne Division is in custody. This is a sad and strange story. In custody for allegedly attacking his fellow soldiers. One soldier, it is known to have died. A dozen are injured, some of them seriously. The suspect's identity has not been made public, but he is said to be a sergeant with an engineering unit. That is a picture of what is the man believed to be the suspect in this case. He was found hiding in a bunker about an hour after grenades were tossed into those command tents. And those are the headlines making news this hour. There is a lot happening. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now, back to our coverage of war on Iraq.
And let's look now at the territory coalition forces have been moving through today. And overnight, U.S. and British troops have taken the Faw Peninsula and are now wrapping up resistance at the port of Qasr. U.S. forces also have taken control of one airfield in western Iraq. You see it marked H3 on this graphic, this map you're seeing. Military officials previously indicated a second airfield at H2. You can see that too on the map. That had been taken too. They say now that is not the case. And now we want to go to Bill Hemmer, who's live in Kuwait for that very strange story out of Camp Pennsylvania, where one of America's own lobbed at least 2 grenades into a tent of commanders. Camp Pennsylvania in New York, part of the 101st Airborne Division. Bill, can you tell us more?
Yeah, Carol, still trying to piece this together. These are the facts as we know them. 1:30 a.m. local time here in Kuwait. Camp Pennsylvania, headquarters for the remaining portions of the 101st Airborne Division that have yet to advance into Iraq. It was about 1:30 a.m. this morning when one of the members of the 1st Brigade had opened up small arms fire into possibly as many as 3 different tents housing the operations center, and also lobbing at least 3 grenades, 2 of which have exploded inside. And again, this could have taken place in 1 or 3 different tent areas. And there's a Time magazine reporter on the scene who told us here that the suspect, whose identity has not yet been released, may have been on the run for as long as 45 minutes, hiding in a bunker nearby before he was found. You'll see some videotape, you may have seen it already, of the suspect being held by other members of the 101st Airborne. Again, identity not given out just yet. Neither is the identity given of those who have been wounded and killed. One member of the 101st is dead as a result. 10 others were wounded, all 10 medevac to a nearby Army hospital. We are told, Carol, that some of them have critical wounds, but we don't have much more information after that. In addition, 2 others were wounded, treated at the scene, and since then they have been released. Ryan Chilcote is with the 101st 3rd Brigade. He had been with the full unit earlier in the week. In fact, if you go back to Fort Campbell in Kentucky weeks ago, Ryan started his journey back to Kuwait from there. Ryan has since moved into southern Iraq. We talked to him about 30 minutes ago. He says that the news travels fast within the 101st, and a lot of members in his unit apparently shocked, as you can imagine right now, given the news that one of their own has turned on and killed a member of the 101st. Ryan also indicates, though, that his unit continues to move up through southern Iraq. He said at one point today, Carol, that they've been moving for 41 hours unimpeded. He mentioned 3 different towns they've passed through, varying reactions from the Iraqi people, depending on which towns they go through, but they continue to move at what appears to be a pretty good clip at this point. But again, the news back in Kuwait, not good. 1 dead, 101st Airborne Division killed as a result of the attack from his own unit earlier today. Carol?
Yeah, earlier we had spoken to a Time magazine reporter, Bill, and he said as this person was lobbing those grenades into the tent, he yelled, "You're under attack, you're under attack." I know Darren Kagan tried to get to Camp Pennsylvania earlier this morning. Was she able to get close?
Was not, no, that's my understanding based on the information I have, but you make a good point here. The eyewitnesses near the scene who saw this today woken up in the middle of the night, and one person described inside of one of these tents as to being complete carnage. So it was not a scene that anyone at that unit had anticipated. And what you'll hear from the members of the Army is that they come halfway around the world to fight, in their words, the enemy, in this case the Iraqis, and not to fight against their own.
Yeah, and I'm just reading this Time magazine article. It's also on CNN.com. And apparently military criminal investigators said the suspect was recently reprimanded for insubordination and was told he would stay behind when his unit left Camp 4 Iraq. Of course, we're efforting all sorts of information on this bizarre incident, and we'll let you get back to work there in Kuwait. Bill Hemmer reporting live from Kuwait City.
Bill.
Well, the U.S. Central Command is going to hold its next briefing on the war this afternoon at 2 Eastern. British and U.S. military officials say a British Royal Air Force plane is missing. They say it may have been shot down accidentally by U.S. Patriot missiles. Let's see what else we can find out about this from Chris Plant at the Pentagon.
Hi, Anderson. That's right. A British jet on its way back from Upper Iraq, a combat mission headed toward the Kuwaiti border. And apparently at this point, officials believe that a U.S. Army Patriot missile in place there to shoot down incoming Iraqi missiles was fired, and apparently, according to what they can tell from what they know now, shot down this British warplane. Search and rescue efforts were launched a short time afterward when they realized that a British plane was missing. The fate of the pilot or pilots still not known, very little in the way of detail being released by the military. It was likely either a one-seat or a two-seat fighter plane off on a mission in Iraq and was on its way back at the time. Anderson?
Chris, Bob Franken, who was reporting from a base somewhere in the Persian Gulf, we'll say, reported that there were several search and rescue operations. He really was very limited in what he can say. Do you have any information on any of those operations? He said one of them was successful, one, the status was unknown. I know that we just heard this literally moments ago. You probably don't have anything on it. I just want to check.
I don't have a status report on the search and rescue operations as of the last few minutes, Anderson, but I can tell you that this is something that they take very, very seriously. A situation of friendly fire is obviously something that they go to great lengths to try to avoid seeing happen. It's particularly tragic. People are killed in combat, but friendly fire makes matters all the worse, and it's what the U.S. military calls fratricide, meaning that the killing of a brother, and it's a very common, unfortunately, event in combat situations, which are often very chaotic, and the management of airspace, particularly in areas where you're concerned about incoming missiles from an enemy force, can be a very difficult challenge. In the 1991 Gulf War, of the 146 Americans that were killed in combat, 35 of those were as a result of friendly fire. And of the 16 British troops killed in the 1991 Gulf War, 9 of those, more than half of those, were as a result of friendly fire.
All right.
Anderson.
It is sad stuff. Chris Plant, thanks very much. Carol?
All right, it's 5:41 Eastern Time, early on Sunday morning. We want to recap for you now the developments from the past several hours. 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, CNN's Walt Rogers reports the 7th Cavalry's advance toward Baghdad is stalled about 160 miles south of Baghdad after an encounter with Iraqi troops. He's going to tell us more about that. Quite bizarre. 11:21 a.m. Eastern, 7:21 p.m. in Iraq. In the skies over Baghdad, aircraft are heard and tracer fire flashes are seen. 12:15 p.m. Sources tell CNN U.S. troops will escort Kuwaiti firefighters to Iraqi oil fields to put out blazes set by the Iraqis. At 2:52 Eastern Time, after reports that up to 3 U.S. missiles missed their Iraqi target and landed in southwestern Iran, State Department correspondent Andrea Koppel is reporting the U.S. and Iran are working to hold off a potential diplomatic crisis. Apparently those were Iraqi rockets. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 p.m. Baghdad time, more air raid sirens and more explosions in the Iraqi capital, and Reuters is reporting parts of the city were plunged into darkness. At 4 p.m. Eastern, The Pentagon releases war stats. 7 Americans confirmed dead. Up to 2,000 Iraqi soldiers are prisoners of war, and pilots have flown more than 1,000 combat sorties since Friday's shock and awe campaign began. 6:16 p.m. yesterday, 13 people at the 101st Airborne Division camp in northern Kuwait were injured by small arms fire and grenades. Later, 1 soldier dies of his wounds. U.S. Central Command reports 1 U.S. soldier in custody in connection with that attack. All right, we want to get some military expertise here because a lot has been happening this morning. Firefight battles in Qasr in southeastern Iraq, and also a firefight in south central Iraq with the 7th Cavalry. That's where Walter Rogers is. Want to join our military desk with CNN's Renee San Miguel, and he's joined by Major Grange, I believe.
That's exactly right. Thank you very much, Carol. Our job here is to give you some analysis on the events of the past few hours and also advance things for you and try to tell you what to expect in the day ahead. For that, we are joined by CNN military analyst, retired Army General David Grange. Good morning to you. Thanks for getting up early. Let's start off with the situation at Qasr. We have some digital imagery, some satellite imagery provided by earthviewer.com and digitalglobe.com. This is the very important port town, if you will. I'm not sure we can call it a city, right there on the inlet that leads into the Persian Gulf, very near the border of with Kuwait. And the idea here is that we had heard it was under control, but not necessarily, it was secure, but not necessarily control. Give us the difference here.
Well, the coalition forces right now control the overall area. In other words, they have control of the skies. They're occupying key terrain, maybe at high ground, road intersections, whatever, but they have not secured the entire area, and that takes a considerable amount of time. And as units progress, you can't, it doesn't look like every square foot, in other words, is totally under control. And even if they go through and clear at one time, doesn't mean that someone can't move back into it from a building or hiding in a ditch or whatever the case may be. So this is going to happen continually during this war.
Okay, and also they want to make sure, the Pentagon wants to make sure that it doesn't halt the forward advance towards Baghdad.
Exactly. The momentum has to continue on. There's units designated to do these mop-up operations.
Let's talk a little bit now about something different here, the Patriot situation. The reports that we have heard that a British airplane may have been shot down by a Patriot. We have some graphics here to show you. Since some of the research I've dug up about the Patriot PAC-3, the new and improved, if you will, Patriot missile system, is that its radar range has been extended. The range is secret. The Army is not telling us exactly what that is. Maybe that a situation where this was improved maybe too much for its own good?
No, I think what would happen, just think of the skies right now.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 combat sorties they're talking about flown so far. So think how many hundreds of aircraft are flying every night, to include rockets being fired from our side, a few Iraqi missiles. So what happens is you have this identification, friend or foe, signals that all our aircraft have. And maybe it wasn't working. And so they couldn't identify right away, and it just may have been a human error, a mistake that this happened. So, you know, fratricide, friendly fire accidents happen. We don't know for sure that's what did happen. They believe so from the reports, but again, it's a sad thing about war, but it happened and it's going to continue to happen.
Okay, we want to now talk a little bit about the propaganda situation. Now we have heard the phrase shock and awe used by both sides in this conflict. And what we just heard the Iraqi vice president talking about, they may have POWs and that the situation is not what has been explained. It sounds, obviously, they're watching the coverage of what's going on, and it's now time for them to get their side of things out. Who's the audience here?
Sure. First of all, it's funny about the phrase shock and awe. It's not really a doctrinal term, and I guess it's kind of catchy since the enemy are using it now as well. But what they're doing, the audience right now from the Iraqi announcements is the people in Baghdad. Yes, some of them have access to BBC, CNN, different news outlets, but they're trying to get the word out and saying that we're putting out propaganda. And in fact, of course, they're putting out disinformation in that just to convince the people, hey, we're doing fine, hang on there. You know, and continuing with their propaganda effort. Information is very powerful, and people are really thirsty for this information in Baghdad. I mean, you can imagine what they know in Baghdad. Think about the troops down south. They get no information. They may have a transistor radio, but that's about it. So it's the fog of war for the Iraqi army is really nil.
Let's talk about the situation down south and what we can expect for the day. We heard about Walter Rogers reporting on some of the south central Iraqi activity going on. Tell us what you expect today, and use the pointer if you
Sure.
could, please, to tell us what you expect in terms of movements.
Well, we'll continue to have the mopping up operations down around south of Basra in that Basra area. As they continue, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force continues to drive forward to their objectives, presumably north of Basra.
Okay.
3rd Infantry Division has already done the river crossing, as we know, supposedly 160 miles from Baghdad. That's probably the leading elements. If that's in fact the case, maybe reconnaissance elements. There was an announcement that they're stalled. They may be stalled, but actually they're probably refueling, refitting, getting ready for the next phase of the operation. They talked about the 101st somewhere out in the Iraqi desert. Don't know where they are. Their mission, as it's executed, why that unit's moving will be a surprise to us, I hope.
Okay.
That way it'll be a surprise to the enemy as well. Over here we talked about H3. First reports that both airfields were taken. It would surprise me if they weren't able to take the H2, H1, this whole complex of airfields, because I think these are objectives that would not be that difficult to take down, and that's probably the plan. And then, of course, up north, something eventually is going to happen up north. Besides the Special Operating Forces working in this area, you'll see future operations in there, and of course, we've just seen the bombing.
Okay.
Parts of the bombing up here, which may be in preparation for future operations up north.
And also, the campaign continues from the air, but to get more ground troops in that area, it would be good to have these air bases right here to be able to launch those kinds of operations.
Exactly. One other thing that on the movement up north, they're getting closer now to the tougher Iraqi units, Republican Guards units like the Medina divisions, and so this is going to be most likely stiffer resistance, and you can expect some more intense fighting as they get north.
This is what everybody has been talking about, that it's going to get tougher, and also the terrain situation is also going to get a little bit tougher in terms of tanks and the kind of urban combat we've been talking about. General David Grange, thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you again later in the hour. Back to you.
Renee, don't let the general leave yet, because we have more questions for him.
Okay.
I was just wondering about how well the Iraqi army is equipped. I mean, we know we have these rocket-propelled grenades. We know they have Russian-made machine guns. But the strangest find was made in south-central Iraq with Walter Rogers and the 7th Cavalry. A pink pickup truck, Japanese-made, with a machine gun mounted on it, and a sticker on the front window that said New York Police, NYPD.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, it looks like something you would have seen in Somalia during the fighting there, where machine guns were placed on civilian vehicles. So, yes, that was an unusual photograph that was captured, and I don't know why that would be in the area.
It was just strange. I mean, as far as you can tell right now, though, how well do you think the Iraqi soldiers are equipped?
Well, yeah, again, they're fighting the regular Army units, which are not equipped as well as the Republican Guard units. But, you know, like, for instance, the RPG attack that hit the Humvee of the cavalry unit, the soldiers in that vehicle are very lucky. RPGs are very dangerous weapons, especially with a soft vehicle like a Humvee, and so they are very fortunate that they survived that hit. And those are the type of things you'll see, especially around buildings, built-up areas, when you're fighting any of the Iraqi units. Now, as the forces get further north, they're going to encounter better equipment, more advanced tanks and armored personnel carriers, and troops that have higher state of morale and better weapons.
All right, General Grange, thanks for joining us this morning. We sure appreciate your insight.
I just want to give a little bit of an update. Reuters is now reporting that the U.S. says that no planes in the U.S.-led force have been shot down, therefore no prisoners taken. This statement made because Iraq's vice president appeared on television, Iraqi TV, just shortly, a little while ago, said that you're going to see POWs paraded in front of the cameras appearing on Iraqi TV shortly. So this response, apparently, Reuters quoting, saying U.S. says no planes in the U.S.-led force have been shot down, therefore no prisoners taken. So simply you're not going to see it on Iraqi TV.
Didn't he say 5 American warplanes were shot down? The Iraqi vice president, I believe he did.
It's possible, yeah. He made a wide variety of statements. But we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Nick Robertson. He filed a report about his journey out of Iraq. We'll be right back.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You're losing your hair, and you haven't ordered Avacor yet? Hi, I'm Derek Cope, race car driver and TV analyst. To do your best, you need to look and feel your best. When I started noticing my hair thinning, I decided to take action. I explored various options, and I found the Avacor system. The experts at Avacor told me that hair loss is caused by a body chemical called DHT that stops your hair from growing. Avacor has an all-natural DHT blocker, and its topical physician's formulation starts your hair growing again. It worked for me. It's about confidence and the desire to win. Avacor does that.
Join the tens of thousands of satisfied customers who have reversed their hair loss with Avacor. It's guaranteed. Call 800-511-2326. Now you can use Avacor risk-free for 1 full year. It's guaranteed. Call 800-511-2326. That's 800-511-2326.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And welcome back to our coverage. It is now 5:53 Eastern Time, very early on a Sunday morning. CNN correspondent Nick Robertson and a team of CNN journalists arrived safely in Jordan. Of course, you probably know by now that they've been expelled from Baghdad.
That's right, but they arrived safely in Jordan. And on the way out, Nick witnessed the so-called shock and awe portion of the air campaign from a pretty unique perspective. Here's his report on the journey out of Iraq.
Rarely does a ringside seat to history come with such a view. An apocalyptic crumbling of a regime under the force of a superpower. President Saddam Hussein's palaces erupt in flames. Just across the river, residential neighborhoods shake with each detonation. Not to say civilians aren't injured or killed in these bombing raids. They are. And Iraqi officials pressed this issue with journalists to raise opposition to the war.
Casualties on civilians up to now, we have in hospitals 207 injured, children, women, and other civilians. We are going to take you, if you like, to visit them.
But not CNN. The morning after the bombing, an eerie but temporary lull. For CNN, though, time to leave. Our office closed, the staff forced out on the order of the information minister.
Wow, look at it down there, the damage. Look at those buildings.
On the road through Baghdad, a chance to see the damage close up. And with our government minder in another car, a chance to video more fully what's happening around town. In most neighborhoods, armed Ba'ath Party officials loiter menacingly on street corners. At the city's main boundary checkpoint, I'm able to snatch a shot. It doesn't look heavily defended. Further from Baghdad, we see fewer and fewer military installations. Only the occasional sighting of the army on the move, an indication Iraq is focusing its efforts defending Baghdad. We're heading west out of the city now across the desert towards Jordan. We may run into some problems on the road. US forces have taken airfields known as H2 and H3, about 50 miles, 70 kilometers or so from the Jordanian border. Near the airfields, shot-up vehicles become a more common sight. Smoke rising from recently bombed buildings indicates some coalition presence. And for a reason we can't immediately understand, a large hole has been blasted in a bridge. Out of the danger zone, our team, correspondent Reem Brahimi, executive producer Ingrid Formanek, and cameraman Brian Puchatti make it safely to more friendly territory. Nick Robertson, CNN, just over the Iraqi border in Jordan.
And just because Nick Robertson is back doesn't mean his job is done. He'll be joining us later on this morning to talk about his experiences and to offer his expertise on what's happening in Baghdad. Let's go to Kuwait City now, and Bill Hemmer. Is something up there, Bill?
No, there's not, Carol, but our guest has arrived. David Ignatius, a writer for the Washington Post, now joining us here in Kuwait City. This is a man who yesterday went into southern Iraq, and we're going to talk to him right now about his experience. Good afternoon to you. Nice to see you, David. Listen, you went in unescorted. I guess to let our viewers understand, you were not an embedded journalist. You're what we call unilateral. You make the decision to go in on your own without the escort of the U.S. military. Your experience over several hours yesterday was what?
Well, it began very early, around 4 a.m. We left for the border, and there were some vehicles of other unilateral journalists waiting at the border. The border remained closed, so at about 5 o'clock, we went along the DMZ and managed to sneak in. I won't say exactly how, but we found a way to get in. And then we began to operate and do what journalists do, which is to try to go to places and see things and talk to people. Some of the things that we saw and did that are relevant, the first thing we tried to do was to go to Qasr, which the Americans had announced had been captured the day before. Well, guess what? As we tried to get towards the center of Qasr, we were waved back. A French TV crew was fleeing, and because I speak French, I was able to ask them what was going on. They said it's just too dangerous. They're shooting there. You know, they haven't taken the city. Iraqi soldiers are in civilian gear, but they're shooting. So it was clear that city hadn't been taken. You know, and as an independent journalist, you were able to verify that yourself. We then tried to go into Basra, and that road, too, was very insecure. Some of our colleagues did go down the road at that time or later, and some of them seem to have ended up getting killed yesterday. There were a number of journalists who were killed yesterday doing what I was doing.
So you're seeing a very insecure area, much like the images we're seeing with the embedded journalists as well.
Yeah, we're seeing an insecure southern Iraq. We're seeing a strategy of racing toward Baghdad and leaving the cities of southern Iraq essentially, you know, uncaptured. And what the Americans are finding is that they're now having to fight very tough battles in Qasr and Basra to secure those areas and make them safe. And I think that in that sense, we're seeing some snags in the American war plan that are important especially in terms of thinking about what will happen when they get to Baghdad.
David Ignatius, Washington Post. Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Bill.
Here's Carol again in Atlanta. Carol.
All right, thanks so much, Bill. We're going to start our 6 o'clock Eastern Time hour here on CNN, and we're going to take a look at what's happening at this hour. A 4-hour engagement between U.S. Marines and Iraqi forces in Qasr ended with airstrikes and the Iraqis being taken prisoner. The entire drama unfolded live on television right here on CNN. A Marine sergeant said sporadic gunfire had been coming from a building that you can see in the distance there for 2 days. Now, the number of Iraqis inside that building turned out to be significantly larger than the Marines first thought. And the battle then required tanks and then eventually required airstrikes to defeat the Iraqis inside. CNN's Walter Rogers, embedded with the Army's 7th Cavalry, reports that one of the unit's Humvees took a direct hit from an Iraqi rocket grenade. There were no casualties, amazingly enough. Now, this unit has been dealing with a dug-in Iraqi position in south-central Iraq for much of the day, hitting a stockpile of Iraqi ammunition with an artillery shell. That's the smoke you see in the background there. Despite the halt, though, the troop commander says he is ahead of schedule in his advance to Baghdad. The unit also took 3 Iraqis prisoner. Iraq's vice president says Iraq is holding U.S. prisoners of war. He adds Iraq will show them to you on Iraqi television. But U.S. Central Command has not reported any American troops taken prisoner. U.S. and British military officials say a Patriot missile may have downed a British warplane. Now, those officials say a Patriot missile battery near the Iraq-Kuwait border may have locked on and shot down the Royal Air Force plane as it was returning from a mission over Iraq. The crew is missing. A soldier attached to the 101st Airborne Division is now suspected of throwing grenades into 3 command tents at a camp in northern Kuwait, Camp Pennsylvania we're talking about. 1 soldier is dead. 12 more are injured. Military officials say the soldier was recently reprimanded for insubordination. And anti-war demonstrations are growing larger and louder. In New York City, a few skirmishes with police erupted yesterday as up to 200,000 people marched down Broadway. Also in Washington, several hundred protesters clogged traffic near the White House. And in Chicago, more than 1,000 demonstrators massed for competing rallies. And those are the headlines making news this hour. You are watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now back to our coverage on the strike on Iraq. And these are live pictures from Baghdad, where more explosions were heard today as the coalition forces enter day 4 of the war in Iraq.
And people around the world watched a battle unfold at Qasr earlier this morning. Maybe you at home are watching it with us. The battle occurred as U.S. Marines cleared pockets of resistance. It was quite dramatic. Good morning, everyone. It is Sunday. That is some of the videos, some of the images we were showing earlier this morning. It is Sunday, March 23rd. From Atlanta, I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Carol Costello. Thank you for joining us.
It's been quite a morning. We're going to get an early briefing now on what you can expect to make news today as the war in Iraq rages on. This is what to look ahead for. President Bush returns to the White House this afternoon at around 1:30 Eastern Time. He, of course, is at Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland, the Marine facility where he convened a wartime national security meeting over the weekend. Also, this afternoon, the Central Command has scheduled a news briefing in Doha, Qatar. You can watch it live here on CNN at 2 p.m. Eastern. And in completely other news, the Oscars will go on tonight in Los Angeles with far less glitz, we are told, plenty of guards. The tone of the show, they say, will be subdued, obviously, because of the war.
No fashion show either. At least that's from what we understand.
We are also awaiting a press conference in Kuwait City. Air Force Major General Daniel Leaf. We anticipate that happening sometime in the next hour, so we're going to of course, bring that to you live as well.
Yeah, and he's got a lot to update us on, too, so we'll bring that to you live as soon as it happens. I want to step back a bit and look at the whole picture in the region right now. The coalition forces are moving up from Kuwait. The U.S. Marines, along with British troops, have taken the Fall Peninsula, and they will move north. The 7th Cavalry leads the 3rd Army north, while the Pentagon says it has taken an airfield in western Iraq. Now, the focus of all of those coalition forces remains Iraq's capital, and, of course, that would be Baghdad. Want to head live now to Kuwait City and Bill Hemmer. A lot has been happening there this morning as well at Camp Pennsylvania. Some violence there from one of America's own. Apparently a soldier threw at least 3 grenades into a tent, killed 1 American soldier and injured about 12 others. Bill, what more can you tell us?
Carol, details as we have it, as you say, 1 dead, 12 others wounded, 2 not seriously, but 10 others airlifted to a local Army hospital in northern Kuwait. More on that in a moment. There is breaking news, though, in Qatar. Forward command post, Central Command station there with Tommy Franks. Tom Intier is there for CNN. Tom, what do you have?
Just about 4 or 5 minutes ago, there was an explosion just outside the base. I saw it go off with my own eyes. It was not at the front gate. It was several hundred yards away from the front gate. A big cloud of brown smoke went up into the air. No idea if this was a hostile explosion or if this was a construction site that may have suffered an accident, but a huge explosion just off the compound where Tommy Franks is located here in Qatar. The plume of smoke went up maybe 600-700 feet into the air and maybe 100 feet across. This was a very, very large explosion outside the base. Everyone's scurrying around. I could see one U.S. Army soldier running across the hillside to his weapon position, which is located inside the base. So apparently nerves definitely on edge right now as this explosion has occurred here at Central Command headquarters in Doha.
Tom, I imagine that place is pretty secure, or at least security's got to be pretty tight on the inside. Give us a sense. You've been there for days now. Sense of that security is what there?
The security is extremely tight. Each time that we enter the base, we are thoroughly searched. Bomb-sniffing dogs check our equipment. They check our bags. They check our computers. They check everything. Again, this was not an explosion on the compound itself, but farther away, outside the perimeter of the compound, the explosion occurred. So there is no security in those areas out there. Again, whether it was an accident, a construction accident, or a deliberate act, we simply do not know. It's too early to tell, but it was indeed a large explosion that I could see about maybe 400 or 500 yards away from the front entrance to the base.
Yeah, Tom, your job there for CNN is to follow and track the movements of Tommy Franks and the briefings that we're getting from CENTCOM. The first one really came out yesterday since this conflict began on Wednesday night. Do you stay on the base, and if not, are you in town enough to give us an idea about downtown Doha, the population there, any threats in the past that may have been directed toward U.S. or British forces?
Well, I do come and go from the base on occasion, not on a regular basis, but I have not seen anything which is out of the ordinary. They have stores and shops that are open. The hotels are filled with journalists. There doesn't seem to be any opposition to the coalition presence here. It seems like a very normal place. This explosion that occurred now about 7 or 8 minutes ago, it could have been an accident. We don't know. It could have been a construction site where they were using dynamite, or it could have been something with hostile intent. Indeed, the security around this area is tight, and it was even tightened as the campaign began in Iraq. They moved police posts in, Air Force security from the Kuwaiti military, or Qatari military. They set up outposts maybe a half mile away from the entrance. Security was definitely beefed up in the last 72 hours. So just what this incident was, we're still not sure, but I saw it with my own eyes go up maybe 500-600 feet in the air with a large plume of smoke. It was a very loud explosion. You could feel the concussion all the way on the center of the base where I'm located.
Tom, I want to cut you free in a minute here. One more question though for you. We have found in the past that some of these Persian Gulf states, despite the fact that they have a U.S. military presence in their country, they try and keep that information away from their own people, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. The Qataris, do they know about the U.S. presence in their country?
Oh, absolutely. Qatari television is here. They have been broadcasting live. I think they took Tommy Frank's briefing live yesterday. So the local nationals are well aware of the military presence here. Qatari TV is part of this operation behind me here, filing regular reports, hourly from the press center. So the locals here in the country are fully aware of what is going on here. They may not be able to come and visit the base, but local television has been broadcasting from this site just maybe 20-30 feet from where I'm standing right now.
All right, Tom. Tom Antier again in Doha, Qatar. We'll let you go and see if we can track down and find out for us based on this explosion that Tom heard a short time ago and saw himself just outside the base there with Central Command. The forward position for the U.S. military has been stationed and set up for this war with Iraq. Meanwhile, let's move to a different part of the Persian Gulf area. Yesterday, Christiane Amanpour was in southeastern Iraq. She is traveling with the British military. Since that time, she's come back south into Kuwait, and let's check in now for an update as to what's happening there today. Christiane, hello. Good afternoon.
Bill, hello to you. We are, in fact, traveling with the British in and out of various areas, and we are sort of seeing a big picture of what's going on in the southern Iraqi area. Yesterday, we were in Qasr, and we've been reporting, you have for a long time this morning, about those last pockets of resistance. And even though they had the main port yesterday, they were still, as they told us when we were there, and as you've seen today, trying to wipe out those last pockets of resistance. Qasr is a little bit of a litmus test, of course, because that is going to tell how the rest of this area might go, particularly the urban areas. They're still worried about potentially going to Basra because they don't know how they're going to be welcomed and whether there are any Iraqi military in there. What we're being told by briefers here is that many of the Iraqi army units that were outside Basra have, quote, melted away or surrendered, but there may be a situation where they have moved into the town of Basra. That is not clear yet. Today we were inside Iraq in the southern area at the Rumaila oil fields. That also important strategically, as is most of this southern area, for economic and financial strategic reasons. The Rumaila oil field...
Air Force Major General Daniel Lee.
A brief prepared statement to give you an overview and then go on and take your questions for approximately 30 minutes total. I'm United States Air Force Major General Dan Lee, and I'm serving as the Air Component Coordination Element Director. In that role, I am the Air Component Commander's representative to Lieutenant General David McKiernan, the Coalition Forces Land Component Commander. My purpose in today's briefing is to discuss the role the Coalition Air Component is playing in Operation Iraqi Freedom. I will briefly describe the missions we're performing and the support we're providing to General Franks and the other components, and then, as I said, we'll open the floor for questions. As I speak, we're operating approximately 1,600 aircraft across the coalition. They include everything from long-range bombers to fighters, tankers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms, and intra and inter-theater airlift aircraft. These aircraft are operating from as far away as Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, a 35-hour round trip, and air bases in the United Kingdom and Indian Ocean, both a 16-hour round trip from Iraq. All those bases in addition to more than 30 bases in a dozen countries throughout this region of the world, plus 5 aircraft carriers. The Combined Forces Air Component Commander also uses 50 Department of Defense satellites to provide continuous, precise, and essential weather forecasting, communications, navigation, surveillance, and missile warning for all coalition forces in the region. Under the command of United States Air Force Lieutenant General Buzz Mosley, the Coalition Forces Air Component Commander, the coalition's shock air forces, as General Franks described them yesterday, have been striking Iraqi integrated air defense system targets, command and control targets, regime leadership and security targets, weapons of mass destruction targets in and around Baghdad for the last 48 hours. In addition, since combat operations began less than 96 hours ago, air component forces have been striking targets to enable land and maritime operations, performing close air support and interdiction in coordination with our ground force movements, providing command and control and battlefield situation awareness for all the components, supporting special operating forces movements, suppressing enemy air defenses, performing air refueling, suppressing the theater ballistic missile threat, and standing by to perform combat search and rescue if needed. Finally, and importantly, we hope to deliver humanitarian relief and assistance to the Iraqi people very soon. And we have nearly 120 tactical airlift aircraft to help us do exactly that. The airpiece of Operation Iraqi Freedom is a critical component of General Franks' overall theater campaign. It's agile, flexible, and responsive, able to strike pre-planned targets and emerging threats with equal ability and devastating effect. The keys to this capability are enhanced command and control, improved precision munitions, months of planning, training, what-ifing and wargaming, and highly skilled and dedicated people who perform their assigned duties, and many more, with pride and precision. As General Franks said yesterday, great care goes into the selection of every target we hit. We're absolutely deliberate, disciplined, and proportional in every targeting decision because we are so intent on minimizing collateral damage and unintended consequences. Every targeting decision is reviewed by many people at several levels to ensure that we have done everything possible to avoid collateral damage. Over the course of the first almost 4 days of combat operations, we've flown a total of 6,000 sorties, including nearly 2,000 on a day alone. It has been dangerous, hard work. The enemy has fired a great deal of anti-aircraft artillery and many surface-to-air missiles at coalition aircraft. We're very proud of the work of these magnificent airmen, as General Franks labeled them, have been doing. And I'm personally proud to be serving with these dedicated and professional airmen, as well as all the fine soldiers, sailors, and Marines of our coalition. We also take pride in how we've been able to orchestrate all this air and space capability to support General Franks. We're operating with one airspace plan, a common air tasking order, providing a single set of command and control, controlled by the Combined Forces Air Component Commander through the single Combined Air Operations Center, by a coalition team of airmen from all U.S. Armed Services and several coalition partners. We're employing 1,600 of our aircraft from all the armed services and several partners as well. And it doesn't matter to us where they were launched from or what flag they flew under or what munitions they carried, only that they create the precise effects desired at the precise locations and times required, as many times as needed to support General Franks. We'll continue doing that until Saddam Hussein and his regime are removed from power. If I were to describe the role of coalition air power in a simple analogy, I would use two hands, one balled into a fist and the other completely wide open and extended. The fist illustrates that we are ready, willing, and able to defend the interests of our coalition and disarm the Iraqi regime. The open hand is a hand of hope, freely extended, to show our commitment to rapidly airlift food, medicine, and other humanitarian aid to the suffering people of Iraq. Thank you. I'll take your questions.
General, you mentioned just now the single set of command and control coordinating all this. Today we've had this apparent accident between an American Patriot missile battery and a British tornado jet. how could something like this conceivably happen with this very coordinated command and control and communications?
Well, I won't talk to that specific incident report because the details aren't clear yet. First of all, I have to start by saying that combat, air, land, sea combat, is a very risky business. It's very dangerous. The command and control that we provide and the construct that we operate under, rules of engagement, special instructions that are reviewed daily, are designed to make it as risk-free as possible. It will never be perfect. And every time we have an incident that indicates we may have some adjustment to make to prevent whether it's collateral damage or friendly fire, we put just total effort into doing exactly that. And if it turns out to be the case, I'm certain that we'll find some adjustments that are to be made.
So it's conceivable that there could have been some miscommunication here, even though you have this...
Certainly, it is conceivable. Fog of war, the risk and pace of our operations, as I said, it remains very dangerous business. We do everything we can to minimize the risk. We will never completely eliminate it.
General, could you clarify whether coalition aircraft are overflying Turkish airspace or operating from their bases inside Turkey?
I can't address that right now. Thank you. Back.
Are you aware of the discovery of any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Not at this time, and I'd allude to General Frank's statement yesterday on that matter. There's a great deal to do yet ahead of us. We've accomplished a lot. The land forces have moved faster, I think, than any army in history, but there's a lot ahead of us. I believe that work is yet to be done, and I believe they will be discovered.
General, the military has attorneys in theater to help them comply with Geneva Convention rules and targeting decisions. Who has ultimate authority over targeting decisions? Are there targets you would have otherwise liked to hit but have been obstructed from hitting by attackmen of the Iraqis? And do you have all the information you need to make these targeting decisions?
That's a great, very complex question. I'll try to get to the meat of it quickly. It's a command responsibility to decide what targets are hit. Obviously, in the United States military, we have civilian control and review over military decisions. We have a robust structure and a great deal of information that's been prepared not just since operations began, but well in advance to facilitate good decisions in that regard. And we go through our targeting methodology and our targets that we can and cannot strike on a daily basis. That doesn't mean the enemy won't use it to his advantage, use our attempt to be proportional and proper to his advantage. That's reality. We do everything we can to get it right. It is a collaborative process. You cited the role of judge advocate general personnel in the process, operators, intelligence people, and frankly some automated processes to predict the effects of weapons. And it is a robust process, and I think it has allowed us to be very responsive to changing situations, hit targets as they become valid or remove them from target lists when they're no longer valid, and still provide a great deal of pressure on Saddam Hussein and his regime without applying that pressure unnecessarily to the Iraqi people or the infrastructure.
General.
Let me move around the room a little. Sir.
Do you have any damage assessments yet of any civilian casualties in Baghdad or elsewhere and Iraqi damage?
I've heard some open source reports. I have seen no assessments or data that I would label as clear, concise, and concrete on casualties, on civilian casualties. I've only heard the open press reports.
General, can you elaborate on the new ammunition that is being used by the Air Force in the attacks against Iraq?
Well, we've used a variety of munitions that have been modified, upgraded, developed, and I think that's a big part of our ability to put so much pressure on the Hussein regime so rapidly without, again, unnecessarily affecting the Iraqi populace. Some of these munitions have been around since Operation Allied Force in Serbia, like the Joint Direct Attack munition. It's really refinement of the precise and responsive application of those munitions and how many platforms can carry them more than any specific brand new weapon. Our bombers, for example, as we saw in Operation Enduring Freedom, now carry JDAM. Most of the fighters carry that Joint Direct Attack munition. So it's a proliferation of precision more than a development of new weapons.
But are you using like dates or?
In different places in Iraq, do you think that the Operation Iraqi Freedom is going as you planned, as you expected?
I think it's going more rapidly than I expected. There is resistance. That's quite predictable. It's combat. But if we were to compare the progress from the beaches of Normandy towards Nazi Germany in World War II to the progress made from a starting stop in a known location into Iraq, I'd say we're making very, very rapid progress.
Major, we've heard reports that Saddam Hussein built a $150 million bunker with tons of steel and concrete deep in the ground. From the information you've obtained, and you spoke about the precision that's used, did you penetrate that bunker yet? What information can you tell us about that particular bunker?
I don't have specific bomb damage assessment on the exact effects, and clearly I couldn't answer a question with information that might help the regime continue to survive if they are. We targeted a number of leadership targets and command and control facilities.
General, could you give us a little update, if you could, on Basra? We've heard a lot from the land forces people about what their strategy is for the city. We've heard reports of bombing in the city. Could you tell us a little bit about the campaign around Basra?
I can't update you on the current specific status of that campaign. I can tell you that the coalition aircraft have been an important part of the effort in that zone of advance, and they've been progressing, but I cannot give you a specific operational update.
General, just following up on the question on weapons of mass destruction, have you or any of the forces, the U.S. forces, the coalition forces, discovered any Scud launchers or Scud missiles over the last several days of this war?
If you cite Scud launchers as the specific Scud-type missile, not that I'm aware of. We have seen several surface-to-surface missile launchers, and it isn't clear exactly what type, and that's something that we'll probably discover as we move forward into Iraq. But we've seen numerous surface missile launchers in several regions of Iraq. We've located them, executed time-sensitive targeting operations on, and in several cases on them, and in several cases we've destroyed those launchers.
We heard quite a bit of publicity about the Super Hornet and BFA 115 out of Lahore and the introduction of this new fighter. What is the initial assessment of their performance, and what have they been doing over the last 4 months?
Well, they've been an important part of the team. You know, it's an air component that includes a number of different types of aircraft. They've all been performing well. I don't think that's as important as how well the Marine pilots, the Naval aviators, the RAF, the Air Force aviators, Army aviators have been performing, but I think they've all been performing well in the back, please.
If you are liberating the people of Iraq and they're ruled by fear, then why are you meeting so much resistance?
That's another fine question. They are ruled by fear. The fear doesn't evaporate instantly. It's a terrorizing administration, a regime that is ruled at gunpoint in many cases and through other nefarious means. That doesn't just evaporate when we advance into Iraq. It will take a while to establish conditions for some sort of normal existence for the Iraqi people. And the resistance is in fact driven in some cases, I believe, by more terror and fear. Sir?
You spoke of the humanitarian airlift. Is that a new plan that's been caused by the delays at the port of Qatar?
Absolutely not. And again, I think we're advancing more rapidly than almost anyone could have expected. It's always been a part of the planning as long as I've been involved with the effort to ensure that our humanitarian response was ready to match the military effort.
As you advance rapidly on past some of these towns without making them stabilized, say, for conditions that are conducive to getting humanitarian aid in, how does that affect the plan?
Well, that will take a careful risk assessment. We'll have to see what the circumstances are as we advance.